They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire. High diving in a go, cool down when I'm all alone. I let it go. Talk over the radio, think fast but we're moving slow. It's what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where we could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too complicated.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Point Capture pre-show presented by myself, Frankie, and Tangerine. We're going to highlight all the action that's happened in the past 2 days and bring you into our day 3 worth of action here, where there's a lot on the line. A lot of these, we're going to have to say goodbye to a lot of these teams in the next hour and a half, but we're going to bring you all the action, all the highlights, everything else. We've got Frankie, who's the first time on the cast this weekend. How are you doing, Frankie?
Nowhere else I would rather be, Will. I do like dabbling in Overwatch. A lot of people might know me from the fighting game community, from the Windjammers community, Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, but I do enjoy some Overwatch. And Will English the Fourth, my good man, you and I have we made some magic before together, so I had to reach out. I wanted to cast some Overwatch. I'm always eager to expand my repertoire, and you've given me a spot to ply my trade today. I'm eternally grateful. And of course, my good friend Tangerine, I am contractually obligated to say that once per broadcast, I do with this guy. So a lot of respect for him. Overjoyed to be back on this panel for these games today. And man, we got a lot of good action. Tell me what I need to know.
Absolutely. So, like as we mentioned, so we're here to do some recaps. But yeah, we've had all of our group round 1 matches played as of right now. Mm-hmm. So I can just tell you a small little update. We're going to get into the rest of it as we go into the show. But the first part about this is that we have 29 teams remaining. We had a team drop this morning, Tier 3 Osu. They just decided that they didn't want to play the rest of this weekend, and so therefore they're out. So we have 29 teams remaining to fight for that $1,000 prize pool later on this evening. But the idea is that, unfortunately, some of the losers matches are also been set as well. So that means that there's half of these teams we're going to have to say goodbye to, like I said, the next hour or so. And there are a lot of good teams. Like we saw a lot of good 2-0 stops. We saw a lot of comebacks. We also saw a lot of just straight up just nastiness, just like the mercy plays coming in as well. But either way, I mean, Tangerine, you were with me on the broadcast yesterday or Thursday, I should say. Or no, on Friday. I'm already losing count of days.
The boys everywhere, man.
Like, I know you got prolific. A notebook. I know you have a notebook. What do you got for us, man? The analysis coming through. And mind you, like, again, don't mute his microphone. He doesn't have any bias for DePaul, which we also have to talk about as well. But go ahead. What's that next magic notebook of yours?
Straight down the middle, Tangerine. Straight down the middle.
Yeah. So give you. I mean, we got a little peek. We got just a few notes going on here. I know that one game that I wanted to talk about in particular was that Empyrean Chickadees game. That was an incredible matchup. One of the few matches that we actually got to see go to a third map, actually, and it was just a barn burner through and through. Will and Frankie, that matchup was absolutely incredible.
It's like I always say, brother, nobody likes watching a one-sided match. If I'm going to sit here and watch, give me a contest. Give me a back and forth. 2 teams of equal level fighting for the chip, So when we got that yesterday in that match, tell us about it, man.
Well, I was the person actually casting part of that. It was kind of actually interesting because Empyrean in that particular matchup, they were playing against Chickadee, and Chickadee pulled out that first control map, and it looked like that Empyrean needed to wake up, just needed to kind of like get their feet underneath them. And then we got into King's Row, and every time it looked bleak for Empyrean, they decided to come back. They decided to stand strong, and they actually pulled the Chickadees into a draw actually on King's Row after 4 rounds. And that was just a back and forth matchup. And then on top of everything else, now they just got edged out a little bit, but I will say they did hold Chickadees in that last in the last push on Rialto, and then they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity to pull it up, but they just got shut down at the last second. I mean, it's just like so key clutch plays coming in from Chickadees as well. But either way, I mean, like that's probably one of the matches I hope we get to highlight this afternoon, because that was definitely a nail biter. Nice. I think that was our longest match of the week so far. I mean, that was the first one too, Frankie. That was like our first match on Thursday.
What a way to set the tone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were trying to talk to we had Waffles on the cast, and I told her like if this is what we have to look forward to for the entire weekend, I don't know what else is going to happen, right? Because this was our first game, right? It was just like the first game on Thursday, but we have some actual replays. So like we have our professional level cast.
Let's go.
Leveled up so far, and thanks to Univet behind the booth is like making us all look good. But we have our day one replays that show up to you for you.
Sick. It's like I always say, ladies and gentlemen, BET, better every time, always improving, always leveling up. That's what we do here at the Will English the Fourth stream. Happy to be here, happy to be a part of it. Let's see the action.
Yeah, I think something that I want to highlight mostly from this Empyrean Chickadee game is that the rotations from both teams, you could see like the adaptations develop as it started to continue. Most notably, I would say that Empyrean was starting to catch Chickadees off guard a lot towards the latter half of that game because they were starting to bisect the team so much and just push right into the bisections that they would make. Most notably, I think a player to watch would be Sleepy, spelt Z-Z-Z-Y. Just an absolute menace on Empyrean. Their tracing was great. Their mate, absolutely incredible. Look at that stick. I mean, just textbook.
It's just all the madness going down. It's just 3 kills coming in from the side of Chickadee. I think Chickadee was red in this particular match, but either way, man, look at this.
Yeah,
Sign of the crow.
What a pin. I mean, something that I really wanted to highlight between the matchup of these two teams was the off-tank battle. Taneka and Zetsubo were absolutely on fire the entire time, eating stuff left and right. I mean, who was starving these players before they went up onto the stage? They were eating everything with their Diva Matrix. It was incredible. The bombs were consistently getting multi-kills as well. Look at the triple kill from Ragnarok right off the bat, and then you get a 3k bomb from Zetsubo. I mean, wonderful off-tank plays coming out from both sides.
The psychological impact of these plays is immense, man. For one to recover from that is mental fortitude. Look at this, look at this.
Yeah, that was a shatter. That was like a last-minute play going into Rialto, and this was like kind of like that first hold that they had. I mean, they fought all the way to the end. I mean, they got to the end of it, but like Empyrean decided to fight for their lives, but Chickadee had the last-minute play to finish this out. Look at the application matrix and the 2 kills coming in. It's just like it's just insane. The McCrees all through both days have just been popping off like crazy, ladies and gentlemen. It was just like it was a McCree showcase or whatever. And we also had another team that had a Doomfist showcase as well. I forgot the player's name at the moment, but like we'll see probably later. And then the 3 kills on top. So this is the next game. This is Regen versus Forge Academy. And look at this. It's just like it was just a clinic putting in from Sorrow, the other McCree in our matchup here. And look at the Shatter coming in as well. It gets 5 down as well. And it's just like and then it just all went downhill for Chicago's Forge. I mean, now I have it on good authority that Chicago's Forge has another opportunity to get out of the bracket because Tier 3 Osu was their matchup and loser side of the bracket. But either way, look at the Gravitas search as well. It's just going crazy. Wait,
not only that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out. That's Hida, right?
Yes,
Hida's strength is well documented. Man really needs no introduction. But that Zarya play was clean as well. Protect your friends, wreak havoc where you can. That definitely helped. Look at this Reinhardt.
Yeah,
this guy is on a rampage.
Unfortunately, Forge Academy weren't able to close out the win in this particular matchup. Regen was just an absolute monster with their DPS lineup. Most notably, Sorrow was just insane, consistently going into the backline and finding these crazy picks as you continue. But it looks like we're actually looking a little bit at a different game now. Taking a look at this Spin to Win DePaul Academy Black game.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have to tell a quick story, ladies and gentlemen. So again, Spin to Win was in the gauntlet for Invitational 1. And look at the retire against me 4 on top of that point. It's just like the Junkrat's went crazy. And so, I mean, Spin to Win were actually a gauntlet team in the Invitational 1, right? And so they were one match away. They lost to M Monkey in the last match to get to the Invitational. And then in this tournament, they came to play. I mean, I don't know what happened between January and now, but they improved immensely. Shout outs to Silverware for managing their team. They actually went 2-0. It was not even close. It was just kind of like another clinic coming on. And Commando on that McCree was just wrecking shop left and right. I think a Commando, it was either Commando or somebody else was to play the game for that matchup. But either way, man, and Frankie, this is just day one. This is just day one, ladies and gentlemen. It's just day one.
One thing that I always say is, as the pack narrows, as we get closer to the top of the pyramid, the best of the best emerge. And of course, like I said, iron sharpens iron. The best of the best butt heads. And obviously, the stronger the teams get, the stiffer the competition should get. So I'm a firm believer, the further we get into the tournament, the best is yet to come. So how exciting. We saw that highlight reel. A lot of clutch plays, a lot of team kills, a lot of just really sound team synergy.
Absolutely.
And I imagine that is going to get even more. The team synergy is going to get even tighter the further we get into this tournament.
Right. Well, that's not all, Frankie. That's not all we have. We also have day 2 queued up, and then it's just it just gets better from there. It just gets better from here.
What a surprise!
I mean, day 2 was also filled with some interesting matchups as well. I mean, we also saw some number 3 play. So this is going to be Oracle Draco. They were a last-minute addition to our tournament. They actually signed up to play on Friday, though. But unfortunately for them, they kind of ran into a brick wall on the other side. But you can see some of the highlight plays they have here. I mean, like the Shatter gets 4 as well. It's just like they definitely put on a show, but again, they just ran into the brick wall on the other team, and I'm not sure. Oh yeah, so that's just one match. I'm sorry. So we're just doing it match by match. So that was Oracle Draco, and I'm like, and tier 3. Oh well, so we call them tier 3 subs. They have a very long and winding name, and I'm not sure like what that's all about. But that was just Oracle Draco. Again, shout outs to them coming out. Then we have our next match as well, which I'm not sure what the teams at the moment. But this is going to be. Oh, I think this is going to be DePaul versus LQD.
I believe.
I know you got a lot to say, Tangerine.
Yeah, this DePaul cryogenic game. I mean, cryogenic was just absolutely on fire. I'm definitely have to say, I think that the team synergy on this team was one of the strongest that I had seen all day on Kings Row. I mean, just look at this Ryan play. Kronos just got caught completely unaware from that wall pin. The synergy that was coming out of cryogenic all the time was absolutely incredible. And when you were talking about Doomfist plays earlier, Will, I believe it was LQD who came out on the Doomfist and just absolutely wrecked house. I mean, it was not even close.
LQD played 3 heroes in that match. He played Echo, he played McCree, and he also now I'm blanking on the third character. Then he played the Doomfist, and he got kills on all 3 characters. I mean, I think he had 18 eliminations with the Doomfist, and he played it on the last round of King's Row when they won that matchup. And so shout outs to LQD. I think I definitely know that he was the player of the match, because if he wasn't, I was thinking like that's a problem. Tangerine. We guys casted that game on Thursday, but either way, man, like again, it's just still crazy how much competition. So Frankie, a lot of these teams have practiced all weekend. They're all weekend or whatever. I mean, we actually had some trouble scheduling some of these teams, and people took this seriously, Frankie. I never imagined, and I know you're a Jersey boy, and I'm sorry, you're not a Jersey boy, you're a Philly boy. I keep forgetting that. I just
Philly by way of Jersey, same.
Yeah, I just associate you with Jersey, man. That's how this is gonna work. But I'm just
no, that's fine. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, I'm just some kid from the South Side of Chicago trying to build an Overwatch tournament, and people are like, no, actually, this is seriously, this is a big deal. So I think we have our next set of matches on replay coming up. But either way, I mean, like these teams, and this is going to be. Oh yeah, this is the team to watch, ladies and gentlemen. This is Initial Drift, and Tangerine. I know you got some notes on this one. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I mean, Initial Drift. I mean, they still look just as good as ever. Former attack mode, really making their presence known. However, it was a much closer match than I thought it would be. A real big contesting coming up from the opposing team. I mean, they did great to be able to go up against Initial Drift, who are just, we knew they were going to be an absolute powerhouse on this team. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, they were.
I see what they're doing. I mean, they used to be known as attack mode. Now they're trying to fool me, thinking that they're playing racing games. Initial Drift. This isn't. Listen, I know Initial D is great, but we know who you are, attack mode. We know you guys are pegged to win this tournament. We got our eyes on you. But I do want to say, I do want to say Cryogenics, a lot of people there have been rumblings that they might be the dark horse. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, Tangerine thinks so, at least.
I would say so.
I'm gonna call him out for that. Yeah, I can call him out for that.
I'm on the cryogenic train. Maybe just a little bit of bias coming out because they might have beat the team that's on my flag in the background. However, I have a lot of merit to believe that they are a wonderful team just based on the way that they were playing around their Doomfist comp. Their raw aggression, I think, is going to catch a lot of teams off guard. It felt like they were just consistently pushing the entire map. It never stopped. It never stopped.
So yeah, so I was going to say, Frankie, you might want to hold on to that prediction for attack mode because we do have some predictions coming up at the end of the segment. But either way, man, it's like if you want to champion attack mode, if you want to make that prediction now, I mean, I'm going to hold you to it because I want to talk to you on Sunday.
Not yet. No bias. Straight down the middle.
Okay, fine, fair. That is fair. Well, before we get into the rest of this action, let's catch a breather real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go take a quick break for like 3 minutes, and then we'll get back to the rest of our segments. Sorry. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to ignited.gg or on Twitter at ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. Ladies and gentlemen, so we got one last highlight here for match 4 on Friday, and I believe this is going to be. I don't remember these two teams off the
UTA.
UTA. So this was the Battle for Texas, the UT team kill as it were. One team had to go down, and I believe so. UTD is playing under the title of Kong without Louis or whatever, because they're shout out to Louis. He's in the Leisure Championships this weekend. But look at the Rhine Shatter as well. It's just like they were just going insane over here.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Polito was really trying their best to put up a really
this is the
show.
Baptiste play. The Baptiste coming in clutch is the third DPS of their team. That's a support player, ladies and gentlemen. But none type decided to take charge. So that was our last highlight, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a lot of Overwatch left to go. So for the rest of today, I'm just going to set the table just a little bit, and then we're going to get into predictions. I'm going to put you two on the spot because, like I said, I know you got some answers, and I know Frankie that I can hear you thinking all the way over here. But either way, like I said, today is pretty much challenge day, ladies and gentlemen. If you watch Black Panther, today is challenge day, ladies and gentlemen, because we're gonna get down. We're gonna have to say goodbye to most of our field today. We have 29 teams. We're looking to get down to 4, and now we're going to play on Sunday. But there's a lot of time in between now and then. It's going to start off today with group stages, ladies and gentlemen. And again, half of our field will be gone after that first hour, and then the other half of our field will be gone. Quarter of the field will be gone after the first round at 1 o'clock today, and then the next quarter will be gone afterwards. And so we'll be down to our 16 teams. And most people really haven't caught on yet, but there's another twist that I've thrown into the Invitational. I mean, if you understand the chaos and the destiny of the ping pong balls, we're going to do it again, ladies and gentlemen. So in the middle of the broadcast, after the group stages, we're going to do another live draw for the top 16 right here on this channel. And so that's going to be in the middle here. So again, I've got my ping pong balls of destiny here, and I'm ready to swim. So, and we'll talk more about that when we get to the draw show, but just trust me, you don't want to miss it. And I'm sure most of the teams are going to be watching and looking to see how they're going to make it out, because again, you can make it out of the group stages, but then you have the rest of the tournament to play against as well. But other than that, and then of course we have Frankie and Tangerine. They're going to be on the C stream here, so we have that activated for Saturday. That's going to be on twitch.tv/MIBlizzard. And then of course the team that's been going on all weekend long, the Landlords Gaming, who's another sponsor of this tournament as well. They've got their B stream as well. They're going to be showing some matches from the group stages and from the knockouts. But either way, it is going to be a weekend not to miss. And again, it is down to the wire here. I'm interested to see what's going to happen in the first set of winners matches, because most of those teams that went 2-0 are now going to play another team that went 2-0. Yeah. It was like a non-stop stomp or whatever. And now just see who really matches up, who has the mental fortitude, as Frankie likes to say.
My man knows me very well. Like you said, two teams that went 2-0 in the previous round coming together. You would presume that those teams are of equivalent skill level. So I think we're going to see a lot more game 3s in this round than we did previously, especially as the wheat gets separated from the chaff, so to speak. So the best is yet to come. Need I say more?
Absolutely. So with that being said, with the final moments we have here today, and again, thank you all for tuning in and watching, and we're going to check this out. But either way, it's time for predictions, ladies and gentlemen. So there is nothing on the line here. I'm not going to come over to you two, Frankie, and shave your head. But the idea is, I'm going to ask you one question and one question only. Tell me one team that you think is going to make it out into the knockout stages after today. And I think I already know what Frankie's answer is, but Tangerine, I'm interested to see what his is, and then I have mine. So
you want me to go first?
Yeah, of course I do.
All right, good to know. Now, look, I'm
putting you on the spot.
Listen, when you put the spotlight on Frankie Sisto, he shines. That's all there is to it. Now, I got to be honest, and I know this might seem like a very safe pick, but I got to go with Initial Drift, all right?
Okay.
The artists formerly known as Attack Mode, I know it's a safe bet, but they were just shy of winning the previous tournament. So obviously they're out for blood today, and anybody that makes a reference to one of the greatest arcade racing games of all time, well, who am I to side against such logic? Obviously, we know Crimson, we know Ship, we know what they're capable of. It's a safe pick, but I think they're going far.
All right. So Megaphone Frankie sees attack mode making into the back end of mind. I've got a bigger question for you when we get into the draw show. But Tangerine, who do you got? Like, what do you think so far?
I'm looking at 2 teams right now. Actually,
okay.
I think that
fine. You can split hairs. That's fine. That's fair.
They got a little bit of dark horse energy to them. I like Frankie's pick. I think Initial Drift is definitely a solid choice, but my mind is going towards tier 3 subs who we saw play yesterday. They're kind of a very, very consistent team within the way that they played, and Kezin is just an absolute menace. So definitely going to give some mad props to T3 subs there, and then also Cryogenic. The way that they just tap into this unbridled aggression and just keep pushing. There's just something about it that just makes you want to keep watching them and also makes you not want to play against them at the same time.
Absolutely. And so it goes to me. So what you two weaseled out. There are 2 teams that haven't played yet in the entire invitational. They got buys in the first round. We have False Appearance Void and Lo-Fi Aim, which, by the way, Frankie, if we had our way, we would have had attack mode hour 0 and their sister team defense mode. So Lo-Fi Aim is the defense mode partner for attack mode. So if you understand they were going to come in together, they asked for the exceptions together to come in, and I'm like, yes, absolutely. If the pedigree of attack mode is so strong, what about defense mode? But so I'm not going to go as safe, but I will tell you that I'm looking at False Appearance Void, the Traffic Theory, and well, I don't know if Waffles is part of that team, but I know Traffic Theory, who was a caster on our broadcast, a lovely lady from I hope she's on the West Coast, and I hope I'm not wrong about that. But either way, I'm going to check in with False Appearance Void as we get into the knockouts. But either way, it's going to be a fun match either way. So the next thing that's going on for this broadcast here is we've got ourselves some all-star talent, and thank you to Ignited.gg for helping us put that together. We have got Ocean Cast, who were just on this cast a little while ago. We also have Bullskug, which, by the way, I just think for me, again, as a kid from the south side of Chicago, just trying to put together an Overwatch tournament for all you crazy fans out there, I feel it adds a level of legitimacy to the tournament that we have such talent as Bullskug on here. We also had another surprise in place, but that person couldn't make it out. I know they're in the chat right now, so I'm not going to call out their names, but either way, thank you all so much for all the support. We will see you into the rest that you'll see Frankie and Tangerine onto the broadcast, and also you'll see them on the MI Blizzard broadcast. You'll see them on the draw show later on this afternoon, and you will see me somewhere in the background. No, actually, I'm going to be in the observer for the main broadcast today. I would at least I was hope. And so fingers crossed, everything goes well. Good luck to all the teams in group stage remaining bracket, and I hope you do well. And we'll see you on the other side of the draw show. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
to find strength to divide us. Gave it all we got, and I know we did the best we could. If I could go
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
sometimes we hold on to let go.
Community tournaments are such an important part of any esports scene, and we are delighted to bring you this grassroots tournament. Welcome to day 3 of the Will English Invitational. My name is Bullskunk alongside Ocean. Ocean, I am so excited to be here. I love these tournaments. They bring the passion out of the community and bring us all together.
Yeah, I mean, I was just lucky enough to be a part of the European side of this tournament we had earlier on. We've had some absolutely amazing matches already today, and now moving into the North American region, we've got an interesting game here to start. We've got FA Void taking on Coven. So this is a little bit of interesting because to both of us, we don't really know much about these teams. We know FA Void finished top 48 in the most recent Open Division season, and all we know about Agave Coven is that they beat Regen Mochi in their last game.
Yeah, 2-0'd them, as a matter of fact. So, coming off of a hot start in the beginning of our group stage. And we are in a double elim bracket right now. The winner of this match and the following match directly after will move on into the single elimination playoff phase. So it's do or die time right now, trying to make it into that top 16 and move on towards, those bragging rights and, $1,000 prize pool to boot.
Yeah, and the top 16 finish in this tournament is no slouch. There's really good teams in here, like Attack, previously known as Attack Mode Initial Draft, and Contract, previously known as Defense Mode. There are some really good teams in this tournament, and if you can put a top 16 finish on your CV after this, and you can actually move forward, it give you a lot of confidence going into future tournaments like Open Division.
Absolutely, and that confidence can carry you a long way. Going back into Open Division, you're coming through with a full head of steam. You can get in there and make a great appearance and slowly start chipping your way at T3. Start moving up the overall ladder just by moving up through the ladder here in the Invitational. We'll be looking to see if these two new teams don't know a whole lot about them. We're gonna learn about these teams together. False Appearance Void, they're our 4.4K team. From what I've been told, they really like their brawl. We're gonna be keeping an eye on Jabo as this series progresses, who's been known to bring out the Doomfist, following in the footsteps set by Danit over in the EU. The Doom is slowly rearing their head through what's been a very thick brawl meta.
Yeah, and this is still a brawl meta, even if you kind of put the Doomfist in here, right? It's just a faster paced brawl. We're not quite bordering on that Rush yet. If you're going to see Rush, you'll probably add heroes like Zarya, Moira into the fray, maybe even Reaper as well. We're still in a pretty stable brawl meta. It just means when you're playing that Doomfist, you have to be a little bit more committed on those more aggressive.
And I gotta ask, because those two terms... Well, and those two terms seem to get a little, jumbled up. What is the technical difference? Like, what defines brawl versus a rush comp? Because they can look very similar to the untrained eye.
Well, so, I mean, it's kind of in the name, right? Your brawl and rush is very, very different. Let's think about a brawl fight in real life. What is a brawl? A brawl is a massive amount of people fighting at a time. A rush is one going into another target, right? So a rush is going after one enemy. A brawl is multiple, maybe 3v3s, that sort of thing, and trying to collapse on a certain target. Or collapse a certain target, not collapse on a certain target, whereas Rush is more collapsing on a certain target and pressuring someone on. So it's very, very different. There are definitely a lot more smarter people than me that can explain it a little bit better than that. But Rush and Brawl, maybe think about the names to try and get the differences between those two compositions.
No, that was very enlightening. And it also, I think tempo plays a big part between the two separate styles of play. Despite, they may have a lot of shared heroes, particularly on the front line. In Brawl, we are seeing a lot more Diva, particularly in recent time, with Zarya getting that slight nerf. I think that that patch about a month ago kind of slid under the radar. Like, don't forget about that patch. And we've had a few adjustments that could play a part, but I think the most important one is that Zarya is not showing their head as much. Even with a Doomfist, we're still seeing the Diva in there to help protect the dives and to help heal. A little bit more than the Zarya, though. There's still some pepper in a Zarya. A good Zarya getting charged up can still lightning down a team with a quickness.
Yeah, and it's all about for when you're playing Zarya, it's a little less inconsistent because you have to get yourself into the fight to get your own value and try and make sure you're not isolated. Because if your Zarya is isolated, your backline's also usually isolated. Just how like those double bubble compositions work or those more aggressive style brawl work, right? So if you want to bubble your Doomfist for an engagement, you need to get into the fight yourself so you're not isolated while that's happening. And Diva's just so much more consistent at that because of those boosters and because of her also not having to reload at any point. You have a lot more scouting as well to make those entrances a little bit more safe.
Well, it'll be good on our first map as we take a look at our set maps for the day. These are fixed, no loser pick at this stage. As we are going to start off, I believe, on Ilios, maybe Busan, and might need some confirmation on that. Got conflicting reports on our opening map, actually, now that I'm looking at our information. It is going to be Ilios to start things off, followed by Eichenwald will be our hybrid map today, and then going to Dorado for Escort here in our first of two.
Yeah, and we saw a similar map pool earlier on, actually, when we saw Shubani Curry take on Fifth Dimension. And that's a top 3 EU contenders team taking on a top OD team. And it was quite close. We got some really, really good brawl mirror matchups on Ilios. And on Eichenwald in particular, we saw Shoes Money Crew come alive. They were very proactive. They were really good at noticing the micro mistakes from Fifth Dimension. So teams that take their opportunities and their chances on Eichenwald usually take that there. So that's something we're going to look at on Ilios to see who's the better proactive team to maybe set themselves up for a 2-0 on Eichenwald.
And that what you're talking about with an OD team, really cutting it close, really putting up a fight against a top contender team. That's why I love these tournaments. Like, you get these teams that you may have never heard of, players you've never seen, really coming out and putting on a show for us. And we, get to see some rising talent. And it's one of my favorite things about these tournaments. And I'm looking forward to see what these two teams bring to the table. False Appearance Void taking on Agave Coven. Winner moves on into playoffs. Let's get it started as we head to Ruins for our opening round of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think it's just going to be brawl. However, it looks like False Appearance Void, they want to show us double bubble. I typically prefer dive against brawl matchups because Winston gets so much cleave and build up that ult charge so quickly. If you get a nano Winston in there, that's a lot of damage to deal with.
Yeah, I'm looking for that Echo to follow up on it as well. To follow up on that cleave, you can really burn down a target. And right there is we're going to get Jabo landed the stick. He finds first blood. Important kills. Both supports fall under the hand of Jabo's Echo. Now looking to burn down the Reinhardt. To eventually get picked out of the sky by the McCree. But enough damage been done, not enough sustained. False Appearance start us off with first control.
Yeah, so this is where Agave Coven, they now know you're playing the broken position against dive. If you hesitate at all, you're getting dived on, you're giving a lot of cleave to that Winston, they're going to start building up ultimates, and you're going to be suddenly taking a lot of damage. So they need to quickly decide what they want to do and decide quickly and maybe collapse on a target as fast as they can.
Coming in from the left-hand side, Agave Coven looking for an opening into this double bubble call, but Martini already with a primal rage, second fight in. Trying to maybe boost off the side, gets a couple, trying to find two. Environmental kill before getting charged back to point. Eventually burned down, but those 2 kills priority picks. Doge Fighter there to clean up and continue to climb in the percentage.
Yeah, really, really good fight for False Appearance Void. They catch Agave Coven right as they want to go onto the backline. You saw them making a longer rotation on the left, trying to get onto the backline of False Appearance Void, which is actually a good plan, right? Brigitte and Honor not as mobile as the rest of that False Appearance Void lineup. However, caught mid-rotation and primal top them up. Really good fight planning from False Appearance Void.
Duplicate used onto the Reinhardt and the wall preventing the escape. The Shatter comes through. We'll find a couple in the back line as the Nano is out. Eventually gets hammered down as Jabo shows off their tank skills to accompany their DPS prowess.
Yeah, pretty nice play. And look, Martini in the kill feed there again, and already 70% to another Primal Rage. And what I really like, False Appearance Void again catching Agave Coven on that rotation. However, Agave Coven have some ultimates here, some good defensive ultimates. They need to catch that collapse, however, they've already been grabbed.
They're going to try to throw out the self-destruct to prevent it. Blizzard and Sound Barrier used. The self-destruct will find a pair, and that's the good opening they were looking for. With Martino and Javi gone, Agave Coven are able to move on to the point. Not a moment too soon.
Yeah, 98% for False Appearance Void. So only one more fight for them to win, and they will take Ilios Ruins. But Agave Coven, really good reaction to that fight. False Appearance, trying to catch them out with an early engagement. Doesn't quite work. That self-destruct really well placed to stop the follow-up. Looking at ultimates here, I would like Agave Coven to open this with a fast-paced Deadeye to maybe open up some opportunities later on. If this fight does go on for maybe 30-40 seconds, MK's rally could be very prominent for False Appearance.
Agave Coven are backing so far up, they're going to leave themselves vulnerable to a big bio nade like that. Trying to use the Deadeye to create that space you were talking about, but there's a rally armor up. False Appearance are beefed up and now very, very angry. Martini going in, batters down Emblem. There's a Blizzard and a Coalescence trying to halt Martini on this Winston, but they will not be stopped. They do find the kill into Mikey, though, with the Brick and the Tracer gone. Jumbo has to use this duplicate and try to stay in this fight. It's whittled down to a 4v3, 4v2, favoring FA Void on this point. They should be able to get the flip in this prolonged engagement.
Yeah, Jumbo just needs the self-destruct to try and get some space for False Appearance to finish this up, but I think they have. Agave Coven don't have many members. Maybe the Lucio might get back to touch.
Gets booped away and can't quite get back to point. FA Void start things off strong with a great showing of their double bubble composition.
Yeah, it was brilliant, honestly. When you're playing double bubble versus Brawl, you need to be confident, you need to be taking those engagements, and you need to be taking them early and proactively when your opponent's rotating, because that's when they're at their most vulnerable. And I don't really think Agave Coven really adapted to that. I think they had a really nice individual self-destruct play that stopped follow-up to one of those engagements, which was really, really nice. However, I think False Appearance were definitely in control for most of that round.
We're heading into round number 2. Looks like False Appearance Void going to swap over to the McFlurry Brawl, as I've heard it referred to by one of my favorite casters. That's the May and the McCree. So we'll be looking for these May walls to play a big part. It's going to be a mirror on both sides, as a matter of fact.
It's going to be interesting to see how these teams want to play this. One team going straight to point, the other one trying to get a couple of different angles. That's Agave Coven trying to get their McCree and Diva involved in the fight. It's worked out well.
Keller FPS's wall got way more value in that opening fight. Really separated False Appearance Void and it allowed for 2 easy picks for Agave Coven to start the fight. Now it's just cleanup as they get control.
I didn't really like the approach to the point from False Appearance Void. They limited their options to like maybe one option. That's going to point and have a rush versus rush matchup. That's not what Agave Coven wanted. What they wanted was to get their McCree and Diva on different angles and pressuring Martini. That's exactly what they did. And once they collapsed on that wall, that fight was over. Now, setting up from the high ground might be an engagement the False Appearance are a little bit more comfortable with. However, a lot of members already running low for False Appearance.
And another great May wall separating Martini and U-turn from the rest of the pack. Early MOUs keeping Agave Coven keeping False Appearance, in this fight. Martini does get healed up after only having a couple of ticks alive, and Jabo is gonna find a pick. More tactical now out for Coven as they retreat back onto the point, trying to maintain control, but there's an Ant Matrix out, double damage, U-turn is gonna push in on the back of a great shatter from Martini, and FAV will flip the objective.
Yeah, that was a lot better from False Appearance Void. They got in, they wanted to make plays themselves. We saw Lucio wanted to be a little bit more aggressive. That's a little bit better from them. They're putting Agave Coven under pressure and not making it easy for them like they did in that first fight. Ultimate-wise, both teams have Blizzards. The benefit, though, for False Appearance or FA Void is they've got the Deadeye as well, which means they can put a fast-paced fight. And once that fight slows down, that's where Blizzard gets a really good high amount of value. So they have a little bit more to play with when it comes to the pace of the fight.
And I think FA Void like that slower pace in this composition. At least judging by that last fight we got, that little sample size there, some great healing from Puff, kept them alive long enough to get their ults online. And now they're going to use the U-turn's going to drop the Deadeye to start things off. But at the very least, break a shield and get the ammo out. But Color drops the Blizzard. Jabba was sponsored one of their own. It's very cold in Greece right now. And Dogefighter taking full advantage. Finds 2 kills right out of the gate. Jabba will eventually go down, but False Appearance Void will win the engagement.
Yeah, they have a couple of kills, though, to Agave Coven, but they're just going to choose to get rid of those and just reset themselves. FA Void, a little bit more freedom with the pace of the fight, and that's exactly kind of what we expected there. They had the Deadeye to make the fight fast, and once it slows back down, the Blizzard gets maximum value. However, not much for the approach of this next fight, maybe just a self-destruct. Agave Coven already have that amplification matrix to try and build up some other options in the midpoint.
Matrix out early, wall used, trying to block some of that damage, but they won't have that to separate the pack. Self-destruct coming in, and they're just going to get one. Immortality field somehow miss themselves and burn them all. And without that, Reinhardt can't stay alive. No sustained False Appearance Void win this one as well.
I wonder if they can even touch. 92%. And the Lucio was the last one to die, so Agave Coven, I don't think they can touch maybe Emblem on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, that was a late reset from Calypso, which means they're not there to trigger the overtime. FA Void starting off with a 2-0 on Ilios as we head into map number 2 for our first of 2 series.
Very impressed with what I've seen from FA Void. I hadn't heard much of this team. I think Martini in particular was very, very strong, particularly in that double bubble composition. I thought they looked a little bit weaker in the Brawl versus Brawl matchup. I think they closed their own options a lot of times, especially in that first fight on Ilios Lighthouse. However, that double bubble versus Brawl matchup, they looked extremely good in catching their opponents on all of their rotations.
Wonderful use of their ultimates as well, so that they time their attacks beautifully to catch those rotations, and were able to cycle their ultimates in such a way where, you know, they were getting that ideal. Use the Primal one fight, next fight they're going to nano the Winston, build up about 80% towards another Primal while utilizing either a Graviton Surge or the sound barrier in there. They had just some wonderful rotations, or the rally rather. They were running the Brig on that one. But I really loved that use of ultimate. I mean, ultimates win fight in Overwatch, and if you're disciplined with them, you give yourself an edge right out of the gate coming into each and every engagement.
There was one thing, though, I think it's actually like contrast to what we're saying here as well, but I think Agave Coven with their ultimates were very passive. Like, I think there was that one self-destruct that was quite good, where they were kind of stopping any follow-up on that Graviton Surge. That's great. But at some points, they're reacting to things and too scared to use ultimates. You can use an ultimate as a defensive play. It doesn't have to be an offensive play that gets you into the fight. It could be something that stops your opponents from following up on things like that self-destruct that they had from X's. And that's something that they should probably look at in the rest of the series, especially with the way we're seeing FA Void play.
We'll see if Agave Coven can be more decisive with their ult usage heading into map number 2. We're headed to Germany as we go to Eichenwald. And this is the first of 2 series, so FA Void on series point. And with a win here, they will move on, punch their ticket into the playoffs. Of course, Agave trying to keep their hopes alive as they're going to start us off on the attack. FAV coming to the defense with the May McCree Brawl once again.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how this goes. We saw in Eichenwald earlier the team that was a little bit more proactive and a little bit better at noticing mistakes. One earlier on Eichenwald today in Europe. Let's see if False Appearance Void can keep that trend going.
Agave had hinted at some other compositions, but settle with the tried and true. Decent May wall from the defense to start things off. FA Void not quite able to catch anybody out due to an immortality field, but they can get a point on out. But Martini responds. 2 big kills with the hammer before sacrificing themselves to the cause. Did they do enough to push forward? Both teams missing their shield. Will Agave get aggressive? They try, but Exy goes down, facing too much fire from the Peacekeeper. A U-turn and False Appearance Void will send Agave back.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight from them, right? They took a couple different off angles to make that rotation difficult for Agave Coven. I want to see that even more. I want to see their McCree just pressure Emblem and not making them able to move.
Oh, double value May wall to start things off. Emblem somehow stays alive. U-turn with the flank angle once again. Working those off angles with the Deadeye. Trades with Color FES. That's an interesting trade. You get the Maywell out, but now False Prince Void lacking some damage. They're going to push in. Martini picking up the slack. It's going to take down one. They'll find the D-Mech and win their second engagement in a row.
Oh, that's a very juicy stacker as well. X's going toward the wall as well. Lots of time off the bank already. We're already a minute and a half into this round. And you know what? False Prince Void, they were missing that McCree damage. But the alternative to that is let's go and let's swing our hammers and let's just get right in the face of the Agave Coven because they don't have that tankiness that Meng will have as well to help them out. So that aggression wasn't going to be punished. FA Void taking clear opportunities here on Ichabod so far.
Oh, and that stacker allowed time for MK to get that sound barrier built up. Win condition met as both teams drop their Blizzard and hold on barrier. Eclipse is trying to throw theirs. Immortality Field out as well. Agave Coven running out of tools, dropping their Deadeye onto the objective, and now they don't have Birdie who's holding the Amp Matrix. That's the source of healing gone. U-turn finds the kill. Emblem is going to fall with that lack of healing off the table, and now we're under the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, that was pretty good fight though for Agave Coven, right? Because they kept their self-destruct, they kept their Amp Matrix, they kept their Earth Shatter. I only got 2 ticks on the point. False Appearance Void, I think before they actually went to use their most meaningful resources or engage in the fight, I think they give up a little bit too much space this time around. A mistake we haven't seen from them so far. Let's hope that that's just a one-time thing for them.
On their wall, block the Deadeye earlier as they try to rotate and get that final 33%. Shatter comes in from both teams, as a matter of fact. Martini fell before theirs landed. The self-destructors get back in Mac, but they're going to suffer the first casualty of this fight. MD goes down as well as U-turn finds their second kill. Looking to go punish. Does get the kill onto Emblem. The nice flash fan. U-turn really keeping FA Void alive in this fight. It's whittled down to 3v3, and IGC will have the last laugh.
I think Jabo there gets stunned out of the Blizzard? I think I just lost that. Oh man, realistically that's an ultimate they probably want to keep for the start of point B, maybe like for a potential castle engagement to stop your opponents getting on the high ground. That's a vital moment in this map here. That's an ultimate that you definitely want to keep.
And now Agave with a firm lead as far as the ult economy. They are going to have to wait for IGC to get back in this fight, so a chance for FA Void to kind of push in and hold down the door, maybe build up some of these ultimates.
I would have actually wanted Agave Coven just to stick their grind there, take the fight, because if they like hold them off for a small engagement, they get to keep that space.
Ooh, Deadeye finds MK early. Amp Matrix out for Agave Coven as well. Utilizing that, they got half the team already gone. There goes Martini, and this card's going to continue to roll.
That was an interesting team fight. Really, really nice amp speed Deadeye. That is a really good opener. Like, if you have that combination online for the start of a team fight, you should always be using that in the Brawl versus Brawl mirror matchup because you get so much space. You have the opportunity to potentially get a pick or D-Mech or something. Even something just to set up another play. So, good start to the fight for Agave Coven, and now they're in control of this high ground. However, False Appearance Void are looking to stop that.
When Martini gets frozen out of there, shattered by the Blizzard, sound barrier in from Agave Coven as well as they look to win this narrow fight on the high ground. I was worried for them because they played that one a little passive, but they catch the aggression and punch back hard.
Well, remember when I said Blizzard is one of those ultimates where you want to take it in a slightly slower fight? They let the aggression of False Appearance Void come onto them, slowed the fight down themselves, then used that Blizzard. That was really strong from Agave Coven. And do you remember Jabo's Blizzard on point A that got cancelled? That would have been really useful in that fight, and unfortunately, they didn't have it.
It indeed steamrolled into a big impact here, but self-destruct is gonna lessen the odds of Agave Coven clapping right now. Although, I mean, it's back and forth at this point. Martini in the corner has got Agave Coven trapped, and that's going to be enough, forcing them into that small area. They get cleaned up.
Yeah, and that's a good team fight for False Appearance Void, stopping at the end of the bridge. 56 seconds remaining because of their towering hold on point A. That's going to make things really difficult for Agave Coven. This is probably last fight because of the distance they have to travel. However, if it's a long fight, they're going to have probably 4 or 5 ultimates online. Although it won't be a long fight as Calypso's picked early.
And that's going to stop the progress on a much-needed sound barrier for Agave Coven.
Ooh.
Jabo does fall as well, so perhaps a slight opportunity as Jabo peeked over the top and took a bullet right between the eyes from Birdie in that triple shot, who has the Ant Matrix ready to go. Self-destruct going out. Nice flash as IGC's going to win the McCree duel. Blizzard onto the point, makes it through. Already a couple kills. Agave Coven with the player advantage, investing a couple ults to make sure they can batter down this door.
Yeah, Kutsa making up for their mistake of getting picked up earlier, getting 2 environmental kills on the bridge because of the Blizzard, making that very, very easy. 1 minute 30 as they head onto point CI Convolt, which is pretty good. Already being on point CI Convolt is really nice because that bridge could be so difficult and you can get stuck there easily. Good thing for False Appearance Void though on the defense is they've got a Blizzard if the fight gets slow, and they've also got a Deadeye soon enough.
Shatter coming in from the defense, finds plenty. Everybody's frozen up. Nice combo will net a quick fight win for FA Void.
I'm wondering if they needed both the Blizzard and the Shatter there. I wonder if they can maybe save some of them to maybe pair after the Deadeye gets a little bit of space for them in the next fight. Because Agave Coven, they've got a really nice opportunity here. They've got a support ultimate to maybe get them into the fight or help them sustain in the fight. And then potentially Junkrat Reptar builds up pretty quickly, Ant Matrix as well. They're going to have a Shatter online. This is a bit of a 50-50 fight for both teams. We'll see who takes the proactive status here.
Rushing in, using the sound barrier to push, killing as much space as they can. U-Turn is going to try to send them back with the Deadeye. Does keep them from pushing in around this final corner. Emblem approaching, looking for that Shatter. Self-destruct to the top, they're going to have to turn and block it, but IGC doesn't make it behind the shield. Now Emblem does respond with that Shatter, gets 2, but MK has the sound barrier there, keeping FAV at full strength with the Ant Matrix out from both teams. U-Turn falls. A lot of assists on that one. Everybody coming together to take the McCree down. But Agave Coven have to win this fight right here now. And they're running into a Blizzard. Emblem frozen stiff. The Tyrant response will find MK as these teams continue to trade. But the trades are going to favor the defense in this overtime fight. IGC with the flash in, looking to finish things off. And they're running into Martini Shatter. Oh, the hammer comes down. Agave feeling the wrath of the Reinhardt as Martini swings for the fences, sending Agave's hopes and dreams back, Spawn.
A lot better, right, for False Appearance. I feel like their point B was pretty poor. I feel like if they had that Blizzard, it definitely would have lasted a little bit longer. They probably would have got a point B hold because that fight on the high ground would have been dueling Blizzards, right? And that would have been a lot more favorable for them. Point C, they managed to get things together, get them before that last corner, really, and a really good play from Martini when things were a little bit shaky for both teams. Neither team really focusing any targets down. Martini needs to make a play and makes that play. And that should give False Appearance Void a little bit more confidence going into this next round.
Agave Coven got a hold. If they want to stay alive, they've got to put up a good defense here, and it's all going to start on point A. You can't give up a quick point A, otherwise that time bank will just stack up, and FA Void will have the time to get all the options they need to stack a win condition and really steamroll this into a W. No changes in composition as the gates open.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, this first point again, is going to be about the McCrees. Who's really pestering the opponents, Reinhardt, May, and Baptiste? Are the Divas going to be confident enough to take those McCrees on off angles? Let's have a look.
It's going to be a tiny Overwatch fight. Martini winning the frontline duel. Now pushing in with the only main tank. False Appearance Void just carving away at the space of point A, moving all the way up to the objective itself. Picking up the mail along the way, and he's going to get the environmental kill on that. Now this aggressive Lucio going in the back, dueling the Baptiste, trying to get the primary source to sustain off the battlefield while IGC gets taken out in the interim. That's a DMEC coming through. One by one, False Appearance Void have picked apart this defense.
You know, we see Anker's stats on Lucio. Look at this. More damage done than heals done. That's how annoying this Lucio is. But remember I'm talking about the McCree taking off angles, being annoying and being pestering towards that Reinhardt? MK is doing that themselves, right? They could do that on that Lucio as well. Like, crawl up to some high ground, just shoot that Reinhardt and make him be paranoid that there's something on him that might be a little bit more dangerous. That sort of thing is so important in Brawl because any lapse in concentration and you're done for.
Oh, I love that aggression. That can be such a scary thing. When you have a Lucio who's hitting shots like that, who can dive your backline, oh, it's just such a big threat. Speaking of big threats, there's 2 Ant Matrix out, a lot of damage, and the Fire Strike gets 2. The hammer comes down, finds more. Martini, take a bow, my friend. That was spectacular.
I honestly thought they missed the Fire Strike, but I think Govicova were trying to rotate and like pass him from different angles. I think that must have been a prediction Fire Strike from Martini. That was brilliant. I love this. Let's watch this again. Oh, this is insane.
Come out. No, it does not. And the stun is just a touch late, and the IF is a touch late. Oh, beautiful play. Yeah. Just a matter of milliseconds there for Martini, who's getting pounced upon now. Govikoven mad at the front line of Falsburg's Void as they use their Blizzard to keep Martini in the fight, but unfortunately not for long. But the DPS from FA Void have managed to turn the tide, keep the advantage in their favor, and they're going to win this fight on the stairs.
Ooh, I think that must have been an old tracking error from Agave COVID. That would have been really good engagement if your opponent didn't have Blizzard, because remember, as I said, Blizzard's really good in those style fights, so it's a really good reactionary ultimate. So once the fight slows down after the engagement and they run out of cooldowns, Blizzard's really good in that situation, and that's exactly what FA Void were able to do.
Salem Shatter whiffs, self-destructs out from both sides, and it's going to be XC fighting one, but Doge Fighter finds one as well. The trades continue to come through, but False Spirit's Void have the player advantage and are going to batter down this door. They'll have right around 5 minutes, and they don't even need to finish point C to close out this series.
Yeah, just maybe a couple of corners as well. Govite Copen throwing at the Symmetric Teleporter, trying to get back in test here, and I think they might get one here. They've already got a kill.
And they got a D-Mecha as well. What a recontest, what a big brain play from Keller FPS. False Appearance Void thought they had that one in the bag, and I did too, Ocean. Agave Coven had other plans.
I wonder if Keller is going to go to like a hero like Ashe that has high pick potential here, or they're just going to stick on the Symmetra. Back to standard rule mirror matchups here, and that's gutting for False Appearance Void, right? Because they don't have much for this next fight. I mean, Pop has the Matrix to get them in, and then maybe they can build up DPS ults.
Maybe get that Blizzard online. They're going to survive the initial, and the Shatter comes through. That found 2, I believe. And kills to boot. All the cooldowns gone from the backline of Agave Coven as U-turn. Finds 3 in that fight.
Yeah, honestly, Martini, like, I was looking for DPS play that team fight because that's basically what it had to come down to, right? For FA Void. But no, Martini just gets a free player shatter and it's over, right? Martini has been absolutely tearing it up. A Winston in map 1 and Reinhardt map 2 getting some really nice plays. They've got Soundfire and the Blizzard for the next fight as well. 2 very big ultimates, and the Agave Coven already stuck in a hard place here.
And they do not have a sound barrier. Agave Coven just standing there with no shields, frozen, just watching death come in. Icicles and Peacekeepers raining hell upon them as False Appearance Void inch towards victory. They have found it. They have won 2-0. False Appearance Void moving on into our single elimination playoff bracket in the Invitational.
Yeah, and I think they deserved it. I thought they actually played pretty well. I thought MK in particular, you know, we saw that damage shot. If you could be an annoying Lucy or an annoying McCree or an annoying Diva in a Brawl composition, you're already better than at least 70% of the other teams who play Brawl or Mirror matchup, right? Because that's making things so hard for not just the Reinhardt, but the May and the Baptiste as well. And those are 3 very important components. And Brawl compared to Rush in another sense of each component is extremely important. Whereas in Rush, if you lose a player, you could take a 5v6 and be a little bit more aggressive. In Brawl, if you lose one of those critical components, you may as well just leave the fight.
And every component is critical. Like it's hard to, obviously your Baptiste is your primary source of sustain. So I would put that as, you know, one of the highest priority. But I mean, if you lose any one aspect, the whole thing seems to just crumble like a house of cards. It kind of reminds me of old Goats fights in that way. Whoever gets first kill has such a massive advantage that it tends to roll into a fight win. You lose the McCree, primary source of damage gone since you don't have a Zarya on the field. You lose that May, and you don't have the ability to control the battlefield, and you're put at a serious disadvantage. Any kill can be detrimental to your composition.
You know what? I'm a little bit gutted when you asked me earlier about the Brawl versus Rush and what's different. I didn't mention that now, but I think that's a good way to kind of bring into things, right? We're in a Brawl meta, and when these critical components are picked off because they're being pastored, your team's going to have a severe advantage. And FA Void did really well with that today.
And once again, they will be moving on into our single elimination playoff stage, which we'll get into a little bit later on today. But we do have another group stage match coming at you. We're going to take a short break. Y'all go hydrate. When we return, we'll be back with our losers round 2 match.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
right, we're getting a little bit of a surprise matchup here. We're going to hop in with Pogfish versus T3 Subs. The winner will move on to face Region Mochi after this. Pogfish already up 1-0 after a victory on Ilios. We're about to head into Eichenwald for map number 2 in this first of 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprising game here. Unfortunately, we didn't get to carry out or see any of Ilios, so we're a little bit in the dark here on how this matchup's gone so far. So it's going to be a little bit of a guessing game, and we'll see how these two teams play against each other.
Hey, on the other side, it's bonus Overwatch, Ocean. We just get
100%
more bang for our buck. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be part of this tournament. We were talking about just how wonderful this community event is. Big shout out to Will English for organizing this thing. Okay, imagine how difficult it is to organize a tournament like this. And it's such a huge thing for our community. I couldn't be happier to be here. Couldn't be happier to bring you all this bonus matchup as T3 Subs head onto the defense. Looks like they're running a Zarya.
Zarya tells me you want to play a little bit more aggressively, right? And you want to maybe walk on to that back line a little bit more instead of pressuring out Reinhardt. So you're going to be trying to play a little bit faster and maybe walking onto that back line more. However, once those cooldowns are gone, they're gone. You know what I mean? That's not the defense matrix where it recharges, you know? So, Tier 3 Subs, if they don't win the fight quickly, they're going to be a little bit of trouble.
Pogfish indeed sticking with Beast on that diva. There's an exclamation point, so I have to say it like that. Just full disclosure. Coming out of the gate. Looking to see if they can slow down the pace and get separated by a nice main wall in front of the debris there. Immortality Field keeping Pogfish alive through that, but they don't have that cooldown to push in with, not for another 25 seconds. They're going to fall back, wait for some more resources, but the retreat has been blocked. As T3 Subs continue to press the issue and pressed a little too hard. Dave the Great biting off more than they can chew, and now no main tank for the defense, which means Wads had no protection. And that's a quick 2-player advantage for Pogfish, as they've already claimed 2 ticks on this point.
Yeah, I don't think a recontest is able to come in here either. Yeah, now, point is done and dusted. And remember what I was saying, when you're playing the start, you need to play a lot faster, make a decision, and once the cooldowns are gone, they're gone. Well, they went in once, it didn't quite go well for them, and it was over from there. But we cut back to the Zarya player on Tier 3 Subs. Both bubbles were online, so maybe not being confident enough to press the initiative in this matchup, and they really need to be the ones pushing the tide of this match.
And they've already lost 2 on this one. Tried to use the Ant Matrix to get aggressive, but lost too many players early. But T3 Subs, they're going to stop this car right as the gate opened.
Yeah, and this is actually good for the right because you've kind of got like that choke, which is the spawn door. You've got this bridge area that's quite difficult to get through. You've got ultimates like Ant Matrix, Blizzard, Graviton Surge. By winning ultimates right off the gate here. So we'll see if they're able to use those to gain any early initiative.
Oh, Grav hits their own main wall. A big misplay, miscommunication. Wads invested in the Blizzard as well, but it's so far back, nobody can really follow up on it. As Wads goes down, trying to chase those kills. Now Pogfish have developed a couple ults of their own, and they're going to come back into this thing. They've got that Blizzard ready to go. Turn the corner.
The worst fight possible.
Oh, nice block there as Yeeter's looking for a spot. Shield gets broken. This could be a free shatter. T3 Subs have backed all the way to the door, knowing that they were a little bit of a cooldown disadvantage.
Oh, this isn't looking good for them either. They've only really got the Ant Matrix to get them into this tank site and then maybe use the Earth Shatter. Look at the ult advantage for Pogfish.
And they're going to throw that Blizzard out immediately. Dave the Great's going to respond with the counter shatter. That's going to pick up 3. Yeeter picks up 3 of their own, doing the same. And, well, as the dust settles, Pogfish able to find the goods, find the kills, and a nice Maywall to prevent the retreat of Prototyper.
Yeah, they had the worst fight ever on the starter point B there. Actually, you might have heard me muttering. You know, that was not great. That neither the Graviton Surge or the Blizzard, your 2 main win conditions, getting anything. The only good thing for them is, as they come into point C, as I think point B will be captured, point C, you were going to have a Deadeye to start off with, and then maybe an Ant Matrix to open things up, but Pogfish are just ruining Tier 3 Subs right now as they go for an overzealous engagement at the end of point B.
Yeah, Tier 3 Subs, I'm not quite sure what that was. Like, you put yourself in a bad spot. It looked like you were trying to contest, but the payload had long busted down the door. And now, T3 Subs struggling to even get out of their own spawn. Pogfish have claimed all of this space.
Yeah, and they've got a Deadeye as well to get even more of that space if they want a self-destruct as well. However, tier 3 subs are going to do the same.
They're going to amp in with the Deadeye and force Pogfish back, reclaim that territory, reclaim the castle a little bit, but they haven't found any kills just yet.
Problem is that he blinked first, and now that speed and Deadeye combination's online for the other side as they walk in.
Oh! That's a couple of skulls, and Watts goes down holding the Blizzard. Great pick for Goes on the McCree. He's going to take care of that Immortality Field as well. Most important cooldown on the field gone for the defense. Now the Amp Matrix out for Pogfish as they look around the corner. But once again, the Graviton Surge isn't as high value as they need, Beasts. Self-destruct, excuse me, is going to prevent the follow-up there. Not even the Blizzard from Wads can stop the torrent from Pogfish as they continue to find the kills.
Yeah, I think this may as well be done and dusted, even if tier 3 subs get out again. There is a Blizzard available from March, and this is going to be a very, very fast time here on Archer.
It's threatened to be over 3 minutes. The Blizzard out. It was a little early, didn't quite find much value, but nevertheless, Dave just gets burned down, focused, disintegrated. And that's the cap. 3-1-4. That's a big pie for Pogfish.
I wonder if they're actually...
It was a math joke. It was a math joke, Ocean. Sorry.
Is it?
Pi, 3.14. Anyway. Yeah,
I'm just disappointed.
I know. It was bad. I know. I'm sorry. Go on and analyze things. Do your analysis.
I mean, there's much to analyze. Tier 3 subs, they look nervous, and they never really took the initiative that you need to do when you're running the Zarya instead of the Diva here, right? You know, you've got the Zarya, you want to make more aggressive plays, and do we really ever see them engage apart from the start of point B on the defense? Not really. So Pogfish really have the better end of things so far. Any players that impressed me so far from there is Yeater. I think the main tank duo has been very, very straightforward for Pogfish, so look out for that main tank in the next matchup.
Yeah, T3 subs, a little bit of the once bitten, twice shy, I'm afraid. As the one time they got aggressive, they end up tripping over their own feet a bit, and then just seemed so hesitant to really initiate the engagement after that. After that Graviton Surge hit their own May wall, T3 subs seemed really tentative. And you can't be tentative with this composition.
Yeah, and they're going to stick with Zarya as well. Maybe some things will change. Actually, they have a little bit of leeway in the first 8 minutes of this, 8 seconds of this round. Reason being, Pogfish used their Immortality Field around 22 seconds left to go. So, okay, for these first 8 or so seconds, that Immortal's not online, and they didn't really get much spam damage anyway. So, tier 3 subs still a little bit slow. I mean, they wouldn't have done that anyway. So, just something that could have maybe come into play.
They're getting aggressive now as both walls come up. Immort is out from Kamsky, keeping them in the fight and allowing them to find that first kill. As T3 subs look to get things started, but they lose Dave. Unfortunate. And then blocked by their own main wall again. Prototyper is just molding at Wads right now.
Yeah, and you know what? That's really bad as well, because look, Prototyper isn't able to build even closer towards that Graviton Surge, which is one of the win conditions for tier 3 subs. Yes, they haven't been getting the value out of it, but who's to say they won't do it the next time around? One thing that is positive for them is that they've got the amplification matrix. They're keeping up to date and up to par in the support ultimate building. So, the support ultimates, we'll see who gets the better of them.
Coming out early to block the support ult from Ada, but still 2 kills. Nevertheless, the Fire Strike making it through. No DPS standing for T3 subs as they try to find room, and now they're split off. Dave was separated from the pack and just gets pounced upon. Pogfish with an easy fight win.
You know, you'd actually think that tier 3 subs, they're the ones on the attack. They're the ones playing the Zarya composition. They would use the amplification matrix first to try and get into the fight. Unfortunately, no. Alta, on the other side for Pogfish, uses the amplification matrix, and tier 3 subs were stopped right in their tracks.
The Windscar, the 200-point Fire Strike, oh so deadly. Speaking of deadly, Merge has got a Blizzard out on the field. Prototyper goes down immediately. Finally, T3 subs throws down their Amp Matrix with their Zarya already out of the fight, but Pogfish just easily kite away.
Oh, not great, not great. And now tier 3 subs are going to try and walk in. However, that Deadeye is going to make things extremely difficult.
Ooh, they tried to shatter in. They do pick up the kill on the merge, and Wads is going to go ahead and throw their own Blizzard into the mix, but Beast self-destruct prevents the follow-up, and now the clapback is there. Beautiful charge. Smashes Wads against their own wall. Oh, poor Wads. Well, then there's that. Then there's, I don't like it. I don't like it, Ocean.
I don't like it either. That Graviton Surge. Not for the first time in this map, not getting any value whatsoever. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, plus the fact that Zarya isn't going to be charged, that might be their last Graviton Surge. Wad's also going over to the Junkrat, so no more May. What weight conditions do tier 3 subs have left? Any?
I think that was their best chance. And then they just threw away their safety net at the very end, especially with ISO going down immediately. Shatter picks up both DPS as Yeeter moves in to follow up on that. Ghost there to help up with a little cleanup as well.
Yeah, this isn't the best shine from tier 3 subs, and Pogfish going to take this right to the spawn door. And why not? Your opponent doesn't have a composition that likes to play up close. Wads is going to just get taken down here, and you've got a Deadeye to play around with.
With Wad swapping over to the Junkrat, they don't have to worry about the May anymore. They don't have to worry about getting walled off. They can just hold the door, doing their best Game of Thrones impression right now, but Pogfish will not be overrun. They will hold, barring a miracle. There's 20 seconds on the clock. Nothing for T3 subs to use. They got an Ant Matrix, maybe a big tire, but who's going to touch point, Ocean?
Yeah, who's going to step up and touch point? Who's going to step up and make a play? That's the question. I'll tell you what, it's neither of the tanks because they're both off the map.
Oh, Dave the Great just finishing this thing out. Tried to get a little bit of a revenge kill, but at the end of the day, it's Pogfish having the last laugh as they clean up Eichenwald. They will move on in our losers bracket of the group stage. They are going to face Regen Mochi in our next matchup.
Of course, Regen Mochi is one of the Regen teams which has an all-female or non-binary lineup. So that's going to be extremely interesting to see, because what I really like about the Tier 2, Tier 2.5, and Tier 3 Overwatch scene is we have a lot of people from a lot of different communities, and it's so nice to see organizations supporting those communities.
I couldn't agree more. We need more of that. I mean, I love the inclusivity of it, and I'm looking forward to see them play. I'm looking forward to see this Pogfish team move on and learning more about them as we continue through our tournament. Well, before we get to that, while we get this next match set up, we are going to take a short break. Won't be long, but we'll see you on the other side as we'll have Pogfish taking on Regen Mochi.
empire.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
And we are back. It is time for our third match of the day and the final match of group stages on Stream A, at least. We're going to have Region Mochi taking on Pogfish to see who will move on to our playoff stage. Ocean, I'm so happy to be here. I'm just having such a blast. This is such a fun tournament.
We need more of these community events more often, right? We only get OD maybe once a month, maybe once every other month, right? I want more of this, right? I had my team competing in Europe earlier. I'm competing against some really good teams. Europe was an absolute blast. NA is proving to be almost as good, right? And we're only getting started here. We're not even knockout stages yet, right? So
exactly,
the winner of this game is going to go into our top 16 single elimination bracket. This game being between Pogfish, who we just saw a very strong IVitational from, and they're going to be taking on Regen Mochi's. They are a team which is just full of female and non-binary members, which is awesome to see that representation. Let's see if they can perform it on the big stage.
And of course, part of that legendary region org that has been around in the T2 community for quite some time. Very storied organization. Look at our map pool for this series. This is a fixed map pool, starting off on Lijiang Tower, followed by Hollywood, and then Watchpoint Gibraltar. I hope we get map 3. I love Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Watchpoint Gibraltar is really interesting, right? Because, you know, it's one of those maps that is kind of snowballing and can be quite snowbally for the defense as well. Similar to King's Row and how it operates, but not how it plays, because it's not Brawl, it's Dive or Double Bubble or something like that instead. So, but it's got similar nature to it. But we'll see how these teams perform in Lijiang. I think Lijiang's one of the more interesting control maps, just how it operates. I don't think you're going to see something very concrete from either team here.
Okay. This is showing Pogfish is going to be on the left. Wait, no, excuse me. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what's going on here because, okay, now, Pogfish is on the left. And then we've got Regen Mochi on the right-hand side as Zabi is going to finish off Dave the Great to start things off. Is this a T3 sub? Ocean, these are T3 subs.
Yeah, I don't think this is the right team. Pogfish won that last game.
But definitely Regen Mochi on the right-hand side with Hamariah on the Tracer. And Zebaraf going down early. It's T3 subs moving in to try to claim this objective.
They do take the objective as well. Nice post bomb as well. And Regen Mochi's roster here, you know, they're trying something a little bit different, a little bit more chaotic. They'll be trying to make that pharmacy work, but going over to the Echo, which is a little bit more consistent, will give you a little bit more mid-fight pressure and a lot more damage that needs something for it. Tends to do a lot of damage and build up ultimate, but a lot of that damage is a little bit meaningless as it doesn't really contribute to the fight.
And Zabi going over to the Echo. In lieu of that, Baby goes down early as Kezin's going to find a priority pick with these Wrecking Ball compositions. Nano Boost online, ready to go for T3 subs as they've got 36% on the board and counting. A little bit of a slow engagement from Pogfish.
Yeah, alright, this is interesting here. Hamurai got that pulse spawn. It's interesting to see what they could do. Maybe looking for the backline, but keeps getting matched up in the Tracer duel by Kezin. So Tracer duel already forming here. That's something to watch.
Nice kill on Kamsky to start things off, but Zebref goes down 95% to Transcendence. Zabi looking to put him down, but his Prototyper doing the damage. Waz is duplicated over to the Tracer. I knew I heard a duplicate go out. There's a bonus Tracer on the field. Double Tracers, oh so scary. Was Waz chasing these kills, looking for that pulse, can't quite win.
Yeah, that was looking really good for Regen Mochi at the start, right? Because Hamurai was able to get that kill onto the on at the back, which meant the Nano Boost wasn't online. That was one of your entry conditions for tier 3 subs gone. However, they managed to turn it around, and for this last fight, they've got so many ultimates, mainly that Minefield and Graviton Surge.
Okay, so we've got clarification. This for a loser's round, T3 subs have moved down to fight against Regen Mochi to see who will move on into the playoffs. Pogfish have indeed already qualified and moved on into that postseason. So apologies for a bit of the confusion there as T3 subs continue to find goods in this fight. They're going to take care of the duplicated Zabi and should be able to clean this up and start things off strong on Gardens.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to clean it up. However, 50% for Regen Mochi. They do manage to get a contest, at least with something to build on. However, that looks almost impossible. Zebraf will go down, and there's very limited numbers to come and touch the point here.
Yeah, they're doing their best. They're going to regen Zebraf, but they're not going to last long. It's just been a cleanup from T3 subs. Regen Mochi are coming off of a tough 0-2 loss prior to this. And seemingly have not quite found their rhythm, at least not on this Wrecking Ball Diva Dive composition. We'll see if things change up as we head to a more brawl-centric round.
Yeah, that Wrecking Ball Diva composition is so hard. Remember we saw like in Open Division previously and Contenders Trials, right, when Ball Diva was still a thing before we kind of transitioned to this brawl, Ball Diva was still considered to be the best composition, right? However, a lot of teams were not consistent on it because it was very, very difficult. So honestly, I would not read into that round too much in particular because it was a very difficult composition play from both teams. I think this Brawl versus Brawl mirror matchup that we're going to see with the Symmetric Junkrat compositions with both teams trying to take server room is going to be a lot more indicative of what we're going to see throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, both teams running Zarya as well as a Junkrat in this comp. We'll see if the Sim stays. Sometimes you can utilize the Sim. Both these players showing a pretty comparable Tracer as well, but they're going to stick with the Symmetra as the fight breaks out over White Room. Zabi with a nice mine open things up strong. Mortality Field burnt down. T3 subs running out of cooldowns early, but Regen do lose the Zarya on the approach. Now rotating around to the point, T3 subs looking to try to strike back, seeing the weakness, and they find the opening. Zabi falls as well. A lot of damage absent from Regen. Is Kezin just going into the back, burning down the Rhine? No one ever saw them coming.
Whoa, for this fight, that Symmetra got just charged up, and that was what it ended. I actually got Regen Mochi a really good start to that fight. They got to the server ring first, they got that Junkrat spam in. Unfortunately, they just couldn't keep that momentum going. They lost their Junkrat then, and once Kazan got charged up and confident and ready to go and start isolating targets of Regen Mochi, that team fight was over. However, both teams close to that Junkrat ultimate and Sim ultimate. However, it's already done. That Matrix was brutal.
Oh, and a Junkrat mine through it, no less. Just decimated Regen Mochi.
Yeah, apologies, that fight was just so fast, right? Both these teams have both DPS ultimates online to work with, and Regen Mochi have the Matrix. It was so brutal in the last fight. Let's see how they utilize it.
Zebraf's gonna drop it early. Tire comes out. And, well, Tire gets dismantled by Wads' Tire. It was a battle of the Rip Tires there for a second. Now on the front line, it's a battle of the Reinhardts, both facing down. Earthshatter blocked, but Kazan still falls. Wads falls as Hammer Eye is the one juiced up onto Symmetra now. Regen Mochi will finally get some control percentage on the board.
You know what? That was a pretty interesting team fight. I don't think I've ever seen a Riptire destroy another Riptire. That was pretty nuts, right? And even better for Regen Mochi, they got a late kill onto Casca, which means that Matrix is going to be built up as fast. For tier 3 subs, the positives are they are going to have some ultimates to work with here, especially in the mid. The problem is getting into the fight through this choke, especially when Gearless, she's going to have that Graviton Surge to make things a little bit difficult. But if they get into the fight, they've got Shatter, they've got time.
It's Gearless dropping the Graviton Surge. The Sound Barrier keeping T3 Subs alive in the fight momentarily as Wads is able to find a kill. Dave threw down the Shatter, but that one got blocked. Nevertheless, T3 Subs continue to press the issue. Now they're running into double damage, though. And Matrix out as Tire invested from Wads is going to take down Hammer Eye. Baby falls as well. And through the plethora of ultimates, T3 Subs emerge victorious and reclaim the objective.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal fight for them. They managed to get through that choke relatively unharmed. I think the Graviton Search of Gearless was a little bit late. I think it should have been a lot earlier and would have been a lot more difficult for tier 3 subs to then advance and take different angles to make it difficult. However, Regen Mochi is not over for them yet. They're going to have that Riptire and a Photon Barrier, and a unique Teleporter is going to give them a little bit of space and a little bit of room to work with.
Oh, I love this quick rotation. Then they're going to use the Photon Barrier to protect against the double damage. Riptire out is going to take down Kamsky as well. Very decisive fight from Regen Mochi. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They moved in and they took back what was theirs.
Tell you what, anytime someone in your rank game is harassing someone in your lobby who is maybe of female or non-binary conviction, show them that, because any gamer could be as intelligent as that. What a beautiful rotation, what a beautifully executed team fight.
I couldn't agree more. And Regen Mochi managed to hold on to their sound barrier coming into this next fight. This gives them a huge edge and should be able to take this to 99-99. They're going to drop the sound barrier early with the Amp Matrix. That's a lot of healing and a lot of shields, but Dave throws down the fat Shatter. That was a 5-man Shatter from Dave the Great. It's a +1 player advantage for T3 Subs. The Tire's going to increase that lead.
Yeah, and I don't know if Regen Mochi can even come back to contest this. It was a hard-fought round, but I think Lijiang and Lijiang Control Center is going to go the way of the tier 3 subs.
It's a good start. Regen Mochi continued to struggle, not able to put a map point on the board, but we saw some real signs of life. That coordination on that second to last attack, that was decisive. That was well executed. I want to see more of that from Regen Mochi. I want my map 3, Ocean. I want my map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's possible because Hollywood is one of those maps synonymous for the team who rotates better is going to win. Whoever can control those prominent areas of map, right? That high ground on point B, both of the high grounds on point A, and additionally, rotations on point C can be quite important because if you leave some flying soap and your backline is in a little bit of trouble. And I think we have a little bit of a comparison here because we had a little bit of the story building early on Lijiang Garden, a bit of the traces, Kazan and Hammer Eye having a duel here, and additionally there's Symmetra on Lijiang Tower here, control center wise. Both of these Symmetra players and Tracer players going at it.
Yeah, you can see much better walls from Hamurai, but the damage being put out by Kezin was just extraordinary. Almost 1,000 points more damage coming through, and almost double the elims as well. So right now, Kezin kind of edging out over Hamurai in this DPS duel. We keep an eye out heading into Hollywood to see if that trend continues or if Hamurai can clap back.
Yeah, well, one thing I do want to note there is both symmetrics use 2 ultimates, right? So the gap isn't that big, right? You're using the same amount of ultimates. Usually when we're watching scrims, you'll have like the ultimates used on the side of the scrims in scrim lobbies, and in tier 3 plus, you'll see that at least. So you'll be able to know that, and that's usually a pretty good indicator of who's getting value. So both symmetrics were definitely getting value. Just maybe tier 3 subs are following up on their symmetrics value a little bit more, giving their symmetry a little bit more room to play with.
And perhaps getting a little more charged up in the fight. Felt like every time we looked at Kezin, they were at that tier 3 charge and just putting out so much damage. But I loved the ult usage. I mean, I have to hark back to that. That photon barrier can be an absolute fight winner, and we saw it put to full effect from Hamurai on Control Center. So, you know, if ultimates win fights, you don't necessarily have to land every shot if you have well-timed, well-placed ultimates like that.
I mean, that's what they're here for, right? That's why Overwatch has ultimates. It's such a unique thing in this game, right? Other games have ultimates, right? I know there's player games like Paladins. I think Valorant has ultimates as well. I'm not too interested in Valorant myself, but I think no game has this value of ultimates, right? Ultimates are so critical to Overwatch. You can see games won on ultimate economy alone.
Yeah, and that's where discipline, teamwork, and ult tracking all can outmatch and surpass individual skill and accuracy. You could be the greatest flick shot in the game, but if your opponents are disciplined and using their ults well, that teamwork will win out every time. As Regen Mochi are hoping they can put together some great teamwork heading into map number 2. A loss here means they go home. They'll be watching the rest of the tournament from the sidelines. They're going to try to bring it back, starting off their defense in Hollywood.
Yeah, I want to see more of those creative thinking fight plans. I think that's something that they'll enjoy doing a lot more. And if they're enjoying their gameplay, they're obviously going to play a lot better. Tier 3 subs, it's a lot better than what we saw in their last game. A lot more conviction into what they're doing. They're playing this Zarya variant, which means you have to be playing faster, you have to be playing with a lot more conviction and attentiveness. And they're doing that right now. Hopefully they don't lose sight of that.
We're going to get Wads back on the Junkrat. Kezin in again. Moving into the double level composition of the defense. We're just sitting back on top of the cafe to start things off. T3 subs have already claimed a little bit of space as Regen Mochi are looking to strike back. Hamurai is going to take down Wads, but they lose Zebraf. The Ana off the table. Regen Mochi have to be very, very careful for the rest of this fight, or it's going to get out of hand quickly. Hamurai trying to even up the odds, but gets flashed, stuck in the mega room, and double team. Too much for Hamurai to handle. She goes back to spawn, and now the progress starts to come through.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it just kind of seemed like a lot of Regen Mochi was missing, right? The Honor got picked off randomly, Hamurai was on their own for a little bit too long, but also in a good position, so they shouldn't have been alone. And it just seemed it was a little bit empty from Regen Mochi, that they weren't really defending anything or didn't really have a purpose with what their positioning was. And tier 3 subs, they take full advantage of that. Their target priority was great. They managed to shut down Hamurai, who is definitely causing them some problems. And now, Regen Mochi, you've got to be thinking a little bit more about what you're doing and definitely not having those grey areas where you're not really doing much.
Well, they're going to shift up their composition. Baby's going to go over to the Wrecking Ball off of the Winston, which means Zebraf switching over to a Zen. No more Ana. Zabby taking it to the far half the team. Swapping things up as the Valkyrie comes out. Baby goes down early. Hamurai gets taken out as Kezin's going to win that DPS matchup, and it's a +2 to T3 subs as they go to claim the high ground.
Yeah, and that's brutal, right? Because Regen Mochi really likes the high ground, but they also they have heroes like Farah, right? Who realistically aren't very mobile in the air, and once you're in that air, and there's a McCree with a hit scan on the high ground, it's so difficult to stay alive on that far. This is going to make things so difficult for Regen Mochi, especially on point B. If they can get out and even get a team fight, I'd be very impressed.
And now they can't res any more deaths as this fight is breaking out, at least not for another 10-15 seconds. Forced to use that early, and Zevrath goes down for the second time and as much. Graviton Surge out from the defense in a bit of an awkward spot. The Prototyper is going to take down Gearless, not able to follow up on that Graviton, and this cart continues to roll forward towards the studio.
Yeah, I think this is going to be it unless Zalbi could come up with anything themselves. They're 76% towards Barrage. They can stay alive long enough, never mind. We'll be able to build something, but unfortunately Kazin has their number and is able to wrap that up.
I will say they got the Deadeye out, as the doors are opening. Not an ideal place to use an ultimate, but with a couple of kills there, we're at a 5v4 favoring T3 subs.
Yeah, Rage Emoji not gonna go hard brawl here, so something that they might have scrimmed a little bit more often, might be a little bit more comfortable on. The problem is, you're walking into a minefield that could catch you mid-rotation, a pulse bomb as well, and then of course the stability ultimates like Graviton Surge and Sound Barrier, also fight-winning ultimates as well, so it'll be difficult for Rage Emoji to come back into this.
I think this is their most important fight of the series right now. They have to win this with no ultimates. They have to stay alive. They have to survive this Big Bang combo, and they cannot. Waz is able to pick up 2 into the Graviton Surge, and T3 subs rolling forward with their massive advantage.
And they keep the Sound Barrier out as well, so even if Rage Emoji do put tier 3 subs under a little bit of pressure or even isolate a target, that Sound Barrier could be used and instantly rectify that, and it's not looking good for Rage Emoji. They need a miracle right now.
They're gonna hold back left-hand side, but Wads is already going in deep. Hamurai does win that duel in that faded DPS matchup. A great early advantage, as we've talked about, just one player missing from this brawl composition. Well, it's from the McCree composition, can be so devastating.
Yeah, but Wads, once they keep us alive, almost close to pulse bomb, and is putting this backline under pressure, and the space that Rage Emoji got off of that kill onto the opposing McCree is all gone already.
Yeah, Dave the Great dropping some mines in to help with that. And now Wads coming up on the pulse bomb. Hamurai wins that duel again, though, through the Ant Matrix. But Rage Emoji are forced to hold kind of trailer's side. Here comes Wads to the back. Ooh, the recall forced out. Nice shot from Hamurai, as Wads is looking to pulse bomb that back line. Here comes Dave the Great over the top. Nano boosted. That is a souped up hamster. Gonna find the kill on Samurai. Samurai trying to respond with the Deadeye, as the Sound Barrier is used as well, pulling back into the fight. But the Sound Barrier is going to fade. The Graviton Surges in. The Pulse Bomb into the mix. Takes Zombie out of the fight. Kezin now coming in with a flank Deadeye of their own. And T3 subs have bought so much space. They've got control of this cart. All they got to do is keep Rage Emoji from touching. And they will do so, utilizing their own Sound Barrier. They are just moments away from closing out this map.
Yeah, but it's not as bad as it was looking before. Let's maybe a minute off the clock. Just thanks to Hamurai, right? I said they did a miracle. Yeah. And honestly, that miracle was Hamurai. They won a lot of brilliant duels, right? To keep that alive for so long. And honestly, that could have been so much worse after the disaster that was point down B.
Ready for battle.
That could have been, they could have been steering down the barrel of a 5-minute time bank, for sure. If not for the individual effort of Hamurai winning those duels against Kezin twice in a row, and very, very early in the fight and very decisively. So definitely winnable for Rage Emoji, but they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and I feel like that brawl composition at the end was probably the best we've seen them play in this series so far. Obviously, I don't know how they've played in other matches of this tournament, but I want to see this brawl for them. I want to see them do something just to make themselves more comfortable, something maybe they've scrimmed a little bit more often, right? Because that comfort, just to get at least ease yourself back into the series. And once you're eased back into the series and maybe we're 1-1, then you can go for something a little bit different. But I do want to see them just rock in this brawl, get themselves back into the series, and maybe we can see them bounce back.
They've got the inherent tools for this composition. You know, there's so much CC from Hamurai and Zabi that they're able to ideally control Dave the Great's movements when they try to pounce in. Same with Kezin on the Tracer. Your cooldowns beat what T3 subs are trying to do, and there's the example right there. Dave the Great feeling the brunt of all that CC, taken out immediately. Now Baby and company are just going to push right onto the point, try to claim this space. They do have Kezin trying to attack their backline as they move to the high ground. So Rage Emoji is just going to drop down low. They get forced to use that immortality field a little bit early in this fight. And they're going to have to deal with T3 subs who are peppering them from the high ground. With the loss of Zebraf, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult.
You would have thought Gearless over Kuma would have been able to get up to that high ground and put them under a little bit more pressure, but that high ground seemed relatively free for tier 3 subs, and they will be absolutely loving that. They do give up a tick almost too, but I think you can be happy with that considering that you lost your main tank so early.
I mean, yeah, I would like to see Regen Mochi like amp speed from the stairwell all the way through Cafe and go just sweep off that high ground.
Yeah, we know they're capable of that sort of fight planning. We saw what they were doing on Control Center. They just need to do it a little bit more often, maybe have a little bit more confidence.
Let's see how they choose to path in here. Oh, the pile driver combined with the pulse bomb. Nasty combo. Kezin finds a pair. Watts finds a pair. The DPS duo and T3 subs making short work of this engagement.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go for the stagger as well. Gearless could be out here for a very, very long and cold time. They're still baby team. Finally, that is ended. And now looking at this, right? Next fight, we've got 2 minutes left. No ultimates realistically on for the start of this fight. I think mid-fight, you're going to have all 6 for Regen Mochi. The problem is on this approach, when you're at your most vulnerable in the brawl composition, look what's online. You can have a Nano Wrecking Ball or a Nano Zarya walk onto, a Minefield and a Tracer harassing you. It's going to be such a hard approach for them.
Yeah, that's a dangerous spot for a Minefield too. The Immortality Field does not come out. Sephiroth goes down too quickly as Kamsky's going to fall, but there's already such a deficit, such an uphill battle. Shatter's going to find 2 as Regen are looking to push this boulder uphill, but with the rally out, it looks like it might just roll right back down. Watts is going to make sure that taking Zabi out with Deadeye.
Yeah, Watts trying to stay alive here. Will do. Takes that jewel, and this is just a 50-50 fight, but not anymore.
Yeah, I think I would like seeing Hamurai back out a little bit sooner. I think they stuck around and just needed a soft reset. Now they've only got 68 seconds on the clock.
Is Gearless staggered again? Yeah, they're Baby Diva right now, and oh no! That 60 seconds is very quickly going to become like 45 seconds here as they try to set up one more fight. One more death, and this might be over. They're also going to get rid of that self-destruct they had. It's gone. No tools to work with for the offense.
Yeah, that's 5 players making swaps, and they're running into a Graviton Surge. And there's no Diva to eat it up either.
I don't think I like those swaps.
No, I'm not really a fan either. I think they've made the life harder on themselves than it needs to be, as Zebraf's going to fall early. T3 subs looking to close things out right here, right now, on this fight. Win one more, and they will stamp their ticket into the postseason. Playoff bound. 17 seconds. They still haven't pulled the trigger on this Graviton Surge just yet. Zabi was trying to pressure the high ground, gets flashbang, gets repelled by Wads on the McCree, not giving up an inch back here. Dave the Great's gonna pick off Hamurai early, who was the closest to an ultimate. Zebraf is discorded super low as the Graviton Surge is invested onto the high ground. The Pulse Bomb needed into the air, not even needed. Wads is gonna find 2. T3 subs close this one out in style. They will win 2-0. Congratulations to them as they move on to the playoffs.
Yeah, tier 3 subs looking a lot better on those brawl compositions than we saw at the brawl versus brawl matchup that they had against Pogfish. A lot better from them. They'll move into those knockout single elimination rounds, and that's something that we want to see from them. I want to see them playing that Wrecking Ball competition. I don't want to see them play against Pogfish and be playing that really weird, that brawl matchup that they weren't comfortable on. Play what you're good at. You were so much better in that series. Commiserations to Regen Mochi. A lot of really creative players going to be going home after this game. And I think that's really my thoughts on that matchup. I think tier 3 subs are well improved from their last matchup. It's a shame to see Regen Mochi go, but I'm so excited for this single elimination knockout stage we have coming up.
Oh, the rubber's about to meet the road. We're getting into the thick of things, Ocean. Now we're down to the top 16. Now we're starting to see the cream of the crop float to the top, starting to emerge from the pack. I mean, just a quick final thought. I mean, Regen Mochi had some great coordination.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming. Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
Taking one more breath beside you, so I could find strength to divide us. Gave it all we got, and I know we did the best we could. If I could go back, undo the mess, I would memorize your face before I go. But this is how we grow. Gotta give it up, sometimes it's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame, nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. There is nothing lost between us. And oh, I know you have your reasons. Some days I'm a mess, but I know there's a rainbow over all of the past. Your head on my shoulder, but I know we're better on our own. But this is how we grow. Gotta give it up, sometimes it's gold. to the nights we felt alive, picking up the pieces on a summer night. I didn't know that I would feel just like my heart's on fire whenever I'm with you. Cause we go back in time to thrills I miss and all the things I wish we did. All I know is that I need somebody like you. Cause I can't waste another night sitting here alone, hoping for your voice on the telephone. I know it's a supercut as you walk away, playing in my mind all the things I never close my eyes and the sky's on fire. I can't waste another night sitting here alone. We can do it all again and I'll never let you go. And I'll never let you go. And I'll never let you go.
Take me back to another sunrise, back when all I ever needed was by my side. You're a star brighter than Venus, I'm your satellite whenever I'm with you. Cause we go back in time to thrills I miss and all the things I wish we did. All I know is that I need somebody like you. Cause I can't waste another night sitting here alone, hoping for your voice on the telephone. I know it's a supercut as you walk away, playing in my mind all the things I never close my eyes and the sky's on fire. I can't waste another night sitting here alone. We can do it all again and I'll never let you go. And I'll never let you go. something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire. But oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. And I am extremely proud to introduce Bull Skunk and Ocean to the broadcast. I mean, like what is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? It's only the second tournament, and I've got Bull Skunk and I've got Ocean back from the other side. This is the dynamic duo here. Thank you both so much. Okay, all right. Okay,
It's been a pleasure.
I
All right.
got it. I'm composed. I'm composed. Anyway,
Well,
You won't be in a second,
well,
Matt.
yeah, allow me to dote on you a bit because this has been a phenomenal tourney. We're having such a blast. So honored to be here.
Thank you.
And it's been absolutely hype. Like this reminds me of Trial of Champions. Like this has just that such hype to it. And we got our sponsors from here at Esports put on that fantastic tournament back in December. And this has that same feel to me. I mean, you can bring the community together. Bridges are being built, networks are being made, passions
I know, right?
being shown all around. This has just been wonderful. I'm so grateful that you've had us on. You've invited us to be a part of this amazing event. Well, so thank you.
Thank you. This like God damn it. No.
Yes!
It's not happening. This is not happening. Okay.
Oh,
I'm composed.
no, it's good.
I'm
good.
composed.
It's good.
No, I'm
That
composed.
counts.
Woosah.
I'm composed.
All right.
I'm composed. All right. So anyway, I'm a professional.
Claps in chat for Will.
Oh God, no. That's
Claps
not
in
it.
chat for
No. Okay. All right, you got me.
All right, so we've
damn it,
had
you got
an amazing event so far.
No. Thank you.
Well, let's do a little recap. Let's take it back
Thank
a little
you.
bit
Yeah,
because this spans
Bull
not
Skunk.
only
No,
NA
thank
but
you.
EU.
Thank you, dude.
Oh no, of
Oh
course,
my
of
God,
course.
thank you. All right. Do a recap. Come on, let's do a recap. What do you
Let's
guys see so
recap.
far? Let's recap.
Yeah, let's
Come
recap
on,
the
help me out
day.
here.
Let's recap the day. Shall I start us off with talking about
Do it, Ocean. Do it.
Right, so okay. European region started off today and it kind of went like a little bit of background for some of the teams that we had in this tournament. Let's just start off by saying Shoes Money Crew was competing, right?
Yeah, yeah. Only
And they
reason we
weren't
had
here just for fun.
No,
They were here to play.
Right. The only reason we had the EU tournament was Nate's from Shoes Money Crew. I've said that to him, blue in the face. She told me, or I'm not sure the gender of Nate's at the moment, but the idea is that they told me that if I threw an EU version of the tournament, they would sign up. And I was like, I moved heaven and earth to make that happen. You're a result of that. So thank you. And to see them play, and yes, everyone's taking it seriously, Ocean. Everyone's taking the tournament seriously. And that's what I was going for. But just like, it's kind of an effect of everything else that's happening right now. And I'm just like, my goodness, like like who knew, right? Who knew this was Money Crew? It's just like, and they're gonna play, and they had fun. Everyone that played in the EU tournament had fun today, and I didn't even know it was just sorely needed. So again, that's you are a result of that, Ocean. Thank you so much.
So yeah, talking about.
Well, it sounds like it was a great match. The Shoes Money Crew match.
Yeah, they played against 5D, and honestly, it was close, right? So that's interesting to me.
Can you tell me a quick story about like what's the difference between Fourth Dimension and Fifth Dimension? Because like it sounds like they play together or they're part of the same organization, but like what's the difference between the two teams?
Honestly, I think 4D and 5D is sort of like an academy-ish system, but not really. I think they're both very, very strong teams. I think 4D is slightly better, but my team in Incendia played them both today and actually struggled a lot more against 5D. Expect 4D, who are a little bit stronger than Fifth Dimension, going against Series Money Crew tomorrow. That's actually going to be a little bit closer than some people might think. And honestly, this event's been a blast. We've had like at least six really strong teams, 2 other teams that got to market themselves a little bit, put themselves out there in server name. And Crosshair didn't make it today, but they're at least on the list, right? They wanted to show up on this event, right? And the other teams in this event were great, right? All of these teams you're talking about, outside of Overwatch League, top 25 teams in Europe, right? So that's what you're kind of looking at, right? And you've got 5 or 6 of those rosters, right? Competing in this event, this community event. It was awesome. And if you gamers will allow me to go on a little bit of a tangent here.
No. This is
I own.
You're the EU expert here, so go for it.
My team in Incendia, we're competing in this event, right? They are excellent, right? They are really devoted players, got great personalities, got excellent staff. Our staff are worth every penny they get paid bi-weekly. They're fantastic. I put so much into them each day to make sure that they get the resources they need. And seeing them just happy playing a tournament, playing their Overwatch was awesome. And we're going to see that team have so much confidence going into further events. And hopefully in the Contenders Trial system soon enough. I'm going to make that prediction maybe at least by 2022. Hopefully you'll see it Sandy at that now.
And it all started right here, right? Like this
all
was the
started
path
right
to
here.
redemption, as it were.
Yeah.
So what about so I'm trying to remember the other 2 teams that came in together, and I can't think of the names of right now. But like somebody is immediately when I opened registration was just like, we got 2 teams ready to play. I'm like, okay, cool.
Hostile Takeover and Munich.
Yes. Actually, those were the 2. Those were the 2. And on top of that, now I mean, like, humor me for a couple seconds. If I had said that, okay, we were going to do 16 teams in the EU, like, would I have gotten 16 teams? Like, was that much?
Honestly, you could have got 24.
Really?
Like, I know some teams that were interested. I mean, you don't want the 16-team event. Like, honestly, like, I think maybe Astra Prospero might have been entered at some point. There's so many options, right, in Europe. It's such a competitive region right now. And even, you'll see trials and contender teams struggle against these OD rosters. It's so close right now. And the European magic we saw earlier was insane.
Yeah, for sure. So what about you, Bull Skunk? I mean, like I said, if you're having such a good experience and you've made me cry on stream, congratulations. I was trying to wait till Sunday. Like, I mean, you're here, and it's just a testament to kind of like the level of competition and everything else. I mean, we're trying to level up everything here. Kind of my goal is to try to at least get your production at least 30% better every single time, right? And so we went all out. We tried to go all out as much as possible. And of course, shout out to the Unity behind the booth. Like, he's the real wizard behind the strings here. Like, he just makes us look good. But either way, I mean, like so you being here is kind of a testament to kind of the level of this. But like, what has been your experience so far in this event?
Oh, I'm having an absolute blast with this event. I love seeing the new talent. I love seeing new faces that I haven't come across in the scene before, and really rising up to the level and impressing me. To me, that's my favorite part. Is getting to see the new faces. And I'd say you've surpassed that 30%, sir. Already, you have already hit your benchmark, and you're in the black. Like you're moving up. I mean, Stonk's on the rise, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
absolutely
happy to be here.
Dude, all I wanted to do was shoot for the stars and maybe I hit the moon, or shoot for the moon, whatever the cliche is out of the way. Like, I mean, I have so many questions. So like I know you guys wanted to do a recap, but like I have questions for you. Like I'm going to interview the interviewer.
Yeah,
here.
100%.
It's like,
Let's do it.
I wanted to do 32 teams, and we almost got there. We actually had more than that sign up. I mean, like technically, I got to the goal because I had the EU bracket as well. But either way, it's like, and on top of that, like I also I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be on my soapbox just a little bit. It's like I've always wanted to ask these kind of questions. So the only tournament that I know that's like kind of independently run with the Fan Overwatch Community Cup, and in my head I'm like, all right, cool. It's like 67 teams, and yeah, they had Monkey Bubble, they had all other stuff. Okay, cool. If I hit 32, like, well, how can I hit 64? And then I find out like Open Division only had like 87. And then I stopped. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Did I just do what? Oh wait, crap. So you telling me that, Ocean, telling me that I could have gotten 24, I'm just like, my goodness. And then the other thing that kind of happened as well, which is a little bit, I'm just telling a little bit of a story here. We're stalling for time. But by the way, we have content coming up, and I know teams are waiting to get to their next matches here. We'll get to that in a second, but just give me a minute. Give me a minute. We'll get right to it. So I'm just being unprofessional just for a minute on the broadcast. But either way, like if you had like, I imagine if if I had the time. So the other thing that happened was we tried to do our event during it happened during we scheduled it for 2 weeks, and we had it during, and then Mayhem happened. The Mayhem Spring Classic happened, and then right behind it was Flash Ops, and that canceled both of our dates. And so I thought all the teams were going to leave. I'm like, guys, I'm sorry, I got out caned, It's just like I got crowned. That's how it happens, right? So, but man, I just that's kind of the dream, what I'm saying? Like I wanted to kind of make it, like this large, like this big deal. Again, people are already taking it seriously, and I wanted to make it something where like, look, if you show up here, come here to play, come here to compete, and people are already doing that. Again, if I could tell you the amount of stories of like the scheduling, the kind of the conflicts I had to resolve, the negotiations I had to make with different teams, and I feel like a soccer mom. I feel like I was going back and forth between different teams, and I'm like, look, just please, just play this match. I don't care what time you play that, just play it and get it over with. Like play it at 5 o'clock, play it at 4. I don't care. We just want the content. We have all this talent here that's willing to produce it. So
it's like, you seem hangry. Here's a bag of sliced apples. Like you're playing soccer mom here for our teams.
Right. That is my job. My job is to come in and go, okay, be calm. What happened? Okay, cool.
Right.
Let's resolve it. I tell people like this is supposed to be about competition, not about being what you call it. It's about competition, not being a tyrant, right? I'm not some machine over here. We're human beings. We're all human beings. We're all players, And as I'm learning, all of these teams have lives, So that's the other thing I gotta work around next time. Just gotta be very clear. I'm like, no, if you're gonna play in my tournament, please, block out the schedule. There are some teams who I won't mention names that are playing in other tournaments right now. There's also the collegiate championships this weekend, which I can't do much about. But either way, again, thank you so much for all of your kind words. And it just, like I said, it means the world to me. It really does. And again, even doing the EU tournament, like just seeing that progress in front of my eyes, I'm just like, is this really happening? I think I even said it over tweet this morning. Like, is this my life right now? Like, this is what I'm doing at 8:30 in the morning in Chicago. There's nothing else going on right now other than this thing, and it's important to a lot of people. So thank you, and I hope you guys join me for the journey for the rest of this, because we can only go up from here. As you mentioned, the stonks are rising. We're already going. Stonks are rising. We already have plans, and I want both of you as part of it. I would really appreciate that. That'd be really cool for me.
I have a person on myself.
Not enough words to express my gratitude. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, this is the person on myself. As I said earlier, my team got to play, right? Before we just move on, recap what we've seen in NA, and then move on to, I believe we're going to do the winner's draw with us, and then we're going to move on to the loser's draw and talk about our last 16. But I do want to say, for community events, I mean, we've worked on Trial of Champions, we've worked on like Get Good, we've also worked on Contenders Trials, right? These community events that we get, like Trial of Champions like this, are so special to us, right? They are so special just to be working with all these passionate people around us. And this has hit the bill, right? We're enjoying this tournament so much. These tournaments are just a breath of fresh air for us, right? Just to know that this community wants to improve. I've got to see players that I've never heard of before today. On FA Void, there's a player named Martini who was really good turn up on the Winston, right?
Yes,
this is the type of tournament we want to cast, right? And
absolutely.
Like this worked on Contenders Trials, just below Contenders, and we want to work on these events. We want players to play in these events. It's so much fun, and think we should probably head on to doing a little bit of an NA
let's
so far tonight before we just get sidetracked.
Before we blow the schedule here. So let's go into the replays, Yudi. This is our matches from today, actually, and I hope we can also see that Winston play as well. Because I was actually the observer for all the matches you see on the A stream today. So I mean, I saw the plays just along with you, and I was trying to casting it kind of behind it, oh my god, this is happening. And yep, here we go. There's that monkey, the primal rage.
Martini. From FA Void getting the double kill. Yes.
Yeah, he had that was the one better primal as well earlier.
Yeah, that's when I thought it was going to be. No, that was the one onto the Reinhardt. But yeah, just see these new players. Jabo did fantastic. The Echo looked good. U-turn, pulling out the McCree and the Tracer. I loved watching FA Void. I'm excited to see how they progress as we get into playoffs. And we'll see them in our draw because they were one of the 8 that progressed through from the winners bracket. Yeah,
for sure. For sure.
Similar to Incendiary, they were finding around the same time. And this primal is lit. Two kills off the map, beautiful. But they were finding around the same time as Incendiary's OD team. They got a really nice top 40 NA finish. And these players are only growing. You can tell they're a newer team, but they are growing and growing and growing. So this FA Void squad, definitely watch out for them in the future. Maybe a top 32 next OD. Just see them growing slowly and slowly. I want to see that because this is great. I love seeing these new teams.
Well, and some of these new players, it's not so slow. You can see the improvement across a few maps as they're getting this invaluable tournament experience. You can watch the improvement right before your eyes, and to me, that's one of the best parts. You see U-turn really popping on the McCree, on Ike involved. Yeah, well, keep an eye on FA Void. This team has got a lot of potential.
And they got lucky too because I forget which buy they ended up getting, but actually there was a team Modern Renegades, which by the way, Ocean, if you ever find Modern Renegades, let me know because they were an EU team that were going to be playing in the NA bracket, and then they just dropped out at the last second. So FA Void got a buy, and this is the only time we were able to see them this weekend. But they were definitely wrecking shop and worthy of that title in that first seed bracket. So I tried to seed some of the larger teams, at least the teams that I was aware of that were in the 4+4K range and were just the contenders trials type level into the upper echelon here, and then just random drew the rest. So try to make it a little bit fair, but I think we've gotten close to the results that I was looking for. I mean, most of the teams in that top 8 that I picked out are.
Look at this fire strike as well. So. This was insane. Sorry, I just had to cut
shatter. With the shatter.
This Martini player, whoever they are, they're nuts. I was cussed on stream. They're good. They're good at the game, right?
Don't get too excited, Ocean. Don't get too excited.
You wouldn't think that's a top 40 OT player. You'd think top 42 at least. They're a good main-tank player.
And I loved the note we got on the sheets. We get little notes from the players. Martini's I can't even drink a martini, but I love video games. So
I love the I love video games part in it. It's brilliant.
Okay, so we're talking about the seeding in the draw here. Will, what are we about to get into? What are your plans for how we're handling seeding for playoffs?
Well, so this is the other part of the Dream Bull Skunk. So like I said, you're lighting up all the missiles here, and I might end up crying again, but here we go. So the idea of the tournament would kind of spring this whole thing, and actually there's another person who's not part of the broadcast but anymore, but he actually came up with the original idea. Is Will, you should do a group draw, and I'm like, that's crazy. Why the heck would I do that? But actually doing that created the best draw, the best result that we could have possibly had, right? So it was totally really, really cool. And so this time around I said, well, if we have more teams, let's just draw them again. Why the heck not, right? We have time. And also what I was trying to do, which I'm unfortunately, again, going back into a little bit of the lore of the Invitational here, the last tournament we did had this huge delay in the middle of the bracket because of one of the teams having some disconnect issues. And so it actually delayed the tournament 3 hours. And so I was trying to avoid that, which is why I switched over to double elimination instead of round robin. But now I've got the opposite problem in the sense that all the matches went by so fast. Now we're here, we're 2 hours early from the broadcast, the way I pretend to do the draw show. But here's the idea behind the draw. The idea is that we had 4 teams advance from each group, right? So you have 2 teams on the winner's side and 2 teams on the loser's side. The idea is that we were going to draw both sets of teams. We're going to draw the winners, we're going to draw the losers. Now, if you did a normal progression, right, you want to avoid you want seeing pull avoidance, and computers can do this very, very easily. So this is the hard part about the draw, is that I have to make sure and avoid that if you're two teams from Group A, you don't face each other until the finals. And so if I draw A first, and then I draw the second A tournament, they don't play against each other. They literally go on the opposite side of the bracket. And so if we make sure that's a legal draw all the way through, so I might mess that up as I do this. And then on top of that, like, so, and then also too, if you're on the winner's side, you get to play a loser's match, technically a loser's match, because again, you might have lost that last crucial match at the winner's finals, right? And then you're just in loser's side just because you had a bad matchup, right? But the idea is that then if you're on the loser side, you get a chance for redemption. So you play winner and loser, winner, loser, winner, loser, all the way down for those 8 matches, and then you get down to 8 teams. You get down to 4 matches, and then you get down to 2, and then that's your top 4. So that's the idea behind it, and then it just adds a little bit of drama to the tournament here, in the sense that, like, you don't know who you're playing against, so you can't plan for it, right? So if you saw the auto progression, you know the next team, you can prepare for it. But I want teams to play. I want teams to complete. So it's a little bit off kilter. And again, I know, I know that it's not. Like for some people have pushed back against it, but I think it works. I think it works, and people are looking forward to it, actually. And they said Ocean is proof of that. They're like, hey, this wasn't a good idea, and so I've been sticking with it and trying to expand it a little bit further. And even if we had it, so the other thing people give me crap about is, how is this an invitational if you get an open tournament? I'm like, well, we're trying to get to that. We're trying to get so many teams that, like, hey, we can only take so many teams, and that becomes an invitational. So that's the whole point. But either way, like, you can talk about the name. The idea, the result is the exact same. So I don't want to delay this any further here. I don't know if we're all set to do. Oh, actually, I don't know if you even have any more replays. So if we do, just play them now. Let's
watch some of the teams that we're going to see in this draw, right? Because we're going to draw the winners, and then we're going to cut to a break and draw the losers. But let's watch some of the teams that we're going to see in this draw in a second.
Yep, we're looking at T3 subs right here. They're able to win their match out over Rija Mochi. And just an incredible individual hero performance from Kezen and Waz, the DPS duo, really putting on a show.
Yeah.
That damage roll. And so, just to clarify, we're going to start with 8 teams from who progress through from the winners bracket are going to get randomly seeded in the first through 8 slot.
Right.
They'll go up against the 8 teams. In the losers bracket, that'll get randomly seeded from the 9 to 16 slot.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, I'm just going to go down the list. So coming through, the 8 teams we're going to look at first that will end up in our draw. We're going to have False Appearance Void. We're going to have Pogfish, both coming out of Group A. We're going to have BS Chickadees with Oracle Hydrus coming out of Group B. Region and Kong, aka UTD, University of Texas Dallas, coming out of Group C. And then in the winner's bracket for Group D, Initial Drift and Cryogenic. So those are going to be the 8 teams that we're going to seed here. I'm looking forward to this. I love this format, Will. I love this format.
Yeah, very well crafted. One thing I do want to know is, if you're playing against Initial Drift, you're going to have a hard time. I think Initial Drift and I think Pogfish look good. False Appearance look pretty good. Kong and the losers, the Pool B are a tough team. Like, if you're a winners team, you're up against Kong, I feel bad for you. So we got some good teams left in the tournament. So we'll see which of those progress.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without further ado, let's get those ping pong balls rolling.
Right.
Unless you have any other,
Let's
I didn't mean to cut you
go.
off. Like if.
All right, so we're gonna do winner's side, ladies and gentlemen. And now again, I'm gonna try to make sure I keep this all straight in my head. So I may mess this up, but I will fix it later. But the idea is, if I draw an A team, they're gonna go right into that first slot on the left side, and if I draw a B team, it's all the way down the line. So if it goes A, B, C, D, that's cool, because then I know the other 4 teams will be legal. But if I draw 2 teams that are in the same pool, then I have to make sure it goes into the other side and ends up being legal. So here we go. So I hope I don't screw this up. The first number we're going to draw. So again, can we show that graphic one more time? I'm going to tell people, like, the 8 teams, just to show that they correspond to the numbers. So if I draw 1, it's False Appearance Void, and so on and so forth. So Solstice Pirate is right down in Team 8. So like I said, the ping pong balls have spoken. You wanted it, you're going to get it. So here we go. The first ball is going to be team number 8. Team number 8, and that's going to be Solstice Pirate, is going to go into slot A over here. So they're going to be on the upper side. So just like that, we get our first team, right? So let me see if I saved that, and it gets into the graphic. Yes, it does. Okay. So just like that, that's our first team. Now, so that's 1 18 down. Yeah, there's 1 18 down. All right. So let me also make sure that I write. Let me make sure I have this on my face, so I make sure I do this right. Okay, cool. All right, so the next team, so that's D team. So we already have one D team down. So that's D, and then we're going to pick our next team, which is going to be team number 6. Team number 6, and that's going to be Cryogenic, and that is a C team. So we're going to put them in the next slot down. So let me make sure I do this. So like I'm sorry, y'all, this is a little bit convoluted because, again, I'm trying to make sure that I don't mess this up. So this is going to be, so that's going to be 6. That's Cryogenic. That's going to be here. Okay, cool. So, all right, 2 teams down, and they were in different groups. That's pretty cool.
So far, so good. So far, so good.
I think both of those teams will be happy because they've avoided like initial drift, for example, right? So they'll maybe play against each other, both win, and we're kind of in that same feel. But you avoid teams like initial drift. I think they'll be happy with that.
So here's where it gets juicy. So here's the next draw is team number 7. So that means, right? So they can't go on this side; they have to go on the other side. So they're gonna be the first team slotted on the other side. So that's so 7 is I'm going
Lo-fi aim.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Lo-fi aim, yeah.
As lo-fi, yeah, it's lo-fi aim. So that's going to be on that side. So lo-fi aim. So now we're out of B teams now. So I'm safe. I'm safe right now, and I got it right so far. All right.
So lo-fi aim on the other side of the bracket.
All right. The next team we're going to draw is going to be team number 2. Team number 2 is going to be, I believe, that is Initial Drift. Okay, so that
here we go.
So that's an A team.
Here we go.
That's the 8. That's an A pool team. So I get to put them down here. Okay, so I think I got that right. So yeah, so it's 2. Okay, so it's 2, 7, 8. I'm just gonna just put these. So I know that
initial from what I'm looking at. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's X attack mode.
Yeah, that's attack mode. They
look like a C team according to the. Am I looking at? Do I have the wrong
did I mess it up?
information?
Did I mess it up?
I'm not sure. I just want to verify. Make sure we get it right.
Yeah, what group were initial drift in?
I messed it up. See, I almost messed it up.
So they're on lo-fi aim side of the bracket, and that's going to be a juicer if we get to that game. I would like to say lo-fi aim versus initial drift.
So I
should be Pogfish if I'm looking at this correctly.
Okay, so
number 2 is Pogfish.
Never mind.
Yeah, number 2 is Pogfish. So it's still an A team. It's still an A team. So
still, it's an A team.
So they go there again, right? Yeah, they go.
Yeah, no, it was in the right slot. It was in the right slot, but it should be Pogfish, not initial. Correct.
My bad. All right, I got it now. I got it.
It's teamwork. Teamwork, my friend.
I got it. Okay. So that's 2.
Good job.
That's thank you so much. 7 and 8. So I've drawn 2 D teams. I got 1 C team. All right, now got 4 teams left. All right. Make sure I do this right. All right. Thank you so much for see. This is so we got 4 teams left, and
we're making the dream work.
You're making the dream work. Okay. So the next team is going to be team number 1. So that is another A team. So that's going to go on the other side of the bracket. So
False Parents Void. Who we've
seen? False Parents Void. So now
we've seen them pop off on stream once today.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have. So False Parents Void is going to go on the other side of the bracket, and so that's all of our A teams. So I got that set. So we got 2 teams left, or 3 teams left, I should say, and Initial Drift is still out there. So now what could happen now? Actually, will they go on the other side of the bracket if I pull? I'm not sure. We'll just keep going here. So now we're gonna pick team number 4. So team number 4 is
so close.
Oracle Hydra. So that is a B team. Did I already pick a B team? I've not. No, I've
not
picked
No, so that's the left side of the bracket done. Pulpfish, Cryogenic, Solstice Pirate, and Oracle.
And Oracle Hydras. All right, so we already have the list. So all the rest of my draws are going to be valid here. So here we go. So on the other side, it's save. Okay. All right. So we have 2 teams left. So Initial Drift is one of them, right? And what's the other team?
VS Chickadees.
The VS Chickadees. Okay. So actually they're gonna face. They're gonna be in the same side of the bracket on the other side. So we'll just see which one goes in what bracket here. So the first one we picked was number 3. So that's gonna be Chickadees, I believe, right?
That's Chickadees. Yes, sir.
That's Chickadees. So we go here.
I'll tell you what, that right hand side of the bracket is brutal. You got Initial Drift, FA Void, Lo-Fi. Yeah. I don't want to be a loser team on that side of the bracket.
Right, and then of course, as a legal draw, team number 5. So that's Initial Drift. That is Initial Drift. All right.
Potentially saving the best for last there, Will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So So again, so Lo-Fi Aim. Oh, actually, oh no, actually.
Oh
so,
no,
yeah,
what did we do?
I called it. So Lo-Fi Aim is the former defense mode squad. So that means in
Initial
order
Drift
to make
is
it out
there
to the
as well.
finals, one team must go, one team must fall, and so that would be either attack mode or defense mode. And I don't know. I don't want to accuse people of collusion. So you know what? Because we're a little bit pressed for time. Not by my means or afraid, but teams are anxious to get into this match. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick the losers with you all. I am so sorry about about everyone else. So yeah, so we're just gonna pick the losers here as well. So again, now this time.
Oh, let's go.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and do it, get it over with, and then we got some other stuff to cover here. So here we go. All right, we're just gonna pick losers here. The next team is going to be team number 15. So team 15, I have to make sure this is right. That's a D team. That's definitely a D team. So
looks like Anxiety.
Yeah, 15 is Anxiety. So that's a D team. So I'm going to slot them in. So Pyra is, Pyra's a D team. So I just move them one down. And
Cryogenic. Right? It's a Cryogenic versus.
Yeah. So that's Anxiety.
Cryogenic versus Anxiety. Start off round 16.
Yep. So all right. So that gets rid of one more team. All right. So let's keep going. The next draw we're gonna make.
Oh, here we go.
Team number 14. So that is a C team, I believe. So 14 Reno Empathy. That's a C team. So I have to avoid. So let's see. I have to avoid initial drift from Cryogenic. So. Actually, that's cool. So actually, that's gonna go this slow Pyra spot. That's a slow spot. So that's So 14 Reno Empathy will get slotted into that match. Okay. So next up, we're just blowing through this right now. Like I said, thank you all for sticking with me through this craziness here. But we're just trying to get some really good matches. So team number 13 is next. Team number 13. So that's Avidity. That's a C team. So I have to avoid, let's see. So I have to avoid additional drifting Cryogenic. So that's going to go under Pogfish. So that's, 13. That's Avidity.
Ooh. That's going to be a good matchup.
So I have to avoid.
A good matchup.
I have to avoid that. All right, cool. All right.
Looking at this, you want to be in this slot if you're a losers team. You do not want to be on that right-hand side of the bracket. So all the losers teams right now are hoping they are this number that gets pulled out right now.
All right, so the next team we're going to draw is going to be team number 10. So that's going to be Oracle Draco. So that is an A group team. So I have to avoid, I have to avoid False Appearance Void and Pogfish.
So we got it. On the left-hand side.
Actually, wait. Does that? Oh no, another team kill.
Oracle matchup.
Another team kill. Oracle Draco is going to. Oh dear. I think
that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. So there should be a team kill. One team has to go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my. That's unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. That's what happened.
You're still happy because you're on the good side of the bracket. So whoever goes for it is going to be the better team, and you're going to be in top 8 on the easier side of the bracket. Still not an easy bracket, but it's easier than the other side.
All right, so team number 16 is going to end up being the Weird Squad, who just qualified out of Group D. So I have to avoid. Well, actually, there's not too many spots left, so I have to avoid Lo-Fi Aim and Solstice Pyro. So that's going to go into our
FA Void.
Okay,
FA Void versus
tough opponent for Weird Squad on that one.
Yes.
FA, that's going to be a good game, I think.
Yeah,
that's going to be a really good game.
I think they actually meet each other in the bracket each other in grand finals very often here. So that's going to be it's going to be crazy. So next up here, we're going to get to team number 12. And so that's going to be Kong, and that's a B team. Again, we're running out of spots. Here. So
I think that's against Lo-Fi Am. I think that's going to be a really good game as well. I think we've just drawn some good ones as well. Yeah, I think we just drawn some good teams.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
There we go. Finally, some juicers.
Oh no, UTD. They got a long road to climb. Ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be. Oh, right. Team number 9. So that is going to be tier 3 subs. So the only spot I think they can go into is that. So can you go? Yeah, they got to go against Chickadees. I think that's next on the list. So that's the tier 3 subs, ladies and gentlemen. That's Wads and company. So they weren't the subs. They were the real team after all. And finally, if people are keeping count, the last team is Team 11. So now in this particular situation, we have a match that hasn't finished yet because there was a technicality towards map 2 here. So that's going to be either Regen. That's either going to be Regen or Empyrean. So I'll try to type that in. But like that's the one match we're waiting for to see if we can resolve first before we move on into the evening here. But what like just like I've asked every other caster here, like what do you think? Like what are your initial thoughts on the bracket? I mean, I know where you stand, but what do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, Wolfgang?
Oh, I think whichever Regen or Empyrean it goes through has got a very tough ask right out of the gate. The honor of facing Initial Drift. I think I've got to put them as my favorites going into this bracket on that. So that's going to be a tough opponent right out of the gate. I'm really looking forward to this Lo-Fi Aim Kong. I think it's going to be a wonderful matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a good game as well. Void Squad as well. Those are 3 really tough games on the right hand side of the bracket. Like, you did not want to be there, and I think we've got a very, very interesting storyline building from the right hand side.
Oh my goodness! I mean, like the storylines we could talk about. I mean, like I said, I believe False Superiors Void and the Weird Squad have faced each other on numerous occasions, so I'm sure that we're going to be very familiar with each other. On the other side, Solstice Pyra, that is Raven's team actually. That's part of the Kaiser Corp family of teams, and just Reno Empathy. I mean, like again. It seems to pop up. Now imagine if you're looking at the bracket, right, and if everything goes the way that you think it's going to go, right, you think that all the winners would win and all losers would go out, right? So then you're back to your top 8. But that could but that's what also happened last time, right? There were a couple upsets from quote unquote lower seeded teams, but again, they're not really a lower seeded team. They just didn't win out their match or didn't win out their match in the round robin stage in the first one. So this is gonna be interesting. So yeah, we have to wait for the Regen and Empyrean matchup to get that done, and then afterwards it is anybody's guess. So like. Look, thank you so much for sticking with me on that and keeping my well, I don't want to say that on stream, because I've already said it enough, but thank you both for keeping my head straight on this whole thing. And like I said, I know you're gonna tell me it's an honor and I'm gonna cry again, and I'm gonna tell you it's an honor and I'm gonna cry again. So how about we just cut to a break real quick and let's figure out what's this first match gonna be on the stream, and we'll go from there. How about that?
Sounds like a plan. So we'll take that short break. When we come back, it's playoff time, baby.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
Would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org. All right, welcome back to the Will English Invitational. So a quick update, ladies and gentlemen, to the audience. We actually have one more game tonight for the rest of the bracket. We had this huge, humongous plan, but unfortunately, scheduling conflicts do occur. We have collegiate championships. We have all sorts of stuff going on. So we're trying to resolve that in the background. But in the interim, two teams have offered generously to play tonight to get their knockout stage match out of the way, and that's going to be Pogfish and Avidity. Shouts out to both teams. Thank you so much for playing along as well. And I'm sorry for the delays, ladies and gentlemen, but we are working on it. Tomorrow is going to be even more jam-packed. We're trying to see how many teams we're going to play on Sunday, actually. So our schedule is going to shift a little bit. So we're going to have one last game with Bull Skunk and Ocean, and you guys are going to kill it. I know you will. And then I'm going to then go over and make sure that we have the rest of our schedule set up for Sunday. So I mean, we're hoping we'll have a result either way. But thank you all so much for your patience, and look forward to the match. This is going to be our last match of the night.
Well, you've been doing a fantastic job bringing this together. It is so much harder than it looks to organize a community event like this. And they're so integral into the scene and into esports in general. So you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you for all your hard work, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
It means, like I'm excited. Means a lot. Means a lot, and I'm not going to cry again. Don't do it to me again. They'll be twice in the same day. Anyway,
what if they make you cry the other way and say, "Well, you stink." You stink, man.
Okay. I see where I stand now.
I'm joking, Will. We all love you.
Yeah. Mute his microphone. He's out. He's done. Anyway.
You're fired.
On here. But I'm hyped to get into our top 16.
And one more thing though. So I'm gonna throw it right back to you, Ocean. So normally I would pick up. So these next knockout matches are going to be best of 5. So. In the same vein, I usually pick out the maps. Like I try to pick out the maps to make things interesting. But I decided this time around for the knockout matches, since Bull Skunk and Ocean were so patient with us, I said, let you guys pick for the first round of the knockout. So this is the Bull Skunk and Ocean map pool coming up. And this is going to be a barn burner here. Ladies and gentlemen, I had no control over you're about to see here, ladies and gentlemen, because we have Numbani, we have Junkertown, we have Volskaya, and then we have Nepal. And I think you said it right, Ocean, for all the dive comps and stuff like that. And also the two maps that everybody either ties in or draws in or never even finishes. Like, why are you doing this to us, Ocean? Why are you doing this? Like, no one likes 2CCP. Everybody hates 2CP. Now, mind you, I am of the other opinion. I have the negative opinion. Like, I love 2CP, 2CP is life. I love Temple of Anubis. Like, that's what I want to see. But you pick the other map, whatever, dude. But that's fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want somebody to blame, at Bullskunk, at OceanCastGG, those are the two people you need to talk to, not me this time around.
Hey, we got you the caster special. We got you all the fun maps to watch. All right, I stand by our decisions heading into this gorgeous map pool, the most fire map pool you've ever seen.
Yeah, I feel like we were told to pick maps, and I was like, no, we're looking in Volskaya because that's my favorite map in the game. And I think this is the most controversial opinion that's known on broadcast. That my favorite map in the game is Volskaya Industries, and I don't even think it's close, right? Additionally, right, we've got Junkertown, which is really interesting to watch point A. You get some really nice hit schedules. I think at the highest level, it's really interesting to watch Junkertown a little bit more. Differences. I don't like playing Junkertown in comp, but watching Junkertown is absolutely great. We've got a Nepal map 5, which can get a little bit scrappy. Scrappy basis that Bullskunk selected. I think our map pool is great.
Okay. Well, either way, so I got a little bit of work to do here on the other side of the house here. I'm going to go back to the observation booth. So I get to say this for the first time. Bullskunk, Ocean, take us away to this next knockout match. Again, it is win or go home. It's best of 5, win or go home now. It's all single elimination, best of 5 all the way. So this is our first match of the night, first and last match of the night in the knockout stage. And we'll get communication out about the schedule for Sunday. But either way, thank you both so much, and take it away. See you later.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Will English. And once again, big props on this awesome tournament. So let's talk about our two teams here, Ocean. We've got Dogfish or Pogfish, excuse me, going up against Dogfish is something different. All right, Pogfish, much better. I'm off to a strong start here. But going up against Avidity, Avidity had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting Initial Drift in their very first match, a group stage. Got 0-2'd on that one, but then ran through losers bracket without dropping a map.
Yeah, and I think that tells us that Avidity has pretty strong mental standpoints in game. I would kind of be thinking about giving up if my first game is against Initial Drift. We TO'd, didn't even make it close. But going for losers then, it's pretty impressive to see. And of course, we saw Pogfish earlier actually play really, really well against Tier 3 subs, who then in turn dominated against Regen Mochi. So this Pogfish team isn't that bad.
Not at all. I mean, by transitive property, they stomped a team that turned around and did well in the very next match.
Yeah.
You had Yeeter and Beast leading the charge in the tank line. I was very impressed with Beast. You got to say it like that. You just got to say
that is good. It's got exclamation point.
Merge and Ghost doing a great job in the DPS role. So I thought Pogfish looked great. I think this is going to be a banger of a way to start off our single elimination bracket here in first to 3. Winner go home as they compete for that $1,000 prize pool.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Pogfish. I thought they were a very active team. I always love a proactive team that comes and makes fights their own, right? Catches teams on engagement and makes sure they're the first team to get something done in that fight. So I really enjoyed watching Pogfish earlier. I think Yeeter is great at main tank of doing that. I would like to see a little bit more consistency from their support line in following it with that. I think Aura had some pretty good amplification matrix engagements, but when they needed aggression followed up with maybe like a lamp or an immortality field, it didn't quite work out at points. So that's one thing I want to see from them in this series that I didn't quite get to see earlier.
I will say, though, on the other side, their ultimate usage was really good. And they did a good job of controlling tempo. And we were talking about like the May composition and how that Blizzard can really slow down a fight or work well in a slower tempo fight. And they recognized that win condition. They did a great job on Eichenwald of taking the initiative and hitting fast and hard when they had the ultimates to support that, and then slowing it down and utilizing the Blizzard in particular to win those slower fights when that was available. So that they really matched the tempo of their play to what their win conditions were. So that's a really great understanding of the macro of Overwatch, which I think is the most important part.
Yeah, 100%. I think, this role composition, if you simplify it down and then just get these little niche things like a McCree taking an off angle, a D.Va supporting that off angle, or like Lucio being away, I think Brawl is a pretty simple composition to understand, but it's difficult to make sure you're doing all those plays and keeping on top of everything you need to be doing when you're in the matchup. And I think this is one of the more fun compositions to review. I would definitely rather review Brawl than like Rush, because Rush, it's like you're not fast enough, right? Whereas Brawl is, you're not pestering this player enough. This player's got so much free reign. This component is able to do so much more than they should be able to. Those sort of things. It's a little bit more methodical, and I like that.
Well, and it's high risk, high reward. So an aggressive Lucio in the back line can win you a fight. But if you lose that Lucio early, it can lose you a fight. So it's extremely high risk, high reward, and knowing when to play it safe and when to not, when to break the rules and go make a play happen. Whether you're flanking on the McCree, grabbing that off angle and picking off the back line, but keeping yourself safe at the same time. And it takes such recognition of the flow of the fight and controlling, what I like to call controlling the flow of battle, to where you buy the space for you to make those aggressive plays, for you to do stuff out of the box and give your team that edge. And that's very fun to watch. I love watching that stuff. I love watching the McCrees just appear out of nowhere and get a double kill, or watching a May drop some mean icicles across the map. Not doing the standard sit back and put up the wall, which is extremely important. But then finding the long distance shot. These kind of once in a series kind of plays are so exciting to watch, and this composition really lends itself to that kind of high risk play.
Yeah, 100%. And we kind of got a little bit of a question mark over Avidity because we haven't seen them yet, right?
Correct.
So we're kind of talking about how Pogfish have just played a pretty okay understanding of the composition of Brawl, right? I haven't seen enough of them to go, yeah, they have a really good understanding of it. but it's a pretty solid baseline to look at it. And Avidity, we have lots of question marks about it. But what I will say is they've played against Initial Drift, right? So they will have seen some of these win conditions at work. So if you played against Initial Drift, at least you won't be scared of anyone else in the tournament. I'll say that much, right?
Facts.
You can't be more scared of Pugfish than Initial Drift, right? That's not to say that Pugfish can't go and challenge Initial Drift. That's to say that Initial Drift, I think they were third in an open division when they were attack mode. Initial Drift in top 8 in the most recent Flash Ops tournament, if I remember correctly. Right. Like, they are a very good team. So that fear factor of this tournament must be already gone for Avidity.
Hey, you already faced the giant. You faced the end boss first. I think Initial Drift, by many people's standards looking at this, would be the favorites to win the NA side of this tournament. And so if you've already faced the end boss, then the little mini bosses don't seem nearly as intimidating. You've gotten your act together, you've maximized your skills, you've min-maxed your strengths on your team. And, at least hopefully for Avidity, they've come out the other side a stronger team and can make a real showing. Because now is when it really matters. Now we're in playoffs, and it's back to a level playing field, winner go home scenario. So maybe Avidity have leveled up in the process and improved their stats a little bit, Ocean.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, this is going to be the first time we get to see them, right? And you're the top 16 in a pretty solid standing tournament. This is a really good chance to go and express yourselves and say, you know what? Maybe some of these top OD teams should take me. Right, that sort of thing. I was talking about this earlier when Fifth Dimension were playing against Choose Money Crew. You make a stand here, a contenders team will go, hang on, that player played against Choose Money Crew and did well. Let's give him a trial, that sort of thing. Yeah. And of course, from that trial, maybe onto a contenders team and you can progress yourself up the ladder. So this is a chance for all of these players who might not be as well known as other players to come and express themselves. And that's the magic of a community event.
And really getting to learn the personalities of these teams, the tendencies of these players. And heck, it might even be the whole team goes into OD with some newfound confidence and puts up a great showing in open division, which can get you a trial spot, which can suddenly stamp your mark on the entirety of the Overwatch path to pro scene. And it all starts with these kind of community tournaments. This is what really kind of spreads the love around and highlights some of these new players. And it's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about doing these community tournaments. This kind of grassroots competition is integral to our scene. And that's exactly why. I can't put enough emphasis on it, and I can't express my appreciation to be here, just how happy I am. I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday, Ocean. This has been amazing. I'm looking forward to getting this match started. We're still getting our players in. I know you've seen a lot of our faces here for a couple moments. But we're getting our players in the lobby. We're getting set up. We're just building the hype. The tension grows. Storm clouds are gathering as we head into our very first playoff match of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our lobby. We're still waiting for players. And as we're building that hype, we're going to bring it right back down and then maybe bring it back up again later. I think we're going to head over to a quick break.
This is how we grow. Gotta give it up sometimes. It's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame. Nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. There is nothing lost between us. And oh, I know you have your reasons. Some days I'm a mess, but I know there's a rainbow over all of the past. Your head on my shoulder, but I know we're better on our own. But this is how we grow. Gotta give it up sometimes. It's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame. Nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to this is how we grow. Gotta give it up sometimes. It's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame. Nothing really stays the same. This is how
The wait is finally over. The time is now. We're about to get into our top 16 matchup between Pogfish and Avidity. First of 3 series with our caster pick map pool. I'm looking forward to this. We're going to get to see some variety. We're putting our teams to the test on their compositions, on their ability to adapt, Ocean.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting. I think what we kind of picked is we've got Oasis, which is you've got a University, which is heavily brawl centric. You've got a couple other options, which you can play dive or like some sort of double bubble variant or brawl as well. Junkertown, which is just a different test for every single team because it's such a unique map. We got Volskaya Industries and Bonnie, lots of double bubble there, and Nepal finally to end it off. So you'll be playing a lot of double bubble, and then you're back to brawl on Nepal. So I like our map pool. I'm just hoping later on in the TL or like tomorrow when the teams are playing, I'm just going through my Twitter and we're like, oh, scrubbing this map pool for the Will English round of 16. It's terrible. Who did this? Hopefully that doesn't happen.
I accept that. It's okay. I accept the backlash because I anticipate it's going to make for an awesome matchup. And I mean, some of my favorite maps to watch. Maybe we get a Widowmaker duel out of Junkertown. We get to see some great Winston play on Numbani. Volskaya is a testament to teamwork and rotations and macro play. And then started it all off out of the gate. We're headed to Oasis, and not just Oasis. We're starting on University. They're going to come out with the brawl just swinging first, front, and center.
Yeah, it's brawl time on Oasis University, and I think it's good to get this kind of first map out of the way where we know it's going to be brawl versus brawl, because the other ones you could see double bubble, you could see like some ball competitions come in, like Ball Diva maybe could be an option, like Ball Diva, Ball Sigma that we've seen previously in the past, or of course your standard brawl could be viable in both City Centre and Gardens as well. So yeah, let's get this boring one out of the way. Brawl versus brawl. Let's see who comes out on top.
We're going to get Zarya from Avidity versus Pogfish bringing the Diva. As Beast is already in there, showing their value. Maywall, beautifully placed, is going to catch Illegal Panda away from the pack, but a defensive wall keeps him alive, and it's actually Eater going down first. 2 quick kills for NPC on the McCree, and a quick first point cap.
Yeah, so both teams try to fight in that tight corridor, and that's obviously going to favor the Zarya variant, right? Because you like to take like quick bursts of team fights, right? Whereas D.Va, you're gonna be a little bit more consistent, you want to take a little bit more open space. So that's a lot better for Avidity, positionally on where both teams are taking the team fight. So that worked out really well for them. We'll see if Pulpfish maybe make this fight a little bit more open. Will this Zarya composition struggle a little bit more?
Ooh, NPC goes down.
Oh, no!
Early. Oh, an illegal pit ends up in the pit. Essentially kills. There's no main tank on the battlefield right now. Death's Word trying to keep Avidity in this fight. And 100 charge. It's 190 DPS. Is that live patch? That charge is going to drain down quite quickly. But, I mean, Death's Word, just fearless. Just staying in this battle. Gave time for your illegal panda to get back up. Drop the Graviton Surge. And that's going to take Eater out of the fight. I'll take a solo grab onto the main tank any day of the week, Ocean.
What I really like there is when Pulpfish did open up the fight with that pick and the Reinhardt fell down, this Zarya on Avidity able to go and take that off angle, right? And kind of play the Zarya like a D.Va and keep the fight free so that they're not kind of playing this, okay, we have to play a little bit faster, we have to commit to engagements. No, they're playing this Zarya similar to a D.Va, and it still is the off angle where they're making the fight a little bit more free for their DPS.
And already at 100 charge at the beginning, we're getting both DPS ults invested, but Death's Ward has come in on the flank angle, just did so much hurt. NPC's able to go in and clean up, all initiated by a beautiful Blizzard from Slay.
Yeah, pretty nice Blizzard as well. And they still have that Deadeye to engage in the next fight, and Pulpfish have realistically nothing to deal with that apart from maybe a self-destruct. So both these teams have pretty good opening engagement tools. The problem for Pulpfish is Avidity close to that Graviton Surge as well. Oh no! Who is that got caught out there? Merge!
Yeah, Merge gets taken out early, but here comes the Shatter from the other side. As Yater was able to find a couple taps, but they're held back by the second Graviton Surge from Death Sword. And
oh no!
Man, no one is able to touch. Death Sword was just building those Graviton Surges so quickly, and it wins them the last and most important fight. Avidity, coming out of the losers bracket, start us off with a 1-0 lead on Oasis.
Yeah, and this is a team that we haven't seen yet, and I really like the way they're playing this Zarya. Usually I would, kind of look at it, and if I was coaching this team, I would say, you're playing the Zarya, let's play a little bit fast. We have to commit to some of these more aggressive engagements. Even bubbling a Lucio in to try and pester McCree, that would be something I'd be interested in. But they're playing it in a way that the fight is still open, and they're getting value out of this damage, and not getting isolated. This is definitely a really nice way to set things up, and I wonder if they're going to go for the Winston here. Just another way to play this boat now. Okay, they're going to go D.Va, and they're going to play like this. However, Standard Pro meets D.Va Boy. I had a feeling we'd see this on Gardens, and Pulpfish trying something a little bit new.
It's going to take some excellent coordination between Merge, Yater, and Ghost to see if they can isolate some targets, get some very quick kills, and start whittling down at this Brawl Comp. Ghost will succeed, finding a very priority pick indeed, removing the speed from the Brawl Comp of Avidity. Eater going in, puts some hurt down as the Immort is taken care of by Merge. And so far, very strong start from Pogfish, as now the second support is removed from the fight.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup for Pulpfish, right? Because you're against like a full Brawl composition with Pharah, Tracer. If you catch players on rotation and you're constantly spamming from different angles, it can be quite difficult to deal with. And Avidity, they want none of that. They're switching right over to Double Bubble, and they're going to be playing that sort of dive-based composition. So now a lot of this is going to be on how does Crocodile deal with this, right? Are they going to do constant 360 to try and make sure Aura is safe in the back? Because Slay is going to be on that Zenyatta 24/7. Is Ghost going to be able to peel? That sort of thing. So let's ask a question of, are they going to be able to help Aura at the back?
And who's going to deal with the Mercy in the Sky? Well, they're going to deal with Crocodile, so the tether is gone. Merge coming in with the barrage, drops it onto Panda, looking for another, the bubble. Keep it Death Sword alive temporarily. They're trying to find safety. They're trying to find safety, but they cannot. You can't Ghost there to finish them off, and another big fight win from Pogfish.
Yeah, that was the perfect team fight start for Avidity. They just don't quite get anything across the line. I think they caught themselves off guard with how strong that start was, but now they're building up to their own ultimates. They had to deal with that barrage that's now gone, so that threat on their rotation is a little bit gone. So their backline's going to be a little bit more safe. They have a little bit more options with their rotations, but it's going to be interesting to see, again, can Crocodile keep themselves in the fight while making sure both Marge and Otto are not isolated and not getting caught on.
I see Avidity coming through a small hallway, and Yeater with a whole payload of mines ready to go, just looking to drop it. Drops it on the high ground a little preemptively. I would expect them to drop him into the small room, but what they're trying to do is keep the healers away from Illegal Panda, who's going to receive the nano boost and go dive it into the backline. Burn down Otto. We'll find that kill with a little help from Slay. But Slay gives their life over for it. Deadeye from NPC, not really finding much as they rotate to the high ground and are met by Merge and those rockets coming out from the far. Beast is going to go down, does get revived as this drawn-out fight is, well, it's just building a percentage for Pogfish. You're going to throw it to self-destruct to buy a little space.
Honestly, Pogfish maybe couldn't have used that self-destruct, but 99% for them, when they didn't really get anything going on University, that's a plus. It means that they know they could play this D.Va Wrecking Ball composition into this Brawl composition to get Valiant now. They have the test of walking into a double bubble with this composition, and also on the Lucio. I'm not sure I agree with this. It means that they're a little bit more mobile, can't get caught out. However, it means the rotation for players like Beast and Merge to get into the fight, no Harmony Orbs, right? It's going to be a little bit more difficult with that healing from Lucio.
When you're looking for those quick burst kills, the Discord does so much of that. Illegal Panda now going to looking for some kills, but here comes the barrage from the other side. Primal is dropped, the difference maker, picking up 2. Looking for the third, gets the third. Illegal Panda got angry, and Pog just got battered.
Yeah, this is the test, right? Pogfish, they want to come into this composition, but it's really hard on Avidity. They're picking their moments quite well, to be fair, but they also expended 3 different ultimates, actually, sorry, 4. So they've only really got like a Nano Winston into the fight, then maybe a Deadeye they can maybe cut off a pick or so. But Pogfish made switches to their own composition and will only have a minefield for this next fight. So watch the Deadeye in the mid to late fight from Avidity.
Panda's going to get the nano early in the fight, and NPC and Slay already finding kills. +1 to Avidity on this point. Oh, Panda got hacked, couldn't jump out, and Ghost finds that kill even in the odds. And here comes Jeter with the minefield over the top. Takes a lot of damage, is forced to roll out with a mere 13 health. Hopeful that the rest of the team can clean up on what they had started. Beast going in looking for the back and gets slapped. Tried it to you, but that's a Zarya beam. You can't defense matrix that. Goes there with a bit of the save, and Beast is somehow still alive and has not gotten the healing yet. And both the tanks are from Pogfish are looking very wounded, and now the anti on the Merge and Crocodile. Look at the health bars from Pogfish. They're hanging on by a thread, and they're still finding the kills. They're still finding the goods. Oh man, spoke too soon. This Crocodile is gonna fall. With that gone, the rest crumble like a house of cards in this 99-99 fight. Avidity comes through late, able to muscle through, able to find those kills, and able to take Oasis in a 1-0 lead in our first of 3 series.
Yeah, Ghost trying to keep this alive, and if they can keep it alive, maybe get close to the EMP. It might not be done, but unfortunately, they die early. The EMP will not be built. This round is going to be over, I think. Yeah, there's not much hope left. The rally's there, self-destruct's there, but it's not really going to mean anything for Pogfish.
No, that was a clutch primal at the end. I mean, I say clutch, that may be a little heavy, but it was a good job of keeping the rally off of the point. Because if time had gotten stalled out anymore, then Pogfish could have come back to that Transcendence. Otto was 95% to that Transcendence towards the very end. So a really smart play from Illegal Panda, as we saw some very, very well executed Primal Rages from this main tank.
Yeah, very interesting. And one thing that we kind of have already in this matchup is we kind of have, Avidity, who are probably the better team mechanically or whatever, but we also saw Pogfish pull out this 4 composition with the Bull D.Va against the Brawl and look very strong. So if we can get more of that composition matchup in favor of them, particularly as we go to maps like Junkertown, Nubani, or Sky Industries, that great caster map pool that we have, that could definitely favor them later on in the series. I think that first map of Oasis is probably the hardest to kind of counter each other with compositions, so they've definitely got some options later on.
I mean, we saw Death Sword put up a heck of a showing on the Zarya on University, but Pogfish, well, they did what we asked. They showed us some of that adaptability. They showed us some of their versatility in bringing the composition, knowing what would counter. And they got 99% on the board, but Avidity able to bring it all the way back as they made the swaps of their own, the important counter picks to adjust. And then Pogfish made their own counter picks, but it was just right before that final fight where they swap to the Sombra and go to the Brig to put Otta back onto the Zenyatta. I would have liked to have seen that swap. So when they made a change in the middle where they got off of the Zenyatta and went over to the Lucio, instead of doing that, I wish they'd had just gotten rid of the Pharah at that point, and I think they'd have had time to build up that EMP.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like, if you're going to make a composition change, you got to fully commit to that composition change, especially on Control. Those rounds are so short, maybe 4 or 5 minutes maximum. You don't have that much time to build up those ultimates. You maybe have your normal composition and you run out on, okay, we switched that, it's not quite working, let's go, right? You don't have any more leeway than that, right? And so maybe Pogfish could have adapted better there. However, we still know they have those natural adaptation skills. And with the maps they got later on, they still do have a chance. But if I had a bet right now, Avidity looked the more mechanical team. They've got Death Sword, who looked pretty strong on that last map in particular. Sly was looking pretty hungry for kills. I would definitely be watching Sly as we go to maps like both Sky Industries and the Bonnie, which is our next map, where we have a little bit more of a dive fever or flavor to it, where Sly can play that Tracer.
And Desor can go back over to the Zarya. Double bubble, very prominent here as well. So Avidity might be sending us some smiley faces on Twitter for this map pool, because right now it's seeming to favor their strengths.
Yeah, actually 100%. We'll see if both teams do just elect for this double bubble, which I expect they will. I don't think Avidity will be on this Lucio at all, yeah. So we're going to see pretty much a direct mirror matchup. We see the Ashe out of the defense for a little bit more poke, and the Echo for a little bit more punishing dives, right? So you got your standard dive from your front line, your Tracer, your Winston, then the Echo comes in later on to try and finish up those kills. Ghost, usually when you see the Ashe variant, you see the Mercy as well to play that poke variant, but we're going to see the standard Ana for Ita support line from Pokefish.
Brig does a great job of protecting the Ana as Panda's going to go up, try to pressure down the front line, put some hurt onto Yater, who will get finished off by Death Sword, who's already glowing like a Christmas tree. Diving into the back, Panda gets slept, gets booped, and had already used their jump. Crocodile, even in the odds, as neither team have a Winston at their disposal, and goes for the beautiful headshot, takes Slay out of the fight.
Yeah, and you would think this, with the respawn advantage, this is kind of done for Pogfish, but they've already given up a tick, and that's not something you really want to, and Death Sword is charged up, so they've got to be careful how they approach this Zarya, especially when they've got Pizza near them, and they've done it well. Merge gets that kill, and now this first team fight is cleaned up well by the defense.
And that was a bit of an overstep from Death Sword. You want to keep that charge. You want to play a little more greedy with your Zarya. You're a very skilled player, no doubt, but the confidence got the best of him on that one. As this fight continues to draw out, it hasn't really had a clean end. It's just a little skirmishes going on here and there with Illegal Panda getting the better of Yeeter, but now as anti, the Nano comes through, but the Bionade is still having the anti-heal effect, so Illegal Panda having to get the slow heal as they push up to the top, build up to the rest of that Primal Rage. They will take out Otta in the process, and it's going to be just the opening they need to finish off this point.
Yeah, that was a lot better from Avidity. They saw a very nice opening. They took it brilliantly. One thing I would like to see from them, I don't want to see NPC and Panda being so patient. I want to see them go for an engagement, because that'll give Sly more openings. Later on, we saw Sly kind of struggling to get into that team fight. I want Sly to get in there more often and be looking for those kills. Only 78% to that duplicate. Pokefish, look at their ultimates though, right? They've got a lot of tools to engage in this fight. They've got a lot of sustainability ultimates. They have a pretty good opportunity to get something going on the point B defense, which is something we don't usually see on the Bonnie. So eyes on the support line here.
March is going to go down early. Yeeter gets the Nano, but this Graviton Surge holding everybody in place. And Panda's right there to just singe them all down. A little bit of shock and awe coming out of Avidity as they win that fight handedly.
Interesting. All right. Pokefish, they might have time for another point B recontest. I'm not too sure. This is probably like a 50-50 shot at this.
I don't think
but if
so.
They do, they've got some ultimates to do so. They might send the Winston and a Tracer. Merge won't be able to get there. And that will definitely be a good outlook for them. I think Merge is going for it.
Indeed, does get the contest. Panda immediately turns around and dives onto the back line. Crocodile has the rally at the ready. And a nice sleep took Panda out of the fight momentarily. You can't see Ghost will take him out permanently. from this fight as Yeater invests in Primal Rage. But there's still a monkey on the field. Slay with the duplicate, drops the Primal. Oh, but gets Select. Oh, and immediately woke it up. And Pogfish do their best to try to burn down Slay out of duplicate form. They will succeed, and they will succeed at stabilizing as well.
Yeah, Pogfish, they had the ultimates to come back and do that, which is why I have a question how early Avidity went for that engagement on point B, right? You don't need to make that Graviton Surge a Wednesday play just yet. I think it's a good play, and it's a really nice productive play, and I love it. However, it's a little bit too soon to allow Pogfish to come back into this.
Speaking of a little too soon, Slay dies early in the fight, and the Nano Boost went down onto Panda. They're not really able to take full advantage of the maximum shock value. And it's just kind of a little separated here from Avidity. They seem a little disjointed. Not everybody quite on the same page. As half the team is committing, half the team is backing out. And now with Panda dead, the whole team needs to back out or they're going to be forcibly joining them in the spawn.
And the problem with that now is Otto's built up to another Nano Boost. They're going to have another Graviton Surge on Pogfish's side, right? So Avidity's hesitation there, not great. They just need to settle themselves down. They're 1-0 up in their series. They have a little bit of leeway, right? You're already getting a pretty okay round of Nabani on attack. Just settle yourselves down and play the basic game here.
Top Panda drops the Primal Rage, is looking for some targets in this small room. But is facing a lot of CC, a lot of pressure. The support's trying their best to stay alive. Yeater is actually going to win the fight of who can kill who supports fastest. And alongside a big Omnic Butler and some great shooting from Merge, Pogfish stay alive once again.
Yeah, they didn't use their Graviton Surge or their Primal Rage, right? So honestly, you're still going to have your main tool to sustain in the fight, your main tools to win in that fight, again, close to that rally as well. And Avidity, realistically, just the Graviton Surge. It's going to have to be a massive Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb combination from NPC of Death Sword if they have any chance of taking point B and even continuing on this Nimbani map.
Slay making the swap over to the Reaper as well. You can see Pogfish kind of standing spread out. Avidity just run in as a bunch and right into a Graviton Surge. The Immortality field dealt with, and 2 for 1 drops immediately. Now Yeater pulls the trigger on the Primal. Oh, was hoping to get the juggle off the edge, but we'll settle for that juggle. What a beautiful 3-hit juggle from Yeater, and Death Sword looking mighty wounded, somehow staying alive. As Pogfish are just going to take a breath, drop a rally, and then re-engage onto this small room into the stairwell. Illegal Panda, who had swapped over the Reinhardt, doesn't last long. Gets burned down almost immediately by some wonderful focus fire. As Crocodile doing a wonderful job of keeping Pogfish standing in this fight. But Yeater's low. Otter goes down. Merge is able to kill Slay, but I don't think Pogfish has enough reinforcements to hold him off this time.
Maybe if they can get a ball online, they're 82%. They could do it. Nah, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Avidity are finally going to go and win that fight. You honestly thought that might have went the way of Pogfish, right? Both teams didn't give out of their Graviton Surge. They had the rally and they took that opportunity, but they just didn't quite get it across the line. And Pogfish, they don't like this matchup anymore. They're actually going to go full brawl here. On point C of the Nimbani defense. They've got the Nano Boost, so they're going to keep that for now to try and give maybe Yeater closer to that Earthshatter.
And Yeater's going and swinging right out of the gate. That is full speed ahead for the Reinhardt. And built up half of that Earthshatter already. Wisely chooses not to overextend, possibly reading that Death Sword has this Graviton Surge online and ready to go. But there is Beast on the Diva now. Could possibly eat this thing up. Would make life very difficult with 60 seconds left. Avidity dropping into the Amp Matrix. Pogfish are just going to disengage.
Yeah, that Nano Boost also means that they get maybe 20 seconds off the clock that they might not have had before, and we're getting ever closer towards overtime.
Oh, Panda goes down. There's a free shatter coming through. 2 for 1, the next to fall. NPC chooses to invest. And Pogfish, well, they walk away with the dub. At least in that fight.
We were watching 2 for 1 on the Baptiste there, right? And everything, there was no panic or whatever. There was no urgency to get anything done at all, right? And Panda just goes down without any support of the Baptiste. Like, you could have jumped over that wall, maybe throwing a Vitality field and you thought things were really getting bad. And now Avidity only really have the sound barrier for this last fight. And they're going up against Pogfish. They'll be close to the Blizzard, and they already have the Deadeye.
It was not going to hold back anybody. Too many gaps. Sound barrier used early from Nineheart. Trying to help Avidity get aggressive, but they were running right into a dead eye. The D-Max comes through at the back of that. And Hogfish closing in on a sound barrier of their own with Yeater winning the duel over Panda, and that could seal the deal. The Ant Matrix right as well. As Avidity all frozen up, they can't take advantage of their own. They're just staring at bullets flying at their faces, and Hogfish slam the brakes, boots on the wheels of this car, and it goes no further.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact round that Hogfish needed, that defensive round, is try and stop Avidity's hold on this series, right? Because Avidity took the lead 2-0 on Oasis, now 1-0 lead in this series, and they wanted to attack first. They wanted to try and take this game away from Pogfish as soon as it was there, right? So that's how Avidity want to take this series into account. But Pogfish, a really nice, simple round for them, where they do the basics right and make sure that the series isn't going to be controlled by Avidity. It's going to be a 50-50 toss-up. Both these teams very even. And we'll see how this kind of conflicting matchups of different compositions, different heroes comes at it.
Before I start talking about those compositions, I just want to go back to that stall with was Merge made it onto the point on the Tracer, was able to get that big stall on point B. That was the turn of the tide. Can Pogfish keep this momentum going as Merge is now going to the Echo and Ghost is on the Tracer?
Yeah, it seems that they're going to go away from that poke-based variant and they're going to go for a more punishing variant of the double bubble themselves on the offense. Both teams running this Echo variant on the offense. And Avidity, they've had enough of these type of compositions. They're going straight for this Brawl composition that did them so well on the first round of Oasis.
Yeater's got to be careful. Just before I can even finish my thought, Yeater just gets melted up there. Nothing left but a suit of armor and a smoldering pile. And that's just going to put a big stall on this. Pogfish have to wait.
Yeah, they just have to be patient, right? I mean, you could kind of sit around and poke here. I think the important thing is to make sure you're not doing nothing. So you're at least building up a little bit of overcharge. You're putting Avidity under pressure, making sure they have to think. And maybe you disrupt someone. Maybe you find a pick. Like this Baptiste here, a little out of position, but will survive for now.
Yeah, the coordination was just slightly off, and that's all it takes. Just a game of milliseconds as Yeater and Ghost weren't quite on the same page with that engagement. Pogfish choosing to just put some pressure on the objective, force Avidity to drop down, force them to use Immortality Field early. But they do have an Ant Matrix as well. Pogfish have to respect this. Oh, nice burn down. Beast getting the kill in a 2-for-1 and both supports taken out of the fight. Early, Pogfish able to clean up from there. That's the patience we were looking for, Ocean.
Yeah, they decided to wait for their moment, you know, kind of poke around a little bit. Once there was a player out of position, once there was an opening, then you go. Double bubble versus Brawl isn't really that complicated, right? And they didn't make it look complicated there like they did in the first fight. So, better from Pogfish. They can just keep it simple like they did on their defense. They'll be able to win this. If you want to see some more creative angles taken, maybe in the mid to late fight from Beast to maybe get more assertive damage from that Zarya, but we'll wait and see about that when the time comes. Pogfish just need to assert themselves for the rest of this embodied match.
They have a huge ult advantage right now as Avidity made wholesale swaps. Anubis onto Yeater, he goes just leaping into the back. Meanwhile, Beast Company keeping Crocodile and Otta safe, and both of the split parts of this attack winning their engagements.
I feel like Avidity just want this series over or done with. They seem to be rushing their decisions, right? Or maybe they think they're on a rush composition. Maybe that might be the problem, right? Maybe they don't think they're playing Brawl, and that might be a little bit of an issue. But now it is becoming a problem because Pogfish, look at the ultimates. Look how they're rolling through point B. Look at the time. Like, Avidity needs to change something up fast.
Yeater found himself some squishy targets, but was forced back out of the Graviton Surge. Misses from Beast. Big win condition whiffs entirely. Yeater trying to pick up the slack with the Primal Rage, but can't quite lock NPC down. Goes back out for a second try with a little help from Merge, who's duplicated a Reinhardt. They are able to finally clean off this high ground, and the cart will reach the end of point B.
That's extremely interesting, right? Because you know, Pogfish missing that Graviton Surge, right? Usually, big win condition double bubble, not there anymore, right? But they didn't have anything of their own to really clap back with, and Pogfish, they just kind of walked in. They'll still have the rally for the next fight. They'll have that nano boost for their Winston and early engagement. They've got a lot of options still here. Avidity, they're going to have to hope that an early pulse bomb or amplification may just get them some leeway in this last fight.
Yeah, an early pick through the same matrix would be huge. Slay goes in and drops the pulse, but the bubble is there to keep them alive. And Slay is outnumbered 3-1. Crocodile dropping the rally to make sure they suffer no casualties from Slay's aggression. And Crocodile now getting aggressive of their own. Gonna push in, so Nineheart has to drop their own rally, but a huge Bionade! Means 2 for 1, and Panda get none of the benefits of that rally. We're putting 2-player advantage. Whittle to 1 as Crocodile does fall, but Beast at nearly 100 charge is bringing it back. It's going to burn down Nineheart with a little help from their friends. And Hogfish, they've got the box of victory in their sights. Reinhardt returning to try to make something happen, but there's a Graviton Surge plus a Pulse Bomb awaiting them on the point. Hogfish tie up the series with a big clapback on Numbani.
Yeah, really, really strong map for Pogfish, right? And probably the opposite of what we saw from them on Oasis, right? We're now 1-1 in this series. They looked a lot more comfortable there in the Bonnie. And then we have to think about, map 4 in the series, right? That's Sky Industries, very similar to the Bonnie in the essence of a lot of double bubble, a lot of high ground. You might be playing in that double bubble versus Brawl matchup again, and that's what they were so good at. So honestly, if you wanted to put a bet on this series right now, you'd think Pogfish, what map 4 is, you would think Pogfish have a little advantage. But I'm a little bit concerned about Avidity, right? They were so good on that map 1, and a lot of that flavor to their play, a lot of that intensity just seems to have faded away. We didn't really even get to talk about Slay that map, right? Slay was playing a great Tracer on Oasis. Maybe we'll get to see it on Junkertown.
Maybe. It seems like all bets are off once we head to sunny Australia, and we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's time to go to the arid open lands, and Junkertown should be interesting. I can't wait. We'll see you there in just a few.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by ELOL Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
We are all tied up in our round 16, top 16 matchup here. Our first playoff match in the Will English Invitational. Pogfish bringing it back in a big way on Numbani Ocean. I mean, they swung that pendulum hard.
Yeah, right? That first map, Oasis for Avidity. And we were kind of talking about the series, I had faith for Avidity. Now I'm kind of thinking, kind of favor Pogfish, right? We got Volskaya later on, and that double bubble matchup, they looked great. And we'll probably see more double bubble later on. But now, let's not talk about that. We're heading to Junkertown, and Junkertown is a map that's a different beast, right? Point A, you see some of the most iconic Widowmaker duels of all time. And who doesn't love a Widowmaker duel? And, I'm not sure which of these teams is going to enjoy this more. This is just one of those maps that you can never really predict.
And this is one of those maps where you can bring out some strange strategies. This is, the home of the pirate ship, though I'm not expecting to see any cheese. But we might be able to see, a Reinhardt-Orisa composition. We might go back to a double shield. This is on the patch where Sigma has only got a 2-second delay on that shield, which makes a huge difference. I think makes Sigma actually somewhat valid in very niche circumstances. As we take a look in game, Avidity showing us, a little bit of the old fastball, going with the tried and true brawl comp that's so popular right now. But Pogfish, if they stick with this, my predictions might come true.
It's going to be full Sigma by the looks of things, so full poke composition coming out for Pogfish. I like this, however. Avidity then want to go for the brawl spawn camp. So once Pogfish get out, it'll be good for them. However, never mind, they've just switched off. It's brawl, baby.
Yeah, Pogfish recognize that Avidity are sitting right outside their door, and they're going to have to fight their way out, fight for every edge. They take care of the Immortality Field, take care of 2 for 1. That's a wonderful start, as those tanks are looking very wounded, and Pogfish are pursuing that. They find the D-Mech, and despite losing their Lucio, Pogfish are in a strong position to win this opening fight.
Yeah, Pogfish, they've got those respawns. They're always going to win that fight. And the goal here for Avidity was just to get time off the bank. 45 seconds from an opening fight. Probably not what they wanted. They would probably want a lot more. However, you can't really complain. Also, you forced Pogfish's hand, right? They now have to switch brawl, right? Because of that decision, which means they probably scrimmed or practiced with this poke composition. And now it's brawl versus brawl, something you might be a little bit more comfortable with than they are. But they also won that first fight and will have a little bit more ult charge than Avidity will going into this next fight. So it's all going to be about the ult tracking, all about the ult tracking and planning going into this next fight.
And I'm looking at Beast, who's already near a self-destruct. It's going to be the first ult online in the server. You rarely see the D.Va get the first one, but first kill goes to Avidity as they find both DPS quite quickly. Leader's going to go in and invest the Earth Shatter to try to bring this back. The self-destruct was able to find the Baptiste, but I worried Pogfish was too much of a deficit. They don't have the reinforcements to hang on.
Yeah, what I would be worried for Avidity is they just used that Blizzard, right? And now Pogfish starting to pick up some kills, starting to pick up some momentum, and the up matrix comes in. Pogfish are turning this around.
Ghost finds 2 very quickly. Off on the side is getting pursued by Death Sword, who will find that kill. But meanwhile, back on the front lines, Slay goes down. Nineheart's going to invest the sound barrier, try to help Avidity hold on, need some more time off the clock. Immortality quickly taken care of. Shatter there with an Amp Matrix. Might be the ticket, but a beautiful Immortality field from Otta keeps Pogfish all alive and standing. They're able to get the kill on the Panda. On to Nineheart. They should be able to push this card inside of Junkertown.
Yeah, and usually you see that time like 1 minute 30 and then you get that extra 2.5 minutes out and you usually think, they got 2.5 minutes off the clock, that's not bad. But for Junkertown, you're usually expecting 3 minutes holds on A. That's just how Junkertown works because of how long it is. And additionally, how long it takes to set up fights on Junkertown A. Point B now, we've already seen Pugfish come and claim this high ground. This is going to make Avinity's defense extremely hard. Maybe throwing a self-destruct up there and trying to push Pugfish off would be an idea, but Pugfish have ultimates of their own.
This is twice Avinity's decisions have yielded them the best place to fight on both point A and point B. Ghost trying to take advantage of that advantageous high ground. Doesn't quite land anything there. Self-destruct in the back, buying a little bit of time for Avidity to work. But Pugfish have made the flip. They're on the back end of the cart, and it forces Avidity to make a move. They push in, Pugfish drops their sound barrier, but they lose their Diva on the approach. Trying to respond in kind, see if they can take out the other Diva. Deathstorm will eventually get demacked, but Pugfish is still at a -1 as they try to push his in. Panda with an ill-advised charge sacrifices themselves for the trade. It might be just enough. This is one scrappy fight, OG.
I think they're going to get it, Pugfish, right? And they also saved their Amp Matrix. It means they have a really good opening to the next fight. The data as well, and a late stagger. Point B should be wrapped up for Pugfish.
Yeah, Avidity have to push through these narrow chokes to even emerge onto the streets of Junkertown. They can... Avidity, or it might be running into an Amp Matrix. They are indeed. I was going to say, Pugfish dropped the Amp Matrix down, trying to hold that left choke. There's a bit of a wall in the way and a bunch of shields now that Nineheart has thrown down the sound barrier, but Illegal Panda did not receive them. Goes down, holding their ult. Blizzard kept in the pocket of Slay as Pugfish opened the doors inside the point C.
Yeah, and Avidity, they're going to have some options, right, on the defense here, but Pugfish, they're riding this point all the way through. 3 minutes 30 here, capture point C. You'd definitely fancy them here. They also have the Blizzard here. I think it's probably going to be dueling Blizzards in this next fight. Watch the 2 flex DPS. Let's see who gets that optimum value between those Blizzards.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that immortality field. If you get one out early, it'll give you a major advantage in the Cold War between Merge and Slay. Pugfish just circling around the fidget spinner right now, doing a little bit of poking and prodding. Avidity try to take matters in their own hands, but they run right into Merge, and Panda suddenly backing up. Drops down and tries to bait him into a shatter, but that gets blocked. Ghost does fall. The entrance, so a slight advantage to Avidity. There's a lot of damage now absent. They've also used their immortality field as well. So here comes the Amp Matrix. Blizzard out from Merge to try to hang on, but they sacrifice their life in the process. Avidity's going to win this fight, and they're going to hold on to their Blizzard.
Oh, 2 for 1 goes down. There's that immortality field not available for them. Both teams want to go in and Slay. Really nice Blizzard to try and clean up this fight, and I think they will do it with that. So Avidity finally getting some traction here on point C on this defense. Really nice, getting the better of the 2 Blizzards.
Yeah, it looked to me like a little bit of a desperation move from Beast. Does get Slay's Blizzard out. So they don't have to worry about that, but they're still getting staggered, and it's going to take another 15 seconds for them to regroup.
Yeah, but the positive thing, right? Look at Fish's ultimates, right? You got a Deadeye, which is a really good opening ultimate, then Sound Barrier to sustain. However, I think they've noticed something here. They want to come in here, and Burge is going to go down. That's another 15 seconds off the clock.
Great recognition from Avidity and great focus fire. You saw the entire team move as one hive mind. Looked like they were all tethered at the belt, and that was a 6v1. Merge didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, right, and again, this next side, Pugfish still have that Deadeye, that Sound Barrier to sustain later on, but now look, Avidity, with that kill, have now built up to their own ultimates, so they're the exact same. We're going to have a bit of a mirror matchup here, not only in composition, but in team fight plans as well.
Oh, man. Either tried to just stand and shield that Deadeye, but it was targeted at somebody behind them. Ooh! And NPC follows it up with 2 beautiful shots, netting 2 beautiful kills.
I need to ask the players of Pugfish why they didn't hide behind the wall here, and this is brutal. Beast's going to get staggered a little bit longer. Pugfish, they seem to be running out of steam, but again, they still have ultimates to work with here. This is not done yet, but we have to watch both supports. Both support duos are going to both support ultimates. How are these going to be used? How are they going to open up the team fights? How are they going to close out the team fights and sustain? That's the question. 2 for 1. Are we looking for an early Amp Matrix here?
Well, just a touch early with the Amp Matrix. Gonna hold him in that tiny area. Sound barrier used from both teams. The Blizzard comes out. The Avidity are all frozen up. That's 4 people caught in that Blizzard. They responded with one of their own, but it was too much, too little too late from Avidity. Pugfish able to overwhelm them. Merge. Beautifully done.
It's going to be really hard for them to get back to the point as well because of the amplification matrix from Alta. This is going to be all on that flag support, getting that matrix set up and stopping Avidity from recontesting.
Auto dropping it now. There's a wall in the way, but they're going to be able to quickly burn that down. The question is, can you either stay alive? Panda's Shatter gets blocked. That gets nothing, and Panda's going to fall. Beast drops a self-destruct on the point. There's no shield there. Immortality forced out to try to keep them alive. Now Pogfish have all the advantage they need. They've got a free Shatter into the mix. No shield to block it. No Immortality field to keep Avidity standing. And Pogfish push it home. Nothing left of the time bank, but they complete Junkertown.
Absolutely beautiful comeback into a point to see Junkertown from Pogfish, right? We kind of got worried there for a second. I think everyone watching was also concerned for them because just a couple of like awkward staggers for them. They additionally just weren't getting fight plans off. They were losing dueling Blizzard team fights too often, but eventually they get it together, get their fight plan correct, maybe even have a little bit of luck, and they do get it to the end of Junkertown and capture all 30 points.
It was that big blizzard from Merge in that high octane mini ultimates used the start. There's like 50 seconds left. The second to last fight, Merge able to give Avidity the brain freeze, catching 4 or 5 members in that. That was the play maker. That was the difference maker. That was the play that turned the tide. Now Pogfish, well, they just got to hold on in a very defensible map.
This is going to be a Sebastian across the road. They try and block any sort of spawn hold, and they're going to do it. They're going to pull it off. They're going to get them across.
NPC set up. They find any targets. The wall right now blocking them off as Pogfish will look to rotate around. Looks like they're going to... There's one member sitting underneath. Beast is right underneath the teleporter, and the rest of the team rotated around the other way. But a nice flurry of hyperspheres takes Merge down on the approach. And Avidity, which is just a brilliant move, a very big brain move out of the gate. Just kind of sent Pogfish squirming and looking for answers, and so far they've found none.
I wonder if they heard someone, because they made some really late composition changes, and I wonder if that's why they went for the Symmetra instead of the Maid to try and get a different setup, because they might have heard, like a diva outside the door or something. So really good adaptation from Avidity as they now try to get their own attack going here on Junkertown. They have some ultimates to work with, but not much because they have to make their own changes. It's going to be mostly on these up matrices. Who opens up? Who gets some of that value there? Slay is stuck on this Symmetra, so they can build up to a Photon Barrier. Maybe they can get some unexpected value.
Wall and Matrix combo with the Shatter into the back. 2-4 was able to get that Immortality field up before getting laid flat. Goes down, but the only casualty from Pogfish is they storm back in and reclaim point A.
Yeah, Slay dropping the Photon Barrier because they're not going to be on that hero much longer. I think they just wanted a chance to try to get a Photon Barrier off in that last fight to try and set something up. Yeah, back over to the Mate. Back to pretty much a mirror matchup. I don't like the Sigma here. I feel like maybe Dinosaur should have just went over to the Diva. But positives for Avidity. They have got the amplification matrix. Otto will not have theirs as they used it in the previous fight. So an easy opening into the fight for them.
Then Beast does win the duel there. There comes down from Panda. Finds multiple members of Pogfish, but the follow-up not quite there. Merge does eventually fall, but you take that trade for the Reinhardt any day of the week. Without illegal Panda, Avidity need to reset.
Yeah, they have to, right? And going into this next fight, right, Avidity, they will have the Gravitic Flux and maybe a Sound Barrier, but that's it. But Pogfish, look at the engagement tools they have, right? Or even so, just to get them into the fight, Self-Destruct, and they have that Matrix. And in the fight later on, you could maybe Deadeye or Sound Barrier. You've got so many options here, just the Flux online for the offense.
Gravitic Flux used early, and the Self-Destruct's going to prevent a lot of follow-up there. Sound Barrier out, keeping Pogfish aggressive. Deadeye actually used early in the fight and does find one, but Yeeter falls. But Panda goes down! Oh, key pick! As Ghost is able to pick up 2 on the McCree and keep Pogfish standing strong on this defense.
And what feels like one team fight ago with that Basher coming out, it's actually 3 minutes ago now, and this late Lucio stagger is not going to help Avidity on their long walk to the payload right now. They will have the Sound Barrier to work with, right? And a Blizzard as well. So they've got options if you're Avidity, but you have to wait and you're still coming into a Blizzard. But that pick will help. That kill from NPC might be the hero moment.
Even in the odds, because Reinhardt had gone down late.
Wait, Blizzard cancelled!
Blizzard got canceled! Oh no! NPC! Another hero of lane! Is able to put the arrow down! And Merge's big fight-winning tool now gone! NPC! What a performance in that last fight! Avidity will finally make it into point B.
NPC, right, that was it, right, for Avidity. Honestly, thought their chances were gone. I was ready to prepare for Sky Industries, right? You know, they had to walk a long way to the point. They just got staggered. There were a lot more tools for Pogfish. The momentum was going for Pogfish, but NPC just steps up to the plate. Pogfish, they're having none of that. They want to get that momentum right back on track and have the ultimates to do so, and they're already going to start it off with a kill on this line.
Rotate around. I thought for a second they were going to get aggressive, try to come in behind them. Avidity are just going to back out. Looks like they're going to wait for Slay to return to this battle with that Blizzard.
I wonder what they're going to do with this Dragon Strike. Maybe try and force positioning and then go for a Blizzard later on. That might be an option for Avidity. That's something they could do. They've got the support ultimates to sustain that.
The Dragon's used to clean off the high ground. And we're telling you field out, and Pogfish doesn't retreat too far. Panda drops the Shatter, actually both Shatters coming out, and I think they both got blocked, but Avidity has both support ults in this fight with the sound barrier used. Slay is going to go ahead and throw down the Blizzard as well. That is a massive investment. That was all 6 ults, if I read that one correctly, for Avidity, and they're still losing this fight, although Pogfish quite wounded in their own right.
Yeah, this is all going to be about who picks their moment to get those final kills that they need. And NPC doesn't need a moment. They just want to kill things, and that's exactly what they're going to do to clean up this fight.
And with that pick, Yeeter's forced to just, well, yeet. And does eventually get taken out. Avidity finally wrestle control. But man, that was quite the tug of war.
Yeah, and I think both teams still trying to settle it, try and take the correct position. Sly gonna go up to the high ground here. And Pogfish didn't really have much to dismount Avidity off of this high ground, so this positioning might just be theirs. NPC and Sly will be able to poke from up here for quite a while here. I feel like we want to watch Merge though. Can Merge build up that Blizzard and get another fight-winning condition for Pogfish?
A fight win here would be huge for Pogfish as they throw down the sound barrier to start things off strong. Oh, but the self-destruct comes through. Finds 2, making up for the lack of Reinhardt. Deathsword picks up another, looking to make it 4. We'll eventually get this D-Mac on the Beast as Deathsword takes matters in their own hand, ensuring Avidity to capture point B.
Yeah, and I feel like, imagine if Beast was able to have that self-destruct at the start of that fight and launch that and disrupt Avidity from that high ground. That would have been awesome. However, Avidity, they had the high ground. They knew when they wanted to engage. They engaged pretty well. They lost their Reinhardt though, and then had to come down to how do we use this space to our advantage. And Deathsword had the perfect answer with that sound barrier. Now for Pogfish, it's about stabilizing. Can they even come and stabilize? They've got the tools to do so. You've got Deadeye to maybe start off a fight and go for that slow pace Blizzard. That's what they have to do right now, but Panda says no!
Oh! That's 2 kills with a quickness, and the rest just fall like dominoes. Those 2 kills were the 2 supports of Pogfish and Panda with a massive fire strike. Avidity have 65 seconds to finish this map.
I thought that fight was going to be a little bit slower than I was going to pass it in just a second, and then, that fire strike coming out from Panda might get them across the line as they're going to hold the high ground for a little bit here and look for their moment to use that Blizzard. Merge wants to use that Blizzard as well, so it's coming down to the same narrative. Join Blizzards on point C Junkertown.
Goes throwing down the Deadeye. Not much there, but Panda gets walled off, gets frozen. Immortality Field out to become alive. That Blizzard comes out just to ward Pogfish off the high ground. Self-destruct comes in, finds 2! Beast coming in with a big self-destruct of their own. And Pogfish win a fight with 26 seconds left on the defense.
And this Tiger! I don't think they're going to get another fight. Deathsword's not going to die, surely. Surely Pogfish are not going to give... Avidity still have a chance to come back with this.
5 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, I think you could have staggered
Keep an eye
that.
on this clock. Nineheart has to touch first and foremost. And the Shatter is there! Avidity went out and just get flattened immediately. Pogfish put the exclamation point, the dagger in, the nail in the coffin. As many analogies as I can throw out. Dogfish, clean it up and take a 2-1 lead in our series.
I thought you could have had the bull skunk in the broadcast because you make a broadcast killer, that sort of thing, you know?
Oh, you're too
That was
kind.
nice, right?
Too kind.
Right, but anyways, let's talk about that, because I thought they might have screwed up there with that stagger not being as late as it could be, right? They give Avidity another chance, or I thought they'd give Avidity another chance. Nah, that Blizzard and Shadow right at the spawn door was absolutely brilliant from Pogfish, and they're starting to assert themselves in this series, right? You know, they had a really good, simple Nabani, and then they kind of just outbrawled their opponents on Junkertown, right? So now, 2 maps in a row, they've been the better team pretty comfortably. It's now time to go to Assault and Volskaya Industries. Can we get Avidity to get themselves back into this series? Can we see the Avidity we saw on Oasis? Because that was definitely a better look for them. We saw Slay on Tracer. I talked about Slay on Tracer after map 1. I wanted to see more of it. We didn't see it since, so we'll see if Avidity are able to change their lineup a little bit and come back into this series.
And Volskaya could definitely yield itself to some Tracer play. I would love to see that. NPC showed up in a big way. You know, some huge fight-winning plays from both NPC and Death Sword. We've seen Death Sword excel on the Zarya as well as the D.Va now, but Pogfish have won 2 in a row to take the lead in this first to 3 series. It's up to Avidity to answer back. It's the ball's in their court. They're going to have to pull some. We saw some wonderful adaptation on Junkertown. You know, it was pulling out some clever plays, but at the end, it just wasn't quite enough. The amazing rotations from Pogfish, great ult usage, netted them the fight. It's going to be close. This is going to be close, Ocean. This is too soon to call it. Like I think Volskaya can go either way.
I feel like for Avidity, they've got that. The ball's in their court to try and get back into the series, right? Avidity, they have to make their own destiny here. Because Pogfish, they're going to be comfortable. They just won 2 maps in a row pretty comfortably, right? They were the better double bubble team, which is the better composition here of Volskaya Industries, which is our next map for map 4. So they would be feeling really comfortable right now. So it's up to Avidity to get themselves back into the series. And if they don't, they're out of the tournament at the last 16 stage.
As we take a look at our map pool, you can see Pogfish coming back after that 0-2 loss in Oasis. Put them on match point. They're going to start us off on the attack as we head into Volskaya Industries. Avidity indeed showing us the double bubble, and we got Slay back on that Tracer.
I don't really think Pogfish should go for this D.Va Wrecking Ball. I know they showed that they could play it early on, but I think just going double bubble versus double bubble, which was a matchup they were really convincing in earlier, might have been the call here. But we'll see how it plays out here on Volskaya Industries. I'm not sure on the Baptiste pick either, but what we will get is a Tracer duel, and that's something we all love to see.
Slay did a great job of before. Is going into the back line already. Doesn't quite get the 1 clip, but will help in cleaning up Yeater, who is well stuck with that Wrecking Ball and gets punished immediately.
I wonder if now is the moment Pogfish realize they want to change. No, they're just going to stay on this. They want to be a little bit greedy here and go for this composition, but already Slay having an impact on this Tracer. We're not even 40 seconds into this map.
Ghost trying to come in. No such luck, as Panda's right there to greet the DPS as they try to round this left-hand corner. See Merge up on the high ground, alongside Yeater putting a lot of pressure onto Illegal Panda. As it's just kind of become a battle for center box. NPC is going to help Avita win that battle. Avidity win that battle, finding 2 key picks.
Yeah, we kind of just see the DPS for Avidity getting more value here on Tracer Nash. More mechanically skilled heroes, a little bit more open, kind of like Oasis, and what should have been like Bonnie, but they seemed a little bit stubborn themselves on the Bunny Avidity. But now they look a little bit more comfortable. They're taking Tracer duels, taking Ash duels, and they're winning them, right? Pogfish staying on this ball D.Va. I still don't agree with this call, but we'll see if they can make it work.
And this is kind of the last opportunity to make the swap. After this, they're going to be under that precious 2-minute mark, and it's going to be very tough to anybody to build up ultimates, to make a real plan around it. I mean, Yeater's only 70% to the first minefield 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I just don't think they're getting any value out of this ball. They're not able to punish any of the targets that Yeater's able to displace or even have a look at. There's not a designated backline for Yeater to go for it. They're just struggling to get anything going right now at Pogfish.
And Avidity are winning this without, I mean, they used a nano boost in that. Panda's able to go in. D-Mech find the kill on Mercy as well. Drops the Primal Rage. I'm not sure you needed the Primal Rage, but sure, go for it. You're getting yourself a multitude of kills with it. Oh my, illegal Panda. Woo.
Primal Rage was worth it just for the clip, indeed. Now just getting that mech back, and now Pugfish finally. We're 2.5 minutes in, finally building up to some of those ultimates, and they still have to deal with a Graviton Surge Pulse-Bomb combination from Avidity here. They'll have the ball to make the fight, the bulb and the rally to make the fights even longer. I can't fail but how Pugfish have got a little overzealous here, a little greedy, and it might come back to bite them.
I will say Pugfish will be a little spread out, maybe not as high value a grab. Didn't even see where the grab went, to be honest. But it's 2 kills. I mean, it did its job. Soleil's going to find a pair of their own, including the Baptiste, and Pugfish go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and they still got ultimates, right? They've still got 4 ultimates themselves. Avidity now will not have that Graviton Surge or that Pulse Bomb, just those ultimates to maybe make the fight last a little bit longer. Maybe they could play around that Mega Health Pack room on the left to play a really long fight. That's the only why Avidity really have the advantage here, apart from the fact Pugfish have got caught in rotation multiple times so far this map. But we'll see if some standout players can get some standout picks here and standout plays to bring them back in. That's not one of them.
Oh, Merge kills themselves with their own Pulse Bomb. NBC did throw the bomb into the back before getting taken out by Ghost. Pugfish rotating around to the high ground. Ant Matrix out, throwing a bomb of their own. Immortality Field already used. As they can't even get positioned up here. Okay, they do manage to win the fight on the stairs. That'll get them this high ground, and they've got some point presence.
Well, I think this might be done. I don't really see anyone that can keep this alive. Maybe Destor can get a touch and they can get something going, but Pugfish, poor start to the team fight, but they do get it across the line. They keep themselves in the map, and that's the most important thing. Of course, they're still in the lead in this series as well, so now they can breathe a sigh of relief. One thing for Avidity, though, they had the ultimates to make the fight last longer, and they used it when they were already up in the fight. I feel like they could have been a little bit more patient with those ultimates. Pugfish, though, still opportunities are going to be limited, right? You don't have any ultimates, but neither do Avidity. I think it's going to come down to individuals here, right? Who's going to make the play? Who's going to want to create something? Who's going to want to take their team to the last day?
We'll see who's got more grit, who's got more will in their hearts in the Will English tournament. As he's going up to the high ground, trying to protect their back line, but the Ashes gets decimated by Panda and Death Sword. I think Pugfish are just going to back out of here. Yeah, there we go. Yeeter finally got the memo.
I feel like now you've got 2 minutes. Like this, if you want to switch off this Boldiva, this is your last chance. Are they gonna do it? No, they're gonna stick with it. And I still don't agree with this choice. I think the double bubble is just better here. You're gonna have better wing conditions. Graviton Surge is almost in line. Bulb is gonna prolong the fight. Primal Rage is gonna do the exact same thing. And of course, you're gonna get harassed on that rotation in by Slay's Pulse Bomb. Yes, you got self-destruct to bring yourself in, and as well as Amplification Matrix. But other than that, what's gonna keep you alive? Maybe that rally?
Yeah, I mean, Crocodile's got to give this rally up. Maybe a big eat onto the grab might give them the advantage that they're looking for as well. Crocodile does have the rally. Once they pull the trigger on that, we know Pugfish has decided to go. They're going to throw it on the Matrix first as Merge invests the Pulse in the back, but Death Sword's able to drop a personal bubble and just use it for some charge onto that beat. Panda throwing down the Primal, looking to knock Yeeter off the side. It does get the kill on the Yeeter. Self-destruct in from Beast. Further charges of Death Sword, but they don't have the life to keep it. So both teams are missing a tank now. Bob on the field is a 6th man for Avidity as they've gotten this time down to 60 seconds. Nice! Aegis Slay's Pulse Bomb and Illegal Panda falls. So a quick turn of the tide as Pugfish are sticking around in this fight. Slay is going to receive the nano boost to try to finish off the targets from this big Graviton Surge, which catches multiple members of Pugfish, but it's 2 for 1 who ends up back in spawn. Now the rally is out from Nineheart, but nevertheless, Avidity's still losing members in this fight.
Yeah, and Avidity actually will have 3 spawns and will be able to cut this back, but I don't think they could be happy with that. They gave up a tick on point B that wasn't really necessary. That fight, they had a really nice advantage and they didn't take it. However, the thing is for them right now is they're holding point B. They're getting some momentum back into this series. However, it's not done yet. Pugfish will have one more fight. They'll have at Matrix to bring themselves into that fight. Eventually, they've got a pulse bomb, and that's really it. So, can Pugfish step up to the plate here? We'll wait and find out.
Big charge, gets Beast onto the point, I think it's anti and taken out immediately. Front take gone, well, the Reinhardt gone. You still got Yeater on this Wrecking Ball trying to make something happen, trying to keep hopes alive for Pugfish to close out this series. But they've lost Otta as well, who was holding that Ant Matrix that was so important for Otta to stay alive. Avidity find the right targets, they find the focus fire, and they are looking to hold Pugfish to a mere 53% on point B Volskaya.
All right. Avidity holds on point B. Mainly, they could maybe be a little bit upset that they gave up that last fight on point A, and they could maybe be upset they gave a take. But what they cannot be upset about is the fact that they were down in this series. Pugfish had momentum. They were the better double bubble team. And what they have to kind of be happy with is Pugfish played this Bull Diva for seemingly zero reason whatsoever. I mean, obviously there's a reason. Maybe they've practiced it, but honestly, for this series and this pace of match and how this is going, I just don't see it being the right call. Avidity, they have to accept they've now got a win condition for themselves. They've got a ticket back into this series, a ticket to map 5. Can they purchase that ticket? That's the question.
It's not a very high priced ticket either. Not super expensive. It's a reasonably priced ticket to get them into map 5. They're going to stick with this composition as they head on the attack, it looks like. But Pugfish sticking with their same composition. Perhaps this is a comfort pick for Yeater. Perhaps Yeater just feels better on the ball than the Winston.
I mean, I would maybe agree with that, but they were great on Winston and Bonnie. I just don't see a reason for this.
We'll see if it pays off. I would want to see better coordination on their dives with it. You can see Merge just in there just doing a little bit of poking, but runs into too much damage, is forced to use those cooldowns early in the fight, which puts you in a massive, massive uphill battle when you get into the Tracer v Tracer duel. Does land a nice clip there. It's going to force the recall out of Slay, but eats a clip of their own. Meanwhile, Avidity already pushing on to the point. Now it's Death Sword's turn to help deal with Merge. Merge is able to get the heck out of dodge. But Pugfish still on the back foot. They don't look like they're in control of this fight right now. They're forced to react to the positioning. Merge eventually taken out as the coordination just not there on the dive attacks, and Pugfish struggling for an answer as there's already 2 ticks picked up.
Yeah, they just never really got Avidity started. They never really made it difficult for them to walk in, and Avidity just took all that free space. They're on the point now, and suddenly it's getting difficult, but Yeater's already low.
And Anti. Beast is going to get team-macked. Just 1 by 1, Avidity are taking this. And one of the things that was very indicative to me, nice 3K from Death Sword there, but just seeing, kind of Merge take these little one-on-one duels. You have a composition that's built, you discord, you pounce on them, and everybody converges on that target. We didn't see that.
Yeah, we didn't see any of that. And honestly, we didn't see any engagement, really, from Pugfish, did we? Right? Avidity just kind of walked into the point and they're just what, right? That's all that happened, and now they're going to face the problem with that, right? You've got maybe your support ultimates in this fight and your post bomb on your midfield, but Avidity are going to have all 6 building up here. This is a snowball opportunity if I've ever seen one.
I anticipate Rally to come out first, Nano onto Panda, and it could make the back life of Pugfish's life very difficult. There goes the Rally, there goes the Nano, right into the back. Here comes Panda, looking for a... Oh, it's Slay! Slay robbing Panda of the glory. Panda was just the distraction. It was Slay with the double kill pulse bomb. Open things up wide, a mere 10% needed, and Death Sword goes down. Panda is able to counterback it, give it 1 with the end of that primal rage. Transcendence out, trying to keep Pugfish hopes alive and closing out this series, but those hopes are looking very slim indeed, as Otta's gonna go down the moment that Transcendence fades. And Avidity have a lot of presence here, but the respawn's starting to show up for Pugfish.
And Death Sword's so important to kill because they had that Graviton Surge. They had to wrap this up quickly, otherwise it's now or never for Avidity.
NPC gets 3! Cover that deficit. Death Sword is back, throws out the Graviton Surge, and Avidity send us to map 5.
Wow, wow, wow. And we have to ask the question, were Pugfish too comfortable in this series? You were only 2-1 up. And they stuck on this Bull Diva composition that didn't really work at all for the Mobile Sky Industries, and they had the warning signs. Their offense should have been enough, but they stuck with on the defense. But fair play to Avidity. They take their chances. They utilize their win condition. NPC and Slay stepped it up. And also, I want to make a call, right? I told you, put Slay on the Tracer and you'll do better, right? They put Slay on the Tracer, what I tell you, we're going to him at 5.
You were 100% correct, Ocean. That was a good call on your part. They heard you. It's the credit all to you. We chose this map pool, all right? So like this is all on us right now. No. Who am I kidding? Wonderful clapback from Avidity, able to dominantly win Volskaya. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the final map of this series will be on Nepal. I can't wait to see what happens. We'll see you on the other side.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Ignited.gg, a community that works to foster a positive gaming space by hosting teams, tournaments, and weekly events. Go to Ignited.gg or on Twitter at Ignited.gg. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Overwatch Tranquility, a community that fosters a positive environment for Gold through Masters teams to embrace the competitive spirit of Overwatch. For more information, check out owtranquility.org.
Oh man, if this series has been any indication, I cannot wait to see what happens tomorrow as we progress through the rest of our playoffs in the Will English Invitational. But first things first, we got to figure out which of these two teams we will see tomorrow. Which one's going to be watching from the sidelines? Avidity, Pogfish tied up 2-2. We're headed to Nepal to decide who moves on.
And, this series is swayed so often, right? Now we're going back to control. Avidity, of course, took our first control map 2-0 with a greedy looking Pogfish on Sky Industries. You kind of have to feel it swaying back towards Avidity, but this series is swayed so many times already. I'll wait to see what happens here on the pole.
Deathsword going threatening that Zarya. Was really good on that Zarya back on Oasis, particularly on University. Well, it was the only map they played. But on University, where it got very brawl-centric, the Zarya proved incredibly valuable. Looks like they're going to go back over to the Diva. But on the other side, Pogfish is sticking with the Wrecking Ball. It hasn't worked for them all that great. They're bringing it out in map 5 alongside the Sombra.
But we customize back to Oasis Gardens. They played this Wrecking Ball Diva against a brawl composition and they looked pretty good. It was just after their opponent switched to Bubble when they struggled.
Valid point. You're going in early. He's going to go ahead and use that adaptive shielding, and so far has not lost any of the actual health bar. It's now frozen up on the corner. Oh no!
Yes!
What a save! What a save! Oh, and they get the D-back on his Death Sword. Huge bio-name from Ana. Kept them in the fight despite Dieter teetering on the edge of destruction. Does eventually go down. And it's a 5v5 left on this point. 5v4. Because NBC lands some beautiful shots to take Merge out of the sky. And Avidity are back in control and they've got percentage.
Yeah, Avidity will take control here. It feels like, after the last map, Pogfish running a Stainless Ball Diva isn't the right call. Well, maybe Merge and Ghost now on different heroes. We'll see if they're able to build up to the duplicate and the EMP. That's probably their main win conditions here. If they can disrupt Avidity with those ultimates, then there's a way for Pogfish.
Manual hack on the illegal panda to start things off. Merge is going to receive the nano. He's going to burn down 2 for 1. Are they going to duplicate the Rhine while they have the nano? No, they're not able to get that off, but Yeater's Mind will be the ult that comes through in the clutch before getting melted down. But Yeater, the only sacrificial lamb of this fight. Pogfish are going to flip this point.
Yeah, and Pogfish, they keep some of their most critical ultimates. Duplicate, self-destruct, EMP, which is the best ultimate in the game ability. Making some changes so that they can keep a hold of their Deadeye, for example, on their sound barrier, but also keep track of that Sombra with that Torbjorn turret, for example, right? So they can...
Well, I don't know if the Torb turret's going to stop the EMP, though. They've already got that built up, and the EMP comes out with the duplicate. It's a 6-man EMP! And a big charge from Merge. He's going to throw down the hammer. Pick up 2 with that. Turns and smashes him in the face with that duplicate hammer. What a combo from Merge and Ghost.
I mean, yeah, but you have to ask, did you really need the duplicate? It was a 6-player EMP, right? It was the most perfect EMP you could get. The positive is right, though, for Pogfish. You've got both of your tank ultimates. You're going to have a rally to maybe, if you get an opening from those tank ultimates, engage aggressively on that. So that's what they're going to look to do.
I mean, Nineheart got shattered after the EMP wore off and was not able to get the sound barrier off. So we'll call it a worth that they returned back very quickly and seemingly effortlessly. Avidity regained control at this point, and they still have that sound barrier to work with. They get an early kill onto Yeater. They're going to drop the Deadeye and the sound barrier into the mix. Shatter comes through as well, hitting the rallying Crocodile, devaluing that ultimate completely. Avidity will win the fight, but also expensive for them.
Yeah, but look, Pogfish, they've got only the nano boost and the minefield for that next fight. I mean, maybe you can nano beast or merge to try and get your team in and then maybe build an EMP as well. That's an option. Slays down as well now to give that Sombra a little bit more leeway. But for Avidity, you've got ultimates like Amp Matrix and Self-Destruct that could catch Pogfish out. If you just isolate a target or isolate an engagement, this could be Avidity's map already.
Mines out first. There comes that Ant Matrix, and it's gonna find the Mercy. But the Mines do pick up 2, including the Baptiste. Anti-nated, Panda has to fall back, rotate around to the middle of point. Ghost has the EMP online, ready to go. 98% on the board. Pogfish have to win this fight if they want to stand a chance on Shrine. But their tanks are very, very low. Beast gets demech'd. And with the overtime wick burn-in, Merge is under a lot of pressure with very little health, has to fly back, but somebody has to keep their toes on this objective. It's up to Yeater going through with about a third health, and that third is deleted immediately. Beast is back in the fight as the EMP binds 2. It's the follow-up there. Is it enough? Hawkfish is able to get the kill onto Panda, most notably. But Death Sword is back in mech and manages to kill the Crocodile. And Otter goes down. No more heals for Hawkfish, no more sustain, no more chances of winning Shrine.
And that might be an analogy for this series. Pogfish, they galvanize CMP, they get themselves into it, they're all comfortable, they're looking great, and suddenly you've just given up a point. That point being Volskaya Industries, that map point, right? And suddenly it crawls away, like the Pole Shrine just did there. But will it crawl away forever? We'll head to Village next.
We're gonna get a slight break in the action, but hey, that gives us a chance to talk about that last map a little bit, because that was close. I mean, Ghost got that EMP online, and we saw a huge value EMP early, but the second one only found 2. The follow-up wasn't quite there. It was that last fight was so close. Pogfish just had it in their grasp, and it just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah. You have to be concerned, they're sticking on this Bull team. Obviously, like, maybe a comfort thing for them, right? And it was really good against the Bull, like it was previously in Oasis Gardens, but I just don't like the way they're staying on it. The way it just didn't work for them on Volskaya. You're going for it again. Yeah, it worked previously, and it did get some value, but it's another round. That's 3 rounds of Overwatch. It hasn't worked out for you. I really hope we don't see it again, and we maybe just see a mirror matchup from them. I think that might be the way to go about this if they want to try and get back into this series.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings to see the mirror matchup again. I mean, just go Brawl v Brawl. Show them what you got in the popular composition, the flavor of the month, if you would. I'd say the benefit to that was Merge on the Echo looked really good. Like the benefit to them staying with it. I really liked Merge's Echo, although you don't have as much room to work when it comes to Village, right? I mean, if you do, it's on the outskirts. It's playing on the high ground. If a video get control of the point, then the Echo's not going to work. Pogfish, indeed, going back to the mirror. We get the McFlurry once again. We've got our wish. Let's see if they can execute.
I wonder if NPC just going to teleport us spawn and go to the McCree, or if they're going to try and go towards the point and take control of that point with the Smasher and make it difficult to walk into. We'll see what they opt for. Oh, no, we won't. We won't see what they opt for just yet.
We're building the suspense in map 5. Avidity 1 round away from closing it out and sending themselves on through to the top 8, which we'll get to see tomorrow right here on this channel. I'll be sure to drop a follow on the channel. Drop a follow at Will English on Twitter as well. It's Will English for Roman numeral 4 IV. And get updated for all the exciting action for the final day of this tournament happening tomorrow. I mean, this is just a little bit of a flavor, an appetizer for the massive entree we're going to get as this playoffs progresses.
Right, this is just our first round of 16 single elimination match, right? And we're in map 5, right? Imagine all the other games that are like this. We got so much more awesome Overwatch to see, so much more awesome Overwatch to play, and it's only possible by these community events.
We get back into Village. NPC looking to stick with the sim as they rotate around low ground, just taking this right-hand side. Pogfish had aggressed from the high. Teams are going to clash onto the point. Maywall blocks Eater off from the pack. Gets stunned. Immortality Field is there, but won't last long. But it's enough to give them the edge to kill Panda. And they're going to get the DMAC onto Death Sword as well. Amazing Immortality Field from Otta. And that's going to net Pogfish first control.
Yeah, you caught it brilliant there. That Immortality Field from Otta, fight winning. And it could be round winning, it could be game changing, right, in this series. That could have been the moment that Avidity just take this. And actually what I like from Avidity now is they're adapting to a faster paced composition with the Winston as well. bulldozer, if you will. It's not quite bulldozer because you haven't got like Doomfist Reaper, but you have got a little bit more room to work with. You're going to be playing really, really aggressive this composition, and they're going to TP right onto the Pogfish lineup.
Another great Maywall, and Yeeter's in trouble, but does not get the shatter off. Gets burned down before the hammer can connect. The immortality kill couldn't keep him alive that time. And NPC finds 3.
Right, and that's the exact fight you wanted. So Avinity's adaptation game still looks to be a little bit stronger than Pogfish's, right? Pogfish gonna go over and mirror this again, apart from the Symmetra. And then we can kind of look at the difference here. We're gonna have Photon Barrier versus Deadeye in this next fight. Which of those will come out on top?
Matrix out first, and well, the McCree's certainly able to put more damage through that. Photon Barrier out next. That one is just going to send Pogfish kind of reeling back to the ropes as they wait for that ultimate to die down.
Yeah, both Mays getting close to Blizzard as well. We might have dueling Blizzards once again in this series.
Goes to the roll in, pulls the trigger on the Deadeye, finds Nineheart with that one. He was so close to that sound barrier. The bullets just come out from Slay, and they're able to find 2 kills in the back of that, but Slay sacrifices themselves for it. Primal Rage now invested from Death Sword, but the Shatter through, or Panda dropping the Shatter as well, gets it onto Yeeter. And the tanks of Avidity look to be giving him the edge. The late sound barrier certainly will.
Yeah, but the one thing for Pogfish is they actually managed to flip the point there and stop a lot of the progress that Avidity will have built up. But now, we're kind of back to square zero, right? Look at this, right? Both teams not really got many ultimates. Yeah, maybe a Primal from Beast here in this next fight, and you'll maybe have a Deadeye as well. That's really it. Avidity currently have a little bit of lead in percentage as well, so we'll see how Pogfish look to get rid of this. It's now or never, because if they lose this round, they're going home.
Merge is swapped to the Doomfist. Beast is pulled out the Primal, looking to punch 2 for 1 down. Well, Ghost gets going to Death Sword. Beast makes his way onto the point. Ghost finds their second of the engagement, and Nineheart's not going to last long either. Pogfish, they had to win this fight, and they did. Beautifully done.
But Avidity get over the 85% mark, which means Pogfish have to win every single team fight from here on out on Village. Otherwise, they're going home. Avidity, one more team fight will send them into the top 8 tomorrow. They've got some tools to do it. Photon Barrier, Amplification Matrix. One of these players got NPC, 2 for 1. Which of you is stepping up? Or Pogfish gonna hold strong and take us to Sanctum?
Pogfish going to drop the Ant Matrix alongside the Deadeye to open the fight, but the Maywall denying it for now. But still, Avidity can't push in under the threat of those 2 ultimates. They do finally respond with the Photon Barrier and an Ant Matrix of their own. Panda drops the Shatter, but that gets blocked and they get deleted. Back to spawn you go. The Ant Matrix devalued as Yeeter's going to get frozen up from a manual freeze. Nevertheless, Merge comes in. Big right hook saves their Reinhardt. But can they save him from Death Sword's Primal? There's not enough reinforcements. Avidity can't stick around in this fight. And with 94% and counting, Pogfish have control.
Can they get a touch? Maybe got like a Familiar or Alicio to touch? Don't think it's going to happen. And we're going to Sanctum. Map 5, round 3. Winner takes all.
It doesn't get any better than this, Ocean. It just doesn't get any better than this. I think we picked a banger of a map pool. I have validation right now that we picked a banger of a map pool, all right? That should just be the rule from now on. Casters pick map. It's do or die time. It's one round to decide who moves on, who is going to be in top 8 and have a chance at the $1,000 prize pool, and who is going home. It comes down to Sanctum.
Is NBC going to stay on this Hanzo? I wonder. I don't think that's the right call, right? Because it's not like you're going to get an easier win condition with the Graviton Surge Dragon Strike combination. Looks like you're going to stay on it. Is that going to be the correct choice? Or Avidity now trying to experiment too late in this series? It's still Bro versus Bro, but what Bro will come out on top?
NPC's big hero plays were on this Hanzo back on Junkertown. It could be just taking an extra range. Perhaps a little bit more shield break versus the McCree, but that's debatable. Maywall up, and Pogfish are going to get a grab. They run right into their own death as Yeeter gets moved off the side. Beast is going to suffer a similar fate, and Avidity pick up first control.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened to Yeeter. going off the map there in the Reinhardt show. And look at the Reinhardt ult charge. Panda, 88%, Year 25%. That might set up for the rest of this map. Avidity are going to be able to control this top right high ground as well, which is going to make positioning really hard for Ghost, for example. Other ults coming online, maybe Otto's Amp Matrix might have a say in this next fight.
And now with the Shatter ready to go. Early Maywall used the hammer. I don't think the hammer came out. I didn't hear it land as this brawl is just unleashed on the high ground. Ghost finds 2 as Yeater's Shatter absolutely connected and Pogfish finds success.
Right, 37% for Avidity, 2% on Counseling for Pogfish. This is just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And so is the Ryan show. You saw Panda in the previous fight, 60% lead on Earth Shatter. Yeater somehow builds the Earth Shatter in the same fight. The Panda uses theirs, which means that they actually get the bigger slam and get into the next fight. At Matrix opening from Otta here.
Dragons get eaten by Beast right out of the gate, and NPC taken down as Otta proven the value of that Baptiste. May well make it a little bit of tiny overwatch, and I believe Yeater's getting the better into this. A little help from that Blizzard coming out from Merge. Pogfish able to win the front line war. Death Sword running for their lives.
The only thing that we can really say is positive for Avidity here, right, is that we're about 37-37 right now, and they still have that Blizzard in that matchup, right? But they still have a long ways to go. That's not an easy fight win, right? They still have a potential Soundfire for Pogfish. They can maybe eat the Blizzard. It's going to have to be a really difficult fight for Avidity, but they need to win it with Slay's Blizzard. Can they bring it back?
I'm looking at Crocodile to get that sound barrier up. I think that's going to be the ticket to hold. Maywall up a little early, trying to block it against the dead. I mean, it means that they can't separate Yeater from the pack now. Shatter comes through and makes it past the shield. That's going to find 3, and Merge goes down. Otta goes down. Self-destruct from Avita was the bigger of the 2, and they're going to flip the objective.
They didn't even have to use the Blizzard Bow Skunk. They're still going to have that fight-winning ultimate for the next fight, albeit Pogfish will still have that sound barrier. But Avidity have more tools to use. They'll have both support ultimates as well as that Blizzard. Ultimate advantage firmly in favor of Avidity, but Pogfish have a little bit of a percentage advantage. It's going dodge to the absolute wire.
Sound barrier used early for Pogfish. They're not going to have it for that Blizzard. If Avidity can survive this, they're going to have a 3-win condition. As the Shatter comes through from Yeater, and then they're going to drop their own sound barrier. Avidity alongside Amp Matrix, alongside the Dragons, and they do counterpunch in a fantastic fashion and hang on to tie up the percentage.
Right, the problem with Avidity not using the Blizzard for so long now is Barge is up to theirs. We've seen this storyline so many times this map, and it might be there again. Dueling Blizzards. I think the option for Avidity to avoid that conclusion is they have their Blizzard online right now. Pogfish still need to wait another 10%. If they take an early engagement with Blizzard here, which isn't ideal, never mind, it's already gone. The opportunity has slipped.
Pogfish on the aggression have claimed that space. You can see Avidity kind of backing up, knowing they have control, looking for the right time to strike. They're going to try to work around Beast's defense matrix. It's the only thing that can stop the Blizzard coming through, especially with the Immortality field already used by Pogfish. The Shatter comes down and finds Yeater. March goes down, holding the Blizzard. Avidity, they have done it right there. They never even, red herring, that was the Blizzard, never even rears its ugly head. Avidity didn't need it. It was Illegal Panda with a massive Shatter. Merge out of the fight. Overtime Wick is still burning, but Otta gets taken down. Slay goes down, holding their own Blizzard. Ghost falls, but I don't think Merge is going to make it back to this point. The self-destruct, zoning everybody out. Yeater is there to touch, trying to keep hopes alive. The Blizzard does come through from Merge as reinforcements start to show up for Pogfish on this point. Beast, though, gets kidnapped at the back. Panda kept alive, and the Immortality field as the Dragons in response finds Yeater and Avidity. They shut it down. Pogfish kept it as close as humanly possible, but in the end, their efforts were in vain as Avidity moves on into the top 8 in the Will English Invitational.
I mean, I was talking about that Blizzard for so long, and it was maybe the key that made Pogfish play so nervously, and when you're playing nervous like that, there's so many opportunities opening up. And to be fair to Avidity and Illegal Panda, they saw the opportunity and they took it to win this series, taking themselves into top 8 tomorrow, on to the last day of this Invitational. Well played to Avidity, but we also have to talk about Paul Fish, Volsky Industries, Dima Wrecking Ball. What was the call there? Why did they do it? They were better in double bubble versus double bubble before. Why was that risk taken? That's the questions we have to ask. But congrats to Avidity.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing Pogfish in the future. I want to see more from that team. Hopefully we'll get to catch them in future tournaments because they had a lot of good things going for them, but Avidity able to edge it out into this 5-map thriller. Oh my goodness, what a start to playoffs. That was fantastic. Tip of the hat. Congratulations to Avidity for moving on. Whew, I need to catch my breath. I need to compose myself. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, some closing thoughts from the Will English Invitational. Y'all stick around. What a map. What a map.
The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Landlords Gaming, Toronto's casual and competitive esports organization. Check them out on Twitter at Landlords Gaming. The Will English Invitational is brought to you by Elohel Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals.
what an exciting day of matches it has been, Ocean. My goodness. We started off by seeing 4 teams fight it out. Really, 6 teams. We got a little bonus game in there to see who was going to move on, have the opportunity to play in playoffs. We got to see our drafting show to see how our teams matched up, get a feel for who all is going to play each other in their opening round of top 16. And then we got our first look at playoffs with that absolute banger of a match between Pogfish and Avidity. Avidity taking it in the final fight, in the final round of map 5 to punch their ticket into top 8. We couldn't ask for anything more. This has been just something special.
Right, not only did we get to talk about the magic of Tier 3, Tier 2 Overwatch, we got to feel the magic of these community events, this Tier 2, Tier 3 Overwatch scene. And that's such a magical feeling to get to feel every single time we get to go on the mic for these sort of events. And it's been an absolute blast. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes. Will, of course, is the face of this event and a great face for this event. Uni, behind doing all the prod stuff. I don't really know how prod stuff works. I'm just going to pretend I know. Uni, you did great.
He makes us look good. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, Buzzcook has been great alongside me, but we're going to pass it to one of our admins for the day who's been doing an absolutely great job and is a great caster as well. Captain Jack is going to talk about a lot of tomorrow's schedule, so welcome, Jack.
Well, thank you so much for having me, folks. Glad to be back here once again on the mic with you all. So we're just going to lay it out real straight for you all. It's been kind of crazy the last couple of days. We did our best to try to plan ahead. We tried to have staff online, and things happen. We're in a time that a lot of things don't always work out the way that we like. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the teams that have been working so hard to work with us, so that we can bring you some incredible Overwatch, so that we can pair you up in these matches to test your skill, test your mettle, and be able to give you recognition for that. So, like you all had already mentioned, this match that we possibly may not have even gotten today is a taste of how the round of 16 will go tomorrow. So we have had to move around the schedule a bit due to how teams were kind of planning their day, unfortunately. And so tomorrow at 1 p.m. CDT time, so Central Time in the US, we are going to be starting off with our remaining best of 5 rounds in the round of 16. We will have a stream on here first and foremost at Will English IV, but we are looking to possibly do the same thing we did today. We will possibly have a stream on Landlords Gaming as well, and one on MI Blizzard's stream as well. So we're going to be working on that tonight. Not 100% certain, but we're going to try to bring you all the Overwatch action we can. Coming then soon after at 3 p.m. or whenever that first match ends, we'll be seeing our quarterfinals. Same thing here and over at Landlords Gaming. Same thing and MI Blizzard. Coming up on 4:30 Central, we'll be rounding it out to the semifinals. We'll cut out Blizzard stream. Sorry, we only got 2 matches, man. I'm so sorry. And we'll be doing those simultaneously on the Will English channel and the Landlords channel. And then the grand finals will be coming up at around 6:30 p.m. Central tomorrow. So these are not exact times. We're just going to be, as we've been doing a lot of this weekend, it's all by the seat of our pants, and we're going to ask that teams continue to work with us and just be ready to go for your next match. You finish your first match, you just stand by to stand by, and we when we're ready, we go into the next one, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I really hope that everybody has been enjoying themselves in this. I know that it's been a little crazy behind the scenes, so thank you to our production team, to our casters, to our admins that have been able to step in when others have not been able to be here. Thank you to Will. I know that you are probably sawing logs right now because you have gone without sleep over the last 24 hours because of how crazy this has been. But I hope when you wake up, and pop it off in the chat, folks. Let Will know how much you appreciate all the work that he has put in to put this together, because he has brought together such a great group of people to do this. Again, it's like everything in life. It didn't go according to plan, but I guarantee you everything that we are hiccuping on, it's on a list, and we're going to be going down moment by moment, trying to make it so that next time it's bigger and better than ever. So once again, thank you. I'll be posting this in the announcements channel within the next hour. So if teams aren't watching right now, you'll still get the information. And I mean, that's it. So I'm going to turn it back over to y'all to finish it out. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. We appreciate the update on all of the exciting action coming at you tomorrow here in the Will English Invitational. You can always follow Will English on Twitter at Will English IV. That'll keep you up to date as well for when these matches will take place. But Ocean, I can't believe the day of matches we had. Any closing thoughts, my friend, before I send us home?
I mean, just support the scene. Like, support these creators, support these people bringing these events. It was magical spares today.
Couldn't agree more. And just another round of appreciation to Uni behind the scenes, to Will English for inviting Ocean and myself to be a part of this. And most importantly, to y'all watching. We couldn't do it without you. We appreciate you so very, very much. And until tomorrow, look out for each other in game and out. And we'll be back here for the conclusion of this tournament starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.